think we're live. I think we're live. Go. Might take apart the GTX 1080 Ti and get it ready for chilled. Might get it ready. Probably should. How's it going, Vep? How's it going, Dab? Oh no, I could do some. I could prep up the GTX 1080 Ti. I do have to prep it up, put it on, so I can do chilled. So I have to take it apart, Vaseline it up, get the block already onto it. So I need to do the GTX 1080 as well, as I got the XOC BIOS onto it, so if I put it on a water block, it'd be good. Not that big. That's small compared to what I used to have. Accidentally left it at the last house and it was all locked up, so I couldn't get it. Waiting for Battlefield 6? Yeah. Is it dropping today? 26? That was dropping 28th. October. Yeah, it's a while away. It's a while away. Not here anytime soon. So, some PC hardware news, though. So, Intel is warning people due to the fact the U.S. government has 10% of the stake, it could hurt the company's internal sales. So, that's not good. So, they're saying the U.S. government's acquisition of a 10% stake in Intel highlights strategic importance of the company and indicates how important it is to the U.S. government. But the government's new 10% ownership stake could cause problems for shareholders, employees, business partners, and the company's internal sales, according to Intel's filing with Securities and Exchange Commission. So that's not good. I mean, that's kind of brutal that getting money can make things worse for you. So one of Intel's biggest concerns is its dependence on foreign markets in the fiscal 2024. The company earned 76% of its 53.1 billion revenue outside of the United States, a slight decline from the previous year, but it still aligns the share. Sales to to China contributed 29% of Intel's total revenue. 29% to China. Wow. followed by the US with 24.5%, Singapore with 19.2%, and Taiwan with 14.7%. Now that the US government is Intel's largest shareholder, the chip maker is directly linked to Trump's unpredictable trade and tariff policies, which could unsettle overseas customers and governments. So, having the US government as a significant stock shareholder, one of the company could start the company could subject to company additional regulations, obligations, or restrictions such as foreign subsidy laws or otherwise in other countries, a statement by Intel reads. In addition, the filing highlights the possibility of negative reactions from investors, suppliers, employees, and competitors. Intel went as far as to mention that lawsuits or political scrutiny could arise and warn that the change in U.S. political leadership could alter or even undo parts of the agreement, which would cause further consequences. Yeah. Yep. Makes sense. How's it going, Duck? Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So, among other things, there could be adverse reactions immediately over time from investors, employees, customer suppliers, other business or commercial partners, foreign governments, or competitors, this statement says. Intel acknowledged it had not finished evaluating the full financial, tax, and accounting effects of the deal, so further issues may arise. The agreement between Intel and the U.S. government signed on August 22nd, 2025 includes two funding steps. The first roughly is $5.7 billion, which represents accelerating payments from Intel's earlier arrangement with the Commerce Department under CHIPS Act. The second is about $3.2 billion, which is linked to the CHIPS Act Secure Enclave. We've gone over that initiative for critical chips for aerospace and defense, and will be provided as conditions are met. Together, this funding package gives Intel immediate cash, $5.7 billion, and aligns future payments with government programs. In return, Intel will issue up to 433 million shares of stock to the U.S. government. Hold Roughly 275 million shares will be given out once the first batch of money arrives, while the 159 remaining shares will sit in escrow and will be released only as secure enclave funds are transferred. However, if Intel does not receive all of the expected secure enclave money, half of the responding shares will still go to the government no matter how many contracts are signed and for how much, while the other half will be canceled. I mean, that doesn't really make sense. No, it's done. They already got the money. It's the second portion. And if, let's say, demands are not met, as in certain CPUs are not being made for the US government, as in what they want for the military, that's when there could be bad things happening for Intel. I don't see any kind of issues actually going wrong in that case due to the fact they have so many fabs, right? Well, they have so many fabs, and that they've already started working on newer, smaller nodes, which is really good for them. Like they already started on to it, and that they have the 1.8 nanometer transistor, or 18A and 18AP. All they need to do is just get a whole bunch of chips ready for them for whatever they're going to be putting it into. So like military, anything in the military, basically, right? So drones, military helicopters, planes, surveillance systems, stuff like that. And Intel's already got a bunch of other companies. They invested in other companies, and other companies invested into them. 600 of them. Other surveillance companies and that before all this, because well, it's good because Intel will be able to do these big deals with them, get rid of a whole bunch of chips that they've already made or already making, so that way they can start making maybe a little bit of profit, since they're not exactly making the biggest profit. It's not like they've lost a lot of money this year, but they have not made a whole lot of money this year. It's why they've had to do a whole bunch of layoffs. If they did not do the layoffs, they would not be making any money. They would just be eating a whole bunch of money. They're closing fabs and all that too, which again was eating all their money for no reason, because they're old fabs. They had no reasonable explanation to even have those fabs running for literally the past 3 years. There's literally no reason for them to even have certain fabs going. So them closing that's also good. Is it great? I mean, it doesn't look great for Intel due to the fact that they had to do that, but for a company of that size and for how many employees they technically do have, that's a smart move. It's a smart move for them to do all that stuff. So, um, yeah, Pat could have done better. Liputan's doing pretty good though. Liputan's doing pretty good. Liputan almost had to step down too, which is not good. If he had to step down, then that's brutal. Why would you want AMD to supply the CPUs? Why? You got to remember, AMD does not make their CPUs. AMD does not have their foundries. Intel has their own foundries. They can make their own CPUs. TSMC makes the CPUs and GPUs for, well, portion. I guess some Samsung maybe makes a little bit for them too still. But more or less TMC makes all their CPUs for them. So why would you want AMD? You would have to go through AMD, and then AMD would have to get the contracts and all that, and then all that deals would have to be through TSMC, which doesn't even make sense. Why would you even want to do that? The contracts wouldn't make sense. And then would you want the US government to have AMD be in charge of all the CPUs, even though they're not the ones actually making them? No. Yeah, there would be some problems. As in, they might not get a certain amount of funds at certain portions of times. Like the remaining few billion dollars there, about $3 billion remaining, 3.1 billion or whatever it is, the remaining, but they already got the 5 point whatever $billion. That right there automatically puts it so that way they can go full bore into their new technology that they're coming out with, and 1.4 nanometer, and it's better than what TSMC and Samsung and any other foundry is doing right now. And Intel's already working on it and has the means to actually do it. As in, they have these foundries that have been updated. It costed them lots of money to actually update these foundries to do these smaller nodes, but they have foundries for it. And they already have 1.8 nanometer transistors and have already redone a whole bunch of architectural designs and also power delivery onto them, which is really good. And then they're also working on the X3D CPUs. The X3D, I'm not trying to make it so that it sounds like they're copying them. It's BLLC. It's their big last level cache is what they're putting onto them. And the big last level cache is just strictly for gamers, more or less. It's not really for anyone else. And it's going to be a lot more cache than what's on any AMD CPU that has came out or will be coming out. Yeah, BBLLC. Yeah, so supplying the CPUs if that's the contract. So you got to remember, due to the fact that the U.S. government has this 10% shares on that, they're going to want a certain amount of chips and quality chips going to the actual U.S. government, more or less for surveillance, drones, military type stuff. Like that's more or less what the U.S. government's wanting it for. So they will have to literally dedicate a foundry for making these. Making the chips is not the issue. Making the chips for batch quantities for a certain supplier is the issue. That's why there are actually so many foundries themselves. The making the chips is not the issue, though. That's not, the issue. For a certain, you means you have to dedicate a foundry, basically, dedicate all the staff, the foundry, profusion, and all that. Diffusion on all that to one contract, and that eats up a lot of resources. That eats up a lot of actual revenue, as in they could actually dedicate a foundry to a whole bunch of contracts that are not as large, if that makes sense. And doing that way to make sure that the batches are done per contract and all that, those smaller contracts are technically making them more money, because the more you buy, the more you save. NVIDIA. And I've gone over that in the past too, how that kind of works. Again, business aspect, not what most people are used to in a business aspect. You're talking multi-billion-dollar business to where a contract makes them $1 billion. 10 smaller contracts can make them $2 to $3 billion, if that makes sense. Smaller contracts that don't even equate to that amount of CPUs being sold to a single contract. Yes, and due to the fact that they basically really needed the money, they had to take this money so that way they can actually they're probably going to take that money and update a couple more fabs to these smaller node, because you gotta do all these machines, redo machines. So even though they have machines for it and all that to do these smaller nodes, it's high EUV and low EUV style machines. To make these smaller nodes, you're gonna have to make more fabs so that way you can get a better yield, not like a overall yield of per machine, because that's what they're looking for, like a 98% and up is what they're looking for yield wise. But the more that you can make, the more that you can actually send out quality, so they can go through a bunch of testing and that before they're sent out. Having more foundries for that beforehand is better. So they're probably going to update a few more fabs. That's going to cost probably that $5 billion. It's just gone, basically. Like, it's not even chump change, basically. But I mean, technically, when you're at that scale and doing full facilities, having to pay these wages of some people, a lot of people per fab, you got to pay for the hydro. It costs a lot of money per machine to run. It costs a lot. It really is chump. It is technically chump change when you're at that scale, right? And Intel got it because they were technically hurting, but Intel also got because they have their own foundries. They can make their own in-house CPUs. They're all by themselves. They don't have to do a contract to TSMC. The government probably doesn't want to do a deal with TSMC. TSMC is a massive freaking company, and a lot of people need to realize that. TSMC is massive. Yes, due to the fact Intel can make, and again, already has some of the best nodes out there, like the 1.8 nanometer, which Samsung, TSMC, and it could be IBM. I could be wrong on that. It could be IBM. They have 1.8 nanometer transistors, but they technically don't. They're the 2 nanometer transistors. What they have. They have 2 nanometer. Intel technically has some of the best CPUs for 1.8 nanometer. In a way, it's good. In a way, it's also bad because they got good yields too. They also got good yields of what they have said and claimed. They got good yields. But then since they're already working on the 1.4 nanometer transistor, amazing. I mean, no one's technically working on 1.4 nanometer transistor, or even really thinking about it, except for Intel. Again, a lot of people think they're not doing innovations in that, but they are. Like, yeah, sure, they have to switch their platforms and all that, but guess what? They're completely revolutionizing and re-engineering their CPU. AMD has not done that since, like, 2010. They're basically the same, fairly close to the same, until you got into the tile-based. The tile-based, again, I don't... Me, myself, and I don't care for tile-based CPUs due to the fact the way the architectural layout is of them and how you gotta fuse those tiles together, and that there's actually a gap. When you got a single monolithic die, it's different. It's completely different. Everything's super close together. As soon as you have tile, you technically cannot put a tile and tile perfectly together at that low of a nanometer, basically. Things are just not as tolerant. That's why I don't like tile-based. Latency comes into play. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 100. Yep, yep, exactly. China must have done something, or there must have been something that went in the backlog on the between the government of China and the president, basically, of the states. Exactly, yeah, and that's nothing we will ever know. There will be tons of people that are doing clickbaits and say they know this or know that. They don't know jack, man. Like they don't know jack. They just need to shut up and not even worry about it because it's beyond their pay grade. They're not worthy, basically. That's why a lot of people just need to shut up and do what, like, live their life and try to be happy for now. And then just stop trying to get into things that they have no clue about. Again, there's a lot of things that are going on and not just one part of the world, around the world, that a lot of people do not know about. Like a handful of people actually know true what's actually going on, and a lot of people that might know are under no disclosure. What? What about me? What about me? It's like, why do you think Gamers Nexus just got in trouble with what he was talking about? Because he's not the person to be talking about. He does not know anyone that's even high enough up there to even get the true facts. Nah, I again, I got the nickname in high school from hawking loogies. Man, you hawk a loogie like a luger. There's my name. They just started calling me Luger, so I've always used Luger. One game I used to play years ago. We're talking a long time ago, and played it for a while. Actually, that was one of my favorite guns. Was a Luger. Yeah, I would love to actually shoot a Luger. It might be an awkward pistol, but apparently they're pretty beefy pistols. Yeah. Oh, definitely. German. I mean, they were pretty good pistols. Like for the time, they were actually pretty good. They were jammed up, but like more or less due to the fact like you must have like got them extremely dirty, and that happens to all weapons except for more modern style weapons too, or more like rifles. Pistols though they would jam up, but Lugers they were apparently pretty good for not jamming. Then like I said, pretty beefy. Oh yeah, well the 911 was designed to be like it work in all environment basically. Hmm. It's just the way they did the actual slide action onto them and how actually like the tolerance on them were actually really good. Still are. Luger's a little different though, like completely different style. Completely different style. I'm pretty sure the 911 is not the same caliber. It's smaller caliber, is it not, than the Luger? Like the Luger's a pretty big caliber. Okay, so I paid zero for Intel. It is worth approximately $11 billion. All goes to the USA. Donald Trump wrote in a social media post. Why are stupid people unhappy with that? I will make deals like that for our country all day long. I will also help those companies that make such lucrative deals with the United States. I love seeing their stock price go up, making the USA richer and richer. More jobs for America. Who would want to make? Who would not want to make deals like that? I use those words too. I use the stupid word too. Yep. Why? Why are people unhappy? Why are people actually complaining about that? Dude, people don't know anything and have to. Oh, okay, yeah. 45. Can't believe people are unhappy. Who's talking about that? Who's saying it? It's a bad thing to be doing. Oh, pff. Oh, pff. Yep. Because people don't agree with you, you gotta say Hitler. Like really? Just wild what people actually say. Start what? What you talking about, Duck? I mean, yeah, the roadmap for AMD CPU Zen 6 arrives in 2027. That's what I've been saying. Zen 2 dominates low-end laptops. I mean, because how cheap they are, so manufacturers can build low-end laptops because how cheap the Zen 2s are. Kind of makes sense. Oh, wait for some overclocking. Oh, they want me to overclock. I got no chilled. I got no ice. That'll probably be Thursday thing. And I got to prep the GTX 1080 Ti still. And so I got to take apart the GTX 1080 Ti, Vaseline it up, and get it ready for chilled. Yeah. And then I got to build a PC up. Probably will just switch over the way I have things right now. But I build a PC up so that way I can use my main system with a 13900K in it for um, one test, basically. Yeah. It's not like you need a whole lot. Use a little bit, use a little bit, use a little bit of heat, spread it all over it, and then I'm gonna put the block on it, and then cover it with a bunch of paper towels all around the block, and that secure it nicely. When I do my winter runs, I technically don't really need to do that because it freezes. Like, because of how warm it is in my apartment here, it is quite warm. The like when I do my winter runs, because how cold it is, I don't have to worry about any running water basically, because it's so cold it just freezes. Everything freezes. The lines freeze. They do not thaw. Like all the metal fittings freeze over. Everything freezes like completely safe. And then when I'm done my benching, I just let it sit for a day. Let it all de-thaw basically. And then after that, take apart everything and just set up to dry basically. It's a lot easier to do winter runs because it gets so cold. Just the chilled loops don't get cold enough for me right now. Maybe if I was able to afford dry ice, but I'm not able to afford dry ice right now. One day. One day. Oh, Intel's Panther Lake H pops up. I didn't even know. 25-watt Panther Lake chip. 25 watts. Ole. A little chip. So Intel is working on a bunch of new processors at the moment, spanning across generations of use cases, while Nova Lake, perhaps the most exciting launch everyone was looking forward to. Panther Lake is the actual upcoming mobile architecture from the company. I've talked about it too, gone over the architecture of Panther Lake, and it looks good from the company, and it has been spotted by in its retail form for the first time. DFI, a popular name in industrial PC hardware spec. Yep, they make motherboards more or less. More known for that. Has unveiled a new ITX motherboard featuring Panther Lake H, aptly called PTH or Panther Lake H 171-PTH173. Despite having the PTL-H chip soldered onto the board, this is not a mobile desktop. It's soldered onto the board, though it's not a mobile desktop configured, as it is not intended for mainstream desktop usage. Instead, it is for embedded systems like system on module or a single board computer. The large business integrate with their existing pipelines. The advertised 25-watt TDP, which is on the lower end, further confirms this. Therefore, the board has no by 16 PCIe slot for GPUs. Instead, it relies on integrated graphics of the Panther Lake H chips and has 1 by HDMI 2.0. 1 by DisplayPort, and they don't know the actual version of it, and 1 USB Type-C, and 1 M.2 port for video, M.2-A port for video out. Yeah, doesn't matter. The extremely efficient CPUs, I've gone over this. I've gone over like the efficiency is really good onto it. The actual like power wattage is very low, and it's going to be a fairly good CPU for what it is. So the board also features dual SODIMM slots, which are just a little RAM sticks, which support 128 gigabyte of DDR5 memory up to 7200 megatransfers per second. That supports up to 7200 megatransfers per second. Wow. There are 2 M.2s for networking and 1 M.2 for SSD, which is PCI Express 5.0 by 4. The connectivity on the back is solid with multiple USB ports and Ethernet, which supports EXT-OOB along with Intel's vPro and CNVI. If you're hearing some of those names for the first time, it's because they're associated with industry applicants. EXT-OOB is a proprietary carrier board developed by DFI that connect the motherboard like these to expand functionality. Yeah. Nice. Yep. There's the 18A. Yeah, that's the Panther Lake that I talked about, and I've gone over the actual architecture of them, how they did the L3 and L2 cache, and how every single core has it. It's very good. So it's not just it's not just P cores. It's P core and E core that will have L2 cache. So it's great. Dave is here. Dave is here. 19. Gabby, she's in a box. So we don't know the price or availability of this board, and industrial components work on quote basis where a business will reach out and brands like DFI will compete for a contract by offering better pricing than rivals. We do know a bit about Panther Lake HS. It is on track for release in the last quarter of this year. Yes, I've talked about this, probably October. It will be coming out. And we'll finally debut Intel's long-awaited 18A process. These Panther Lake chips. Oh, and also the new LGA 1700 CPUs will be coming out. Or they're the 14th gen refresh. Just P-core only chips will be coming out as well. These Panther Lake chips will use a wide variety of laptop, handhelds, and mini PCs, along with industrial use cases like this one we seldom hear about. Yes. Mini PCs, like they'll be extremely low wattage mini PCs, as in people that want like home media center and something like that, something just to stream off of like their PC for their TV and that. This will be very good from very low wattage, very low wattage. And again, it's just integrated graphics. Now, they technically will be able to do it with a that this board itself doesn't have a PCI Express slot, but some other boards will have PCI Express slots, and you will probably be able to put a GPU in with it and make a very, very low powered and low cost mini PC or small form factor PC with them. It'll be good paired up with a low end GPU, especially a newer low end GPU and small form factor. It'd be pretty good. At least that's my opinion. Yes, definitely do a bunch of benches. Not a lot of people run it, so definitely do a whole bunch of runs on that. Yeah, you got a bunch of benchmarks on 3D Mark Demo, so that's good. But you can also download other 3D Marks too, you know that, right? All free. You get Professional Edition free as well. Oh, more people than that run the HT. They're not the 7850 though. There's only a few benchmarks you'll be able to run that, like I think it's two or three benchmarks that you'll be able to run that somebody has not ran. Your 265K, your CPU idle should be using 4 to 12 watts. Your RAM will be using 0.5 watts. Your GPU probably running at 13 watts ish. So maximum of 45 watts altogether, maybe 50 altogether, I would say. Yeah, there'll be some spikage, but the spikage to about 50 watts. I'll say max of 50 watts for your whole PC. And that's where a single AMD CPU runs at. No, no. My 13900K idle. So right now, idle streaming. I'll let you know how much I'm using right now while streaming. Streaming and a whole bunch of web pages open too. This is a 12600K though. 12600K, I'm using 20 watts. 20 watts. And GPU's using 20 watts, 40 watts. 40 watts, not even. Yeah, not even 40 watts while streaming. Yeah, idle Intel is really good. It's not like you'll be using a lot of power while idling. Even while watching like YouTube 4K videos, you probably won't even be using a lot of power from your CPU. GPU probably a bit more, but they're pretty efficient. Gaming's a different story, depending on load. My system, while gaming with 13900K, it was about 280 watts while gaming for the full system. Doesn't matter that you're getting 155 watts. It's whether or not it's actually the core clocks are actually going up. If they're not going up, you're just burning power for no reason. They're squeezed. Yeah, the AMD released the Ryzen 5 5500 X3D. Oh, apparently, Jensen Hung, and the TSMC CEO got together, and the press conference by the looks of it. We doing contracts? Yep, they did. Yep. Because you've messed around with a bunch of settings there, Squeeze. That's why. You messed around with a bunch of settings, and now it's not turbo boosting. Or you set it to max turbo boost for all cores, and now it's maximum of 3.6 to the fact it's not hitting a turbo boost. Huge collab ray tracing BBQ, yeah. It's not doing a turbo boost. So, NVIDIA COO Jensen Huang is back in Taiwan for weightlay negotiations with contract chip maker TSMC. The talks are thought to be related to the new China-specific B30 chips using the Blackwell architecture. No matter the gravity of the talks, though, the NVIDIA head enjoys a very cordial relationship with CCY, the CEO of TSMC, where their warm relationship is made clearly apparent in the video showing the two billionaires joke about who will pay the bill for dinner. So after meeting with TSMC's world-class leaders earlier in the day, Wei took his turn to speak. Let me say that we have the honor to have this $4 trillion net worth guy to be my guest. The sum of our $4 trillion net dollar is about USD 130 billion, and is obviously a reference to Han's fortune. Yeah. TSMC CEO is probably getting close to being a trillionaire, to be honest. TSMC's huge, guys. Like, if you don't know, TSMC is massive. Contracts for everything. The more you buy, the more you grill. Need to connect your boost controller. How's it going, Jimmy? So Hong flew to Taipei on Friday on a private jet and is quoted by reporters as stating, "My main purpose coming here is to visit TSMC." That report shares some insight regarding the underlying purpose of this visit. It is hinted that it might be related to China's caution about buying more H20 chips and NVIDIA's plans to tailor a new AI chip for China, the purported B30. Yeah, that's probably what they're talking about, actually. According to the reports as well, Hung was in Taiwan to thank TSMC for a successful tape out of its 6 brand new chips, including the GPU and photonics processor for Rubin architecture supercomputers. One of those chips is new and revolutionary, named the NVIDIA CEO. Oh, good, man. That's going good. I'm doing good, doing good. Probably will be prepping up a GTX 1080 Ti at some point today for going on a chilled loop. And then, yeah, I'm not sure if I will be benching today, but I do have to prep up some GPUs for going chilled. Just going over a bunch of PC hardware news since I haven't gone over any PC hardware news in a while, so it's probably best I do go over some stuff, catch up on some stuff. And I know there's not a lot really to really talk about right now, but gotta talk about some stuff. Yeah, I gotta Vaseline them up. Yeah, I gotta relube them. Yup. Since last year at some point I cleaned all my cards up, so like the 1080 Ti, it really needs to be redone. I haven't done the GTX 1080 yet. The 2080 Super I gotta do. I gotta do the GTX 770 too as well. My 3070 Ti should be all right. Should be all right. I'm not gonna be doing chilled loop onto it. Just due to the fact the GPU block I don't think will fit on it. I'll have to take apart the card and take a look at it anyways, see if it has extra through holes for mounting. If it does, then I will do a chilled loop onto it as well. GPUs, I gotta lube up some GPUs. And it's not too difficult. I'll be showing how I do it. It's pretty easy. Like I said, just a little bit of hot air and spread it all over the place, and try not to make sure you get any Vaseline under any memory chips is the main thing. The fast car in Discord. I'll take a look. Fast car in Discord. What fast car are you talking about? Did you? Where'd you put it? I don't see it. I don't see it. No, I don't cap them, tape them up. No, there's no need to cap them, tape them up. Yeah, well, not really oiling up the game performance, just to make sure that I can bench for a while without having to worry about shortening out anything. Especially on chilled, you have no choice if you're doing chilled. If you are, I guess, if you're ballsy and don't care about blowing up hardware, you don't have to. But I care about my hardware. When I do my winter overclocking, it's not as necessary to lube them up. It is good to have a little bit around certain areas, but I don't have to really worry about it. Could be a BIOS issue. Oh, what else we got here for news? Oh, the Discord. Yeah, well, it's due to the fact the way the boost clock works, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How come you don't got a vent on that though? Or is it just a cut open hole? Where's your vent? You need a vent. you your PC's ass closing game. That's awesome. Yeah, but if you put a vent onto it, you could blow a cold air into it. Blow colder air into it. And not unless it's got enough airflow anyways. It probably does have enough airflow. Probably has enough airflow. The more cold air you can get to those turbos, the better. Looks good though. Looks good. I see that it's not stripped down either though on the inside, so The car probably weighs quite a bit, doesn't it? The Stang probably weighs quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So it's all right. So you have them split then. You have them split. Wouldn't a stock transmission be fine for that? Oh, not stock. Not stock. Oh, the stock trannies in those were good for like 1,000. I thought they were. Yeah, it's not stock. It's TH400. Yeah, that's that exactly. Yeah, good old reliable TH400. Yeah. Oh, it's Chevy swapped LS. Oh, I didn't even see that. I just been looking at the pic. Yeah. Oh, twin turbo LS. Yeah. Yeah. Dang. It's an oversized engine for the car. You need to take a picture of the with the hood up. Yeah. Wow. Common, yes, but on some cars they have big enough bays where it's fine. Well, they are actually sticking out. I don't really see that sticking out. Looks like it would still technically work, but probably doesn't. You're right. It's hard to tell with the picture. What's the shit box beside it though? What's that bronzy looking car you got there? Yeah, permaban on Facebook. Wow. Yeah, probably. Does it have the like reinforcements? Like it's double walled, right? Double walled hood. So probably that's reason more why. Yeah, yeah. Probably because they crashed them. It's most Mustang owners probably crashed it. That's probably why they're Vep. That's why you don't see them anymore. 4.8? Nah, nah. He didn't use the 4.8. I'm guessing he used the 5.3. I don't think the six would the 6 liter even fit in that at all. I don't think the six would fit in there at all. It's gotta be the 5.3. Even still, it is a six. Oh my god! How that engine bay is huge. He doesn't have to make a small hole for it to fit. That's crazy. They're all the same? They're just bored different. I thought they were thicker. Uh-huh. I thought they were thicker. I thought they were thicker. Thicker? Yeah, thicker. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, just bored. Yeah, bored and stroke. Yeah, makes sense. Damn, yeah, that car weighs a lot then. Probably the whole thing probably weighs over 4,000 pounds. Easy. Probably weighs around, yeah, probably 4,500 pounds. Yeah, but he hasn't stripped it all out. Everything looks like it's fairly original, except for changing out the tranny and engine. Because that car's stock is like 3,800 pounds, is it not? I guess. I guess. But usually 1/8 mile is you want to strip. You want to strip it out. Yeah, that's ugly. That's my opinion. Nah, I don't. Yeah, that is one ugly Supra. I bet it fast though. I bet it pretty fast. Ugly, but yeah. And 5 gallons of fuel. Yeah. Okay, so that's fairly close. Yeah, that's fairly close. Still, it doesn't weigh a crazy amount. Not crazy. With you in, I mean, what are you like 100 pounds soaking wet? The fuel weighs more than you. The one JZ is definitely a solid motor. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the way the car looks, but I bet it's pretty good. Yeah, 2,800. There's more of the weight that you want to be around for 1/8. Yes, you should, and I'll be right back. Why would I want to search up one of them cars? Yeah, I mean, the wow factor of having a stripped out car is nice, but I mean, also goes faster. Nice setup. Definitely a nice setup. Yeah, that's definitely a nice setup. You need to make coffee. I need coffee. I need coffee. Bam. 24 volt? Or is it just 12? Or can you make it a 24 volt? I'm not sure which alternator you have. If you made it a 24 volt, it'll be a bit better. Did he clean it all up? Oh, probably easy to install too. Come here, coffee. I mean, not like you need to see it. Just need to make sure it works. That's all that really matters. Go. Let's see. And so apparently Trump wants digital taxes on U.S. services axed worldwide, saying it's discriminatory against American tech. Oh, that kind of sucks. Just reading upon what happened to Gamers Nexus there, seeing if I can get some more information on it. Apparently, he was using people's music for that. It's more or less the reason why his videos get taken down. Opinion on CPU? Yeah, man. Sorry. Just reading up on Gamers Nexus, what's happening actually to him. Trying to get some more full details onto it. A lot of people are just saying a bunch of dumb stuff that they really don't need to talk about because they have no clue what they're talking about. So I'm trying to get the full scope on it. If he's actually using other people's music, it's copyright. There's nothing way around it. It's not everyone's trying to blame YouTube onto, but YouTube has to follow copyright laws. YouTube has its own copyright laws also in place, but also there is more than just YouTube's copyright. There's a copyright law that was made like 10 years ago for the music industry. And if you're using somebody else's music anywhere, not just YouTube, it can be copyrighted and taken down without notice, and you would have to fight it in court. Yep, yeah, you need info on AMD CPU. Yep, you're right, Dab. You nailed it. AMD Ryzen 9 700X. I learned copyright music the hard way. Yeah, that's why I make my own music for stuff. That's why I make my own. Like my own cannot be copyrighted. What about the 7900X? What about it? You want to know? It's good. Can't say it's bad. You will need a good cooler for it, but it's not bad. And if you're gonna spend that kind of money, I would go for a newer CPU, to be honest. Because if you're gonna buy a Ryzen 9 7900X, what are you doing? Are you just gaming? Are you gaming, or are you using it for workstation? You do work with your CPU? Do you already have an AM5 motherboard? There's a lot of questions I need to have answered to help you out on things. Studio workstation? Do you already have AM5 motherboard? Okay, so and you like AMD, so you want to stick with AMD? That's fine, because you can do cheaper and get better performance with Intel for that kind of thing. But yeah, if you want a completely AMD system, having the more cores is better. Yes, having a newer system, it'll be a bit more efficient, but having more cores, if you got for a decent price, then yeah. Yep, that's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Yep, feel like you're AMD. Uh, so CPU really isn't really gonna be your main concern there. What are you using for a GPU? What are you using for a GPU? And you got like a 6,000 kit of RAM? Like 6,000 CL30 kit or something like that? 7700 XT? Okay. Uh, would be a little bit better to go with a 9000 series. Just due to the fact that you can use AV1 encoder. Yeah, 6,000. Yeah, that's where you want to be for AMD. That way it's easier to have it go to a 1-to-1 to give you more performance no matter what. Um, in my opinion, I wouldn't use the 7700 XT. You can probably get a 9060, like a 9060 XT, and it would be better for you just due to the fact it'll have AV1 encoder, and it would be more beneficial for you just due to the fact it has the encoder. Better, way better. I mean, we're talking way better encoder. AMD did good on the 9000 series GPUs having the AV1 encoder. I'm not sure if the price of the 7700 XT is about the same as the 9600 XT, but yeah, oh yeah, I mean, AMD did amazing on their 9000 series GPUs. Is it the same level as NVIDIA? No, but for like a 9060 XT, if you're doing like video editing, studio editing, stuff like that, having that AV1 encoder is kind of what you want. So you can even just go with like a 9060 XT and get more performance than that 7000 series. Doesn't matter what size, like VRAM isn't really your main concern at that point. AMD has an AI too. I mean, AMD boasted the AI more than any other company at CES 2025. AMD literally boasted their AI more than anybody. AI is not really the scary part. It's how they're implementing the AI that's the scary part. The way they're like what Tesla did with their Grok systems. That's scary because the way they put it onto their main platform, onto like Twitter, what do you want to call it nowadays, X or whatever it's called. They put it onto there, and then the AI learns off of that. Well, you got a bunch of like 12-year-old kids that it's learning off of basically. Like it's learning off of stupidity in my opinion. So it's not very good. It's not very efficient having it that way. They should have put it into some sort of scientific research facility and learning off of that. Like that's what I think it should have been done. No, it's definitely not mid setup, buddy. No, it's definitely no. You can't say mid. That's like medium high tier there. That's not bad. Can't complain about that. I use Intel for my video editing and that, because when I do my recordings and all that, it's all 4K, whatnot too. And with the 13900K and a good kit of RAM, it'll crush any AMD CPU basically. Especially for the price point, it'll crush AMD. That's the reason why. But I also got my 13900K for the same price I paid for a 12600K brand new. Like I got it for a very good price. But I will never go back to another kind of CPU just due to the fact it has so many cores, with the fast RAM, and I tune my RAM, I tune everything. but due to the fact it has so many cores, and good kit of RAM, it's a lot faster than most people's systems at the same price point. Exactly, Vap. Yeah, it's taken systems from, yeah, it's taken opinions from the internet. And it's taken up, and it's not just the certain, having opinions from the internet's not the bad thing. Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime, anytime. Having the opinions from the internet's not the bad point. It's where it's getting its information from and learning off of that. That's the actual problem. The problem is where they're implementing it. Like they should ask certain forums, certain actual like certain more or less forums and websites to implement the grok just to be like a backside learner off of that, because then it would actually go off of like certain people that actually have knowledge on what they're talking about, and then it would take off of those people that actually have the knowledge and answering questions of people that don't have the knowledge, so that way the AI can be like, okay, well, this question was asked, this answer was given to this specific detail, and it can learn off of that, and then it can actually train itself, be like, okay, well, if someone even gives a short formed answer onto this question, I can give this amount of detail and it'll be beneficial, or I can give this information from this source, kind of like what Google AI is doing, but Google AI is not great either from testing off of it. It's not great either. ChatGPT also terrible, terrible for a lot of hardware overclocking and tech stuff. It's not the greatest. It goes off of the most answered or most questions asked, and then it's not given a proper. I haven't checked DeepSeek. DeepSeek is being banned everywhere as well. So DeepSeek is not something you're gonna want to look at too, because it's being banned everywhere. Haven't tried it. Yep. Yep. They banned it in EU, a bunch of EU, Germany, like Germany, EU. Where else did they ban it? They're banning it across the world though. Super Pi with what, with your 10700T? But yeah, AI again is in its infancy. It's been out for a decade now, but it's still learning. I mean, it's gotten better. We've gotten faster hardware so we can learn better, but it's still not good. It's not good, and the way they're implementing it and putting it out to learn from is not good. It is, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's the baby's just walking right now. Basically, it's not even talking, because if it was well, or understanding, it's not really understanding. So the more information you can give the AI is more beneficial for what the answers you can get. It's banned in portions of the UK, I believe. Went over one of my live streams. United States, Australia, Canada, South Korea, India, Taiwan, and Italy. There might be other portions of countries. This is the website that's good for it. Maybe not UK. I thought they banned it in certain portions of the UK. Maybe not. Um, I am for it. I am for it, but it's a vague way of saying it. All right, it's a vague way of saying that I am for it. I'm not against it. For a lot of people that are white collars, it's gonna be bad for them, right? It's gonna be really bad for them. I'm a blue collar. I'm a redneck. Yeah, I do PC hardware and stuff like that. But AI is not going to be able to do all this. Give you the correct information like I will. I've had to correct people that search stuff up on AI stuff, Copilot, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all that, and I had to correct them. Like that's not right. Like where are you getting it from? Oh, I searched it up on this ChatGPT thing. Well, that's not right. Like that, it might tell you that, but it's not right. Okay, so you gotta realize it's not always going to be correct, especially right now. It's just not correct. Did you post a picture of it? Oh dang, that is clean. That is clean. What's with the parts though in the passenger seat there, bud? What's with the parts? Looks like you got some nice painted parts all ready to go. Oh, nice wheels. Nice wheels. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. I like that. I'm not the biggest fan of your seats though, but they look comfortable. I know what they probably feel like, and I probably wouldn't like the feel of them. This is the fabric, more or less. Just gone back from paint. Yeah, they look pretty fresh. Yeah, that looks good, man. Yeah, like I said, I am for it. It's going to help revolutionize a lot of things. As you not noticed, like tech has completely changed the way it's designed, the way things are actually being ran because it's more efficient now. AI can be very good for efficiency. For people that have white collar jobs, like, uh, well, I'll be reading upon this here soon. The like your entry level, your basic coders, say goodbye to them. Say goodbye to them. If you're just a basic coder, you're probably not gonna have a job. Guaranteed not to have a job within 5 years. They've already cut like 15% of jobs already due to the fact AI can do this basic coding a lot faster and have a more efficient code than these basic coders. So and it sucks that way. Oh, they are direct bolt in. Oh shoot. I just don't. I can just tell. Oh, I'm non-biased. I've owned a lot of AMD, I've owned a lot of Intel, and I've owned a lot of Nvidia. I'm non-biased. Non-biased for I want Intel to get back up on their feet. Um, and people don't realize Intel did not have as much issues as AMD. It's just Intel has sells way more CPUs than AMD, so the issues arose more due to the fact they sell a lot more. I do want Intel to get better though, as in become a better competition. And then everyone's just saying Intel sucks because it can't game. It can still game. Intel still crushes AMD for workstations and that, depending on what you're buying, of course, but more or less, it crushes AMD for workstations. And NVIDIA crushes AMD for workstations. What do you think? Data centers literally cancel contracts on AMD due to the fact that the NVIDIA has way better systems, way better hookups. Hook up 1,000 systems all in one. AMD can hook up 48. Whew. Good job, AMD. That's gonna make data centers want you, especially when AI is getting this big now. A lot more data centers are implement AI into their centers. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's what a lot. That's why when people are doing this clickbait stuff on Intel is gonna go under and stuff like that, all this clickbait stuff. I'm like, Intel's having a rough patch, but Intel still sells more CPUs than AMD, even though Intel's having a rough patch. It's just Intel's such a massive company and has its own foundries around that they lose money if they're not selling enough. They have to sell a lot. We're talking hundreds of millions of CPUs versus AMD only has to sell 100,000 CPUs. That's the scale difference between the companies. You're validating now? By a whole second? I mean, it's just a 10700T, so I hope you did. Yeah, power consumption on AMD is high. And when you're talking data centers, the cooling, the AMD and Intel, they're about the same. They're about the same. Now let's say the centers are more onto like they're not using as much power, like CPU power at that time. AMD is drawing more power and creating more heat, more idle power and more idle heat than Intel. So that's why a lot of data centers also like Intel. And that's why laptop manufacturers like Intel, because lower power consumption. They got really good low power CPUs too. And then when it's idling, the battery lasts twice as long as if you had AMD versus Intel. Just doing like watching a video on YouTube. The battery will last twice as long on an Intel versus AMD. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. And again, I'm non-biased. I like AMD. I like Intel. I like NVIDIA. I love all hardware. All hardware. I'm a hardcore overclocker and enthusiast, PC hardware enthusiast. So I'm non-biased on that. I want every CPU, whether it be AMD, Intel, even NVIDIA's new CPUs, whenever consumers can get it. Hopefully next year, some point. Definitely non-biased. Yeah, the Blackwell CPU. Yeah, talked about NVIDIA's CPU. TSMC's made a Blackwell CPU. That's what. Why do you think TSMC's huge? TSMC makes all of AMD's and NVIDIA's GPUs and CPUs. So, but yeah, NVIDIA's CPU Blackwell. It's in their digit supercomputers, desktop supercomputers that you can buy, and also mini PCs. They're putting into mini PCs. They did a collab with Asus. Asus is one of the first collabs with it. Pretty cool. What do you mean GPU? Question mark. What's with the question mark? Mm-mm. I don't have the money for a 5090, and I would never use it in my daily. I'd only use it for benchmarking. So that'd be something if I had play around money, basically. Have not. No, no. NVIDIA CPU. Did I stutter? Are robots down? Oh, it is down. Down. They'll be back up probably in about 4 hours. It's fine. I mean, you should have the screenshots and all that. I mean, if you don't, then that's your own fault. On 3D Market, saved on 3D Market. Just click on that, click on the URL, you got the URL again. And then there you go. It's not like it's not. It's not the end of the world, bud. You still got all the information to validate it still. It happens, man. It happens. What? What do you mean super Pi? So? Oh, you're not using Benchmate? You should be using Benchmate if you're doing super Pi. Yeah, and I said the GPU market's not going to be getting any better anytime soon. Again, we're wanting us consumers are wanting more and more like powerful GPUs and CPUs, but more or less GPUs for a lot of things. And a lot of people are do workstation or getting into AI and buy a lot of them. So since you want to have these powerful systems, it's gonna cost more money, man. Doesn't even matter if you went off of the older GPUs. GPU market's just we're getting so close to a hardware limit that it's things are just gonna keep increasing in price or power. Due to the fact we need more cores, more CUDA cores, more cores, more shaders, more VRAM. Each VRAM chip costs $10 on the low end. Each VRAM chip. More you buy, more you save. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Every market's messed up. And you gotta remember, the we literally have like 2 billion more people on this planet than we did 10 years ago. 2 billion more. So there's more people, and a lot of people are now getting older, have jobs, or have money saved up that they can buy all this stuff. So more people buying, the prices stay up. Yeah, $50 frame. Yeah, basically. I mean, not that high, but yes, costs more and more money. And then, like, most people don't need a 5090. You don't need a 5090. People that need a 5090, how's it going, Theo? People that need a 5090 are people that are doing workstation stuff that are going to be buying multiple of them at a time. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Hopefully a 3200 kit. I don't know if you're, well, you probably can get 3600 stable on it, but 3200 kit's more of a kit you gotta want for the 1600X. Yeah, Procon probably just did a quick sub on that though. Procon's a top overclocker in Canada as well. Hardware bots back up. Oh, then yeah, that's a good buy then. That's definitely a good buy there, Theo. Just recently did nice. Yep, Pures is fun. I do overclocking and everything. That's why I got a bunch of PC hardware. Couple of computers beside me. I did chill loops yesterday. Uh, More GPUs over there. Let me check. Yep. Just not just a motherboard, and then I've fried a CPU on purpose, but just a motherboard I've destroyed. Hi, cutie pie. Oh, kitty hair all over. AM3. This was with a 81 FX 8150. I fried the VRMs through the board. Now it's just a donor board. What, cutie pie? Motherboard pins are easy to fix up, though. Oh, yeah. And because I didn't have a thermal probe on the VRMs, and it's the what I think it has four, I think it has, and overclocking 8150 to 5 gigahertz all core on an air cooler, not smart, not smart. 8150 is fine. It's just a motherboard. The VRMs fry the traces through it. Just got way too hot. Yeah, replacing pins are easy. I can show you how to do that if you'd like. Replacing pins are pretty easy. You don't have to do it. Like, you can do it a fairly easy way. And depending on the pin, you don't even need it, but having it there will help stability for sure. Overclock is not an issue. Overclocking, it's not. It's pretty easy to do overclocking. Overclocking, my level and a lot of other people's levels, it gets a little bit more scary. But as long as you keep things cool, it's all that really matters. That's why whenever people come in and ask me to overclock their systems, I go with lowest voltages possible to help them out with the temperatures, and then overclock from there. Depending on if it's just a ground, Theo. If it's a ground, you technically don't need it. It'll be all right. Now, you're overclocking stability wise, it might not overclock as far. Me, I do chilled. I do chilled loops. I do chilled loops. I will be getting liquid nitrogen in the future when I can afford it. But dry ice and chilled loops is what I can do for my stage right now. A sniper? Nice. Holy crap! Yeah, they definitely went up in price, eh? This is expensive seats. Yeah, my chilled loops, I can, because I'm in Canada, I also do chilled loops, and then I can get real cold. See what? What do you want to see? Yeah, man, the price of things go up. Oh, cooling? Yeah, I mean, in 1 second, I can show you. I have to turn this off, though, so you won't be able to see anything until I turn it back on. Give me a minute. Gotta move stuff around. Oh, of course, got around everything. Gotta unplug it and move stuff around. Give me a sec here. Wait. Hey, there we go. There you go. So that's the system I have set up. I just left it as it is to allow it to dry off from the chilled run. So I had that completely filled up with ice. So this is the chilled run right now. This is with the 3770K. Did 5.2 gigahertz onto it, and there's my main PC right now. Yeah, that's the system I had. And then I just left it as is, let everything dry off. It should be dry by now. I can take it all apart. Then, actually, I'll probably leave it so that way I can do some more dry ice runs. Yeah. There's the main system I use. Yeah, D5 pumps, chilled loops. I do that. I redid my setup. I took out of my main PC, which is an EVGA case. Now my coffee maker's on it. So that way I can switch over systems. So that way I can. It's a little bit more efficient because of how many GPU CPU combos that I do. Because I'm gonna be doing LJ1366 too, as well with a bunch of different Xeon CPUs as well. I gotta solder on. I gotta resolder i7-920 and then see what's wrong with the i7-930. But yeah, it's just a little bit more efficient to have the open air. It's easier to move stuff around, switch out CPUs, GPUs, coolers. Because I'm gonna be doing some videos on air cooler versus AIOs versus D5 pumps and 240 mil radiators, 120 mil radiators, 360 mil radiators. It's all that kind of stuff. So a lot of pre-planning for a bunch of stuff. When I do testing though on like main whole systems, I test them in PC cases that are like medium size PC cases and your large towers. So that way I can give people correct information. And then yeah, I do a lot of testing on that. Why is there a rat on the floor? Oh, that's the 360 mil AIO. That's the Castle 360EX. You didn't even pick out the super expensive 2080 Super. Also, the 9600. Oh, kitty hair on. Yeah, you didn't even pick out the EVGA Hydro Copper 2080 Super. That was on the floor. You didn't even pick this bad boy out on the floor. Yeah, 9600 GT. 8600 GTS, 9600 GT. This one doesn't work anymore. I can't find the schematics on what resistors I have to put on it. Again, I got these cards not working and fixed them up and made them work. But after I've had four moves in the past year, and I've been kind of rough on a lot of hardware and don't have as much hardware anymore, unfortunately. But I can't find the schematics to figure out what resistor actually goes where it's actually missing on this, so I can't seem to get this 9600 GT working. Unfortunately, I can't. And it's the memory. It technically does boot up and all that. It doesn't give a screen due to the fact it's a memory. It's for memory, so the voltage to the memory is not correct. It does work, but it doesn't work at the same time. 8600 GT works, so I got it. It's working and no issues with it. I will be putting on chilled loop too. I gotta do some chilled loop runs on it. Yeah, that is a nice EVGA. Then my 1080 Ti. Uh, Probably will be taking apart this card today, during maybe near the end of the stream, or maybe around noon. In a couple hours, I'll do this. I'll take apart the EVGA card here, and I'll prep it up for doing chilled loop. Again, I gotta lube it up. I gotta Vaseline it up for the chilled loop. So definitely will be doing this. UGT 710, UGT 710, 730, right? Yeah, 730. Now I think I'll install Benchmade. Do some. Yep. Benchmade's what do you want to install? Yep, Benchmate. It has a lot of benchmarks onto it, a whole bunch of them. Just make sure you have sufficient coolant if you're doing wide country. It's frat. Yeah. Well, you can probably check to see what's wrong with it if you have a multimeter. And if you want, I can get my multimeter all set up and I can get this card taken apart. We can go through it. If you want to take apart your GTX 1080 Ti, and we can go through and show you what you should be checking to make sure you have everything's proper. If you want there, Dab. And then I already got the block on the GTX 770 here, another EVGA card, GTX 770. It's got no power limit mod. Actually, the 1080 Ti has no power limit mod too. No power limit mod onto it, and it's got a pencil mod. It gives me a little bit more voltage. It doesn't read more voltage, but you get a little bit more voltage. And I'm gonna put it on chilled, and I've already done pre-testing at like 30-degree weather, and yeah, even with just a pencil mod, this is actually a pretty good performer. For GPU Pi, I will be getting top 20, and we'll be going against some hard like modded GTX 770s, and I'll be doing chilled and hopefully doing over 1.4 gigahertz on this. I done testing at 1.4 gigahertz already, so I'm hoping to get like 1.45. If I can get 1.5 gigahertz, I'd be impressed. I don't think I will, but we'll definitely. Yeah, like this thing is actually a monster with like barely any mods to it. How's it going, Mo? Yeah, air coolers last a long time though. Yeah, you can. And like I said, I've done testing on the Assassin 120 SE. You can get it very cheap, 25 Canadian, and it's it's a good performer. And then the GTX 1080 that I have has an XOC BIOS onto it. I'll be hardcore overclocking that one too on chilled loop as well. So I'm gonna have to prep that card up too. Just not right now. I'm gonna be using it for the video out. I have to figure out what's wrong with my GT 610. My GT 610 is not working for me. Actually, maybe I'll do that now. Figure what's wrong with the GT 610. Probably not. I haven't been to Canadian Tire in a while. Ooh, 8600 or 6700. Nice. It's a crappy gigabyte board though. I know. I've used it. The VRM, like, no cooling on the VRMs. It's not great. Yeah, I'm not too far from there though, bud. I'm not too far from there. Oh yeah, 100% always recommend AIO. And then doing the AIO configuration on your PC, always have it as an intake. All right, and you can ask Dabatron. Dabatron's done testing too, and it's literally the best configuration you can do. Just two companies? What do you mean two companies? What about Nvidia? Yeah, I remember Nvidia also has CPUs too now. So for us consumers right now, no, but it's you. I fixed all the issues with the streaming a while ago. I literally lose 0 frames. It's more than 2 companies though. When there's a load on CPU, it lowers clock. Yeah, because the way the boost clock algorithm works. Yeah, it's you. No, I have 0 frames dropped. It's not me. Actually, I'll replay this. I'll replay this last little bit here. Nope, it's you, not me. Sorry. It's worth the hassle to run my nice 5.6 heard of stock 3.9. Huh? Stock is not 3. That's base. Base is 3.9. Nah, just leave it the way it is. There's no need for you to have it on all core running always at 5.6. There's no need. Yes, buddy. Yeah, Mo. Some places are brutal. Some places are brutal for internet. Yeah, it could be YouTube. It could be you. It's not me. 0 frames drop. I'm a steady 10,000 kilobits per second, and I could technically do 40,000 kilobits per second. Yeah. But 0 frames drop. I've had 0 issues with my internet, and I've had 0 issues with streaming for a while now after I fixed a bunch of settings. Had some settings off. But yeah, I'm at 10,000 kilobits per second doing 1080. Ultra low latency, but that's not the issue. I can technically just use 4,000 kilobits per second, be fine. Windows. Linux is only for select few people. Linux is only good for select few people that want a little bit more performance. Linux still does not compare to Windows, unfortunately. That's just the way it is. You cannot compare the two. Yeah, it might be a YouTube thing. It's not me. It's not me. Like I said, I have fixed a lot of issues with that. Um, yeah, I can stream for 12 hours or longer. 0 frames drop. It's not me. Um, that server, it is and isn't at the same time. Like I can't. You can technically drop 2 cores off of each CPU, and then from the standard 1100 megahertz per second, you can do 1333, and that's just basically all you can technically do with it. That's all you can do with it. You can get a little bit faster single core performance, but that's about it. Um, Dab, your TWR pre and TWR den is too high. That's the only things you can really lower. Everything else looks pretty good though. Your pre-charge and your TWR den can go down. You have to figure out where it's better, but you can do lower those easily a lot. Yep, they'll definitely always call you back. Yeah, some people like Linux, but it's not gonna give you more performance. If you use your system for gaming, it will not give you more performance. Maybe on a single game, but not give you any performance that way. And for select tasks, it's very selective on whether or not Linux is actually gonna perform better. Your TWR pre-charge, pre, and your TWR den. They're both of them can be lower, like half that. And then that will actually give you quite a bit of performance boost in 7-zip and a little bit in Y Cruncher. Does give you more performance for gaming too. No, no, no. It's at 82. Your TW pre and TWR den are both at 82 right now. Your pre should be able to do like I want to say 4, but I would do 8 probably. It's not locked. They're not locked. I'm not saying TWR. Your right pre-charge and your right den. Hold on. Yeah, I know wrong timing. I know what. So TWR is an AMD thing that you can change on AMD. TWR, you can do some math involved and lower other timings. Just to make sure I'm getting the correct timings here to give you what your TWR is. Let me just open my notepad here. Give me one sec, Mo. I'll read that. Just give me a sec here. Tell us in Marketplace for 30 and has NV link. Yep. Mo's listening 3080, 600. Thought 3090 was the only one with that. It could be wrong. There might be some select 3080s with NV link, but I'm pretty sure it's 3080. 3090 has it. Okay, TWR. Yeah, you're not really gonna be able to do anything with it actually, especially on your board. You won't be actually do anything. Let it do whatever it wants. Nah, I was going to buy a Threadripper 3 years ago, but it was an older Threadripper, just a 16 core. It was again for a decent price, but I would want to get a good motherboard. They cost like 3 times the amount the CPU did, so I never got one. I know they at 82. That's why I said. That's why I said, Dab. I know they at 82. Um, hold on. That's why I make sure I'm giving what timings that would actually work for those ones. So your pre 48 should be a guarantee, and your TWRP den 4 should work. If it does not, if something's wrong, it's not gonna be the pre-charge at 48. It'll be pre-den. Put it to 8. 6 might work though, but 4 should work. What up, guy? I fully expected Nova Lake not to only be competitive, but the bar based on leaks by Moore's Law. Moore's Law is dead. Just talks out of his fucking ass. Reads a screen all the time. Says he knows people that are in the industry, but he does not. He's right 50% of the time. Actually, lately, I think he's more like 40% of the time. He's about 50% of the time he's right, though. I've gone over Nova Lake and Pencil Lake and AMD CPUs and the roadmaps and all that. So I already know how good Intel is going to be. Intel's not bad by any means, but yeah, 50-50. Yeah. And the people he's getting it from, you can literally search the people that the information he's getting it from, and they're right about 50% of the time as well. Just people love clickbaits, right? And his channel's been more AMD focused, so the clickbaits are good, and the AMD femboys out there that just love AMD to God's wit, then of course he's gonna get the views, especially if he does all the clickbaits, which he's been doing a lot over the past year. If you go look at his channel. Hey man, I got nothing wrong with it. It's just if you tell me one thing about AMD and then you try to say it's better than Intel, I will let you know whether it is better or if it's not better. And then I get these people that say AMD's latency is way better than Intel's. Are you new? Are you actually like mentally challenged? Like, what are you talking about? That's not how it works. That's what you're telling me is not even perceivable in my opinion, because latency is actually better on Intel's side. CPU latency. AMD though, for gaming, it's a monster. It's a monster. The extra 3dV cache helps a lot. And I've worked with the 9950X 3D, and I came out with the leaks with the 9950X. Holy crap. They are monsters. They are monsters, dude. The 9950X 3D paired with a good motherboard, it's really good. It's really freaking good. I've overclocked 3 different kits of RAM, 32 gig, 48 gig, and 64 gig kits. Oh, it's a monster. They should just make a baby Intel and AMD. Well, yeah, a lot of people don't realize AMD is more of a company now for CPUs due to the fact they literally reconstructed, re-engineered an Intel CPU. That's how AMD became. They literally took basically exactly what Intel did and made their own CPU. That's how AMD became a real CPU company. Before that, they really made crappy CPUs. They literally had to copy an Intel CPU back in the day to get actually performance. And then from there, they started actually making some money, and they can actually re-evolutionize stuff. Yep, the efficiency is probably pretty good, but the efficiency still isn't as good as NVIDIA. You got to remember, a lot of people are trying to compare AMD versus Intel and AMD versus NVIDIA. AMD is a tiny company compared to those two. Tiny. They're doing really good though, especially this year. Like I said, this year, like when these numbers came out, I was shocked, and I was shocked that they did the ray tracing increases on their GPUs was really good. That them implementing these extra encoders, these really good encoders like AV1 into their 9000 series, amazing. Especially if people just want to get into like video editing and stuff like that, you can buy a cheaper end AMD GPU and be really efficient with it because it's really good. Now, you say efficiency on the RDNA 4. You got to remember AMD, for their idle power and idle temperature, are twice as high as an Intel or NVIDIA system. That's what a lot of people need to realize. For Intel CPUs versus AMD CPUs, the idle wattage and temperature is going to be twice, if not 3 times as high as an Intel system. Doesn't matter which CPU you compare it to as well. Same thing with the GPU. The GPU idle wattage and temperature is actually higher, and it's been shown many times. It's just the way it is for AMD. And a lot of people people are hating the 5080 for some reason. Its performance per watt and its actual frames per dollar is actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. But yeah, people are hating it for some reason. I don't know why. Yep. It's around 3.6. Around 3.6, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. Could it be better? Yes. Yes, it could be better. Now I realize though, it has a lot more it has a lot of VRAM and GDDR7 VRAM. So it's a little bit faster, like, and also it's going to use a little bit more power as well, even though it's very efficient too. Exactly. And I don't get the hates on, I don't get where all this hate for the AI is. And no one's saying anything about AMD, and no one's saying anything about AMD CPUs, how more percentage of AMD CPUs have died off on people than Intel, and yet people blamed Intel for having high CPU dyings on them. It's because of the actual, and I've gone over this again. Thank you. I think it was, who was it? Who was it there that sent me that yesterday? Who sent that to me? It was. It was Guh. Yeah, Guh did. Persona. Persona did. The CPU failure rates by generation. The 12th and the 13th and 14th gen has less failure rates than AMD's 5000 and 7000 series. But due to the fact Intel sold like 100 million 13th and 14th gen versus AMD's 100,000, there was a lot more units of a failure. The failure rate was lower than AMD, but this is why people aren't understanding the scale of things. AMD has sold like 200,000 units of 9070 and 9070 XTs and 9060 XTs. NVIDIA has sold what, like 300,000 5060s. The just one card. They sold more on one card than AMD has sold of all the cards. That's the difference of scale. You can't compare AMD to Intel and Nvidia. They're all separate. If you like AMD, you like AMD. Not saying anything's wrong with AMD. For a lot of things, AMD is good. For a lot of things, Intel is good. For a lot of things, Nvidia is good. Propaganda, yeah, a bit of propaganda. I'm also interested to see what Intel does for its yes, that is what we are looking for Intel. There is, it's going to be like a medium high range. Probably won't be like a 5090 or anything like that, but it'll probably be a medium high range. You gotta remember, right now, Intel's GPU and CPUs you can buy and build a computer frames per dollar better than any other systems right now. Frames per dollar. Intel, fully Intel system. You can buy a cheaper CPU, get the same kind of performance as a more expensive CPU. You can buy a cheaper GPU like the B580. Yes, 12 gigs of RAM, who cares? Or you can get yourself an A770, but the B580 is technically better. You can build a system like that, and it will literally outdo a system that costs a third more than it. Outdo an AMD or NVIDIA system. And no one talks about it. No one talks about it. But yeah, the higher end range needs more competition. But you're going against again, they're a $4 trillion company now. NVIDIA is absolutely dominating the GPUs for a reason. They're such a big company, and they can literally give TSMC a ton of money and be like, we want this amount of power, we want this amount of efficiency, we want this. Here's money. TSMC goes, I love you. I love you. Thank you for the money. And yet AMD can't compete. Intel can make their own if they really want it, but TSMC makes them for the GPUs, because again, CPU and GPU foundries are a little bit different. Nah, I don't think they're gonna match 3090. Not in some things. You gotta remember, it's not gonna be that amount of VRAM, I don't think. No, not from what I've been reading up on. Yep, performance per watt. Yep. And the performance per watt is reason, and also for, like, you got to remember, data centers make them more money than consumers. Data centers is what really makes the Intel, AMD, and Nvidia money. It's the data centers, and Nvidia absolutely crushing it again. I think it's gonna be 24. I think it's gonna be 24. I think they're gonna have 24. I think they're gonna load it with VRAM. I think they're gonna load it with VRAM, and they're gonna have better XE cores. They're gonna updo the XE cores. It'll probably be around 40 plus tops. And that's the thing. If when you're a company that big, it's hard to have competition. It's hard to have competition. And Intel is a team that's dedicated. And again, yeah, everyone can say whatever they want about Lip Bouton and Pat Jones was technically better for him. Lip Bouton is the guy for Intel. He is the man with a plan. Yeah, his plans seem kind of harsh, but you gotta understand Intel's such a big company and having all these employees and foundries running that are not making them any money, just constantly making sure they're losing money, constantly losing money, and technically they're not needing those foundries and those workers. Why would you have them? Why? Pat Oh yeah, 100%. Pat Gilson, sir, was going to had a fairly similar plan as Lip Bouton, just at a lower scale. And Lip Bouton knew a bunch of people, like companies, like 600 of them, invested in 600 companies for potential partnerships to buy a whole bunch of different CPUs from them. 600 of them. Pat didn't. Pat didn't. Pat had, again, the same kind of plans. Pat's plans was around 8,000 to 12,000 layoffs. Louboutin's like, that's not enough. It's not enough. And guess what? 25,000 layoffs now. About to be, probably by the end of the year, close to 35 to 40,000 layoffs. Why? Foundries are closing. Foundries that would cost them way too much money, that are not even in America. That are not in America. I'm not American, I'm Canadian. But in America, where they won't be tariffed, right? So, again, they have to ship from everywhere and all that. So, having and incentives and all that. And because now the U.S. government is bought 10% of their stock, having more foundries in America, that's why they're making a new foundry in Arizona, having more foundries in America is going to benefit them. 10%. 430 million shares. 433 million shares. 10%. They got instant just over $5.1 billion instantly given from the government. And then once a bunch of things are more finalized and that make sure things are progressing as they should, they'll get another 3 point whatever billion. Oh yeah, yep. It's not good technically for Intel that US did this, but it is good. It is good, but isn't good. Because now you got other investors in that, but might be like, okay, well, U.S. government has a part of it. Well, we don't want to be with them kind of thing, so they might back away, but I think they'll be all right. I think they will. Again, I've checked out the roadmap and that, and they're farther ahead on the roadmap than where they should be, and it's smart that they have focused on the 1.4 nanometer. It is smart. Costly, but each machine does a gigawatt. Each machine, just the machines use that a high. They got so many of them, and then you got so many employees. You got engineers, factory workers, staff that just makes food, maintenance and all that. Electricity cost is very high. The maintenance costs a lot on these foundries, especially when these fabs are, some of these fabs are getting older, especially the ones that are not in America. They're in like Greece and somewhere else. Greece and somewhere else. They cost way too much money to get them to where they need to be when when they aren't even needed, when those fabs are literally costing them billions of dollars a year, costing them money, even though they're manufacturing older nodes and older silicon, it's still costing them billions a year per fab. And that's the thing, people don't realize the scale. You are a peasant. A millionaire is a peasant compared to these companies. A peasant. AMD is a very small company, but they're getting a lot better at a lot of things too. So they're going to be up onto that scale too. Yeah, consoles are a scam because they're using nothing but old hardware. All of its software, all of its coding software, all of its upscaling. It's all old hardware. AMD may have all these contracts for Xbox and for console, a lot of consoles and that. But again, these are plugged in to the wall, not powered by a battery. So this is why they don't mind using AMD. If they were batterized, like a lot of these mobile things now are using Intel. I'm not sure her Lugaro 2 is on hardware, but I couldn't tell you their squeeze. Oh, consoles definitely saved AMD. Because they started using RDNA 1 and RDNA 2 and have been using RDNA 2 for a while and RDNA 3 on their new systems or 3.5 on their new systems. Yeah, it helped them a lot. But again, it's also the optimizations that the games developers do that also saved AMD and the consoles. You gotta remember, they're making these consoles for a very cheap amount of money due to the fact they're using old hardware. All old. Nothing's new in them at all. Even your new PS, whatever it is now, or new Xbox, whatever it is now, is using old hardware. How's it going, Duck? Yeah, they're fighting for the masses. Yep. But again, you're gonna be paying over the long run of all these passes and stuff like that. And that's where a lot of companies make the money. AMD makes the money by selling them a whole lot of CPUs at a time. 1060 doing 4.6 gigahertz? Nah, impossible. No, your 1060 cannot do 4.6 gigahertz. Give me one sec here. Yep, AMD is trying hard. Yep. They're doing good. You gotta remember though, it's not AMD that's really doing it. It's TSMC makes them their chips. You gotta remember that. TSMC is doing good for AMD. But as long as AMD keeps giving TSMC money and wanting certain things, that's good. That will help AMD in the long run. Keep their name up there. Plus AMD has really good marketing. Very good. Yep, and 5000 X3 is still a good CPU. It does not compare to the 9000 X3D, unfortunately, but 5000 X3 is a good CPU. Especially for gaming. Just for gaming, more or less, though. Okay, you're Mo. If you knew anything about coding and how to optimize stuff, you would know that a console is all done the same way. Okay, the same. PCs, there are literally millions upon millions of combos. Millions. Different RAM, different motherboard, different CPU, different GPU. There are millions upon millions of combos. Consoles are all one strict unit. That's why optimization on consoles is a lot easier. You can't do 4.6 gigahertz on a 1060. It's impossible, even with liquid nitrogen at 8 volts. You wouldn't be able to do it. 4.6 gigahertz on a 1060, not possible. Not possible. GT210? There should be GT210 on there. The chip design is pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good. Could be better. Again, I don't like the tile-based. I don't like tile-based. Single monolithic die is where it's at. The latency goes way down. The CCDs are eh. I would rather just have a single monolithic die that they can put the CCD into. Incorporate the CCD. A single CCD. Yeah, the chiplet design, yeah. The Infinity Fabrics are terrible still, though. They've gotten better with Infinity Fabrics. But I hate the chiplet. I hate the chiplet. I hate that Intel implemented it into their Core 200s. I do. They're Ultras. They're Ultra 200s. I hate the chiplet design. Terrible design. Terrible. Absolute trash. Throw it in the garbage. Start over. Single monolithic die. It's where it's at. That's me, though. That's me. I saw the PS5 and thought, time for a computer. Yeah, even clock stretching it wouldn't even get that high. It's some sort of bug. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a bug. Yeah, I do DDR2, DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5. I haven't worked with DDR though, but DDR2, 3, 4, and 5. You should see what's wrong with them. Give them an isopropyl bath. It might actually just fix it. Latency. It's latency. It's latency involved. Instead of being around 30 to 45 nanoseconds, the CPU has to talk to whatever, like, because it's a farther distance away and has to have some sort of pipeline or some sort of connector to it. Then it puts a latency involved, which will puts it up to 70 to 115 nanoseconds, which means just from your CPU alone, you have a huge latency increase with chiplet design or tile based, which that's why I don't like it. And since now we are using DDR5 that has a very high latency on that, you have to factor in all the latencies involved. Your mouse, keyboard, monitor, to the actual motherboard, GPU, whatever, and then the latency involved between your CPU running whatever it has to run, to your RAM, to your GPU, and that and back. So much latency gets involved, and there's where your 1% lows are going to trash. That's why gaming, that's where your 1% lows on AMD are terrible. Are actually terrible for your average frame of, like, let's say some games like CS2 and Fortnite, your average frames around 600 to 700 frames per second, but your 1% lows are like 120, 200. That's terrible, man. Terrible. And that is more or less due to the fact they are tile based. Has even happened on Intel's Core Ultras. Yeah, the FXOC as well. That's why I have a dead motherboard, because my 8150 overclocked at 5 gigahertz all core on air, and I fried the VRMs to the board, more or less the traces to the board. Yep, yep, yep. Yes, Mo or Dab. Sorry, not Mo. Sorry, Dab. Yes. How's it going, Vape? Sorry, I missed you. How's it going, Vape? Has 200 cache coming? Yes, correct. And I've gone over this. It will not be on their 52 core, their high end CPU. It'll be on their lower end CPUs, their 16 core CPU, their 12 core CPU, and 8 or 6 core CPUs. it'll have the cache. The cache on their 16 core will have 288 megabytes of back BLLC, or big last level cache. Yes, it is on chip. It is on chiplet, but it's gonna be a revolutionary design. If I know you probably haven't watched my live streams, and I've gone over it, and they've redesigned the power delivery to it, and they've completely changed it. Okay, like the latency on it should be back to where it is. It's still gonna be higher, but they redesigned it, and the redesign compared to AMD looks, again, I'm not exactly someone that manufactures CPUs and all that, but the design of it looks like it's going to have a lower latency than AMD's current generation, which is good, which is really good. Oh yeah, if the monolithic die got the same 3D cache, it would dominate everything. Yes, and Intel is coming out with LJ 1700 CPUs that are P-core only. That's going to be very beneficial for people too. It might not have the big last level cache, but the power draw is going to be less. You're going to have 12 cores, 12 core CPU, 8 core CPU. Yeah, no, yes. 12 core CPU, 8 core CPU, and 6 core CPU with hyperthreading, but just performance cores, which will have a really high frequency. Very good. So now the voltages on those are going to be better to deal with, as in your E cores are not going to get roughly the same voltage as your P cores, which will help a lot, as in temperatures and also stability. A little 1% lows and LG 700 with E cores off. Oh hell yeah! The That's what the if you've checked out some of my benchmarks there, Ducky. If you checked out some of my benchmark and some other people's benchmarks on like 1300Ks or 1400Ks, compare it with just P cores as well, just P cores, even with E cores, depending on the game how it's parking the cores. But with just P cores, the 1% lows are better than the 9800X3D or the 9950X3D. Now, the average frames are fairly close to them with the, again, no E cores, fairly close if you have a decent overclocked RAM kit. If you have a good RAM kit with the CPU that might have a slight overclock onto it, the average frames are actually very close. The power is literally a little bit less or about the same as a 9800X3D as well while it's gaming. And the 1% lows are better. And that's what you want to look at. A lot of people don't look at the 1% lows. That power delivery is on the bottom of the board too. Looks great. Yeah, backside delivery. Yeah. They also front side. They re-evolutionized it there, guy. Yes, they completely changed it. Now that looks really good. Also the all-around gate, completely redone the all-around gate there. Looks good. I was tempted by the Core Ultra 285K, but seeing the leak specs. Oh, and also your E cores and P cores will also have L2, L3 cache instead of it just being the P cores. But seeing the leak specs on Nova Lake, I'm gonna wait and pull the trigger on that. Yeah, I'm hoping I can have some money by that. I still want every CPU, every GPU, every RAM kit, motherboard that I can get my hands on. But I would like a 285K still, just to play around with a good motherboard RAM kit. See if I can get some 12,000 megatransfers per second running. Yeah, more competition the better. Yeah, BBLLC. I'm not sure about their GPUs, to be honest. They're not really a GPU company. Having GPUs out there for them is good. For the price point for the B580s, it's literally the price to performance is, you can't beat it right now. It really is really good. Ultra low settings. Everything's ultra low. The latency might be your issues after you watch a commercial. Ultra low. I've been told by a lot of people well, I mean, I'm also trying to go with the chat and answer everybody, so maybe why it's a little bit of a latency. Can you explain the cache? What do you mean, explain the cache? It's stored information onto the CPU, and there's more than just one cache. L3 cache is more or less what your V cache is, and that for like 3Ds, and having more L3 cache is gonna help out for gaming wise, because then it's not gonna have to talk to the CPU can process things more efficiently. Some of the variant with the same idea they had. I mean, if they can, I'm not sure how well they're doing their GPUs. What CPU you gonna pair that with there, Ducky? You want me to go over the architecture of the Nova Lake? I can do that again. Completely changed it, which is I'm glad they did. I'm not sure if they're gonna be calling it the Core Ultra 300s. I'm not sure if they're gonna be doing that. I'm pretty sure they will though, but they might not. I've also gone over the Panther Lake. Let's see if I can find the. It's hard to find it. Maybe not. Yeah. That's Xeon worked pretty good. Workstation CPU worked pretty good. Yep, disabling the rank. Oh, so they're dual ranks? That kind of sucks. Means you can't use them for competition on hardware bot. Because you can't disable. You're not allowed to disable ranks. Yes, do per dim. Yeah, it sucks. You can't, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Competitions are very strict. If only Intel got as bold as AMD with naming schemes like Zen. I don't know. I don't like the naming schemes that any company has done. They've made things very complicated. And at least AMD has changed their naming scheme and made things a little bit more less complicated, but they copied more or less NVIDIA for GPUs. But yeah, I mean, it's probably it'd be hard for Intel to do the naming scheme kind of like AMD due to the fact they're completely revolutionizing, completely innovating all the time. That's why you don't have the same platform for 5 freaking years or 6 years like AMD. You got a platform every 2 to 3 years on Intel, a new platform. Yeah, yeah, bin max. Yeah, definitely due for 696. Yeah. What voltage do you bin them at? Or do you care about voltage binning? Yeah, I mean, AMD's marketing is really good. It really is. And a lot of people don't realize their marketing goes far beyond what you see um, like CES and other places. It's also on forums and that. Yeah, smart thing to do. Yep. I mean, you should do a voltage max onto them, like 1.9 volts or 2 volt max, but one around 1.9. You should be able to get cache rate latency 6 running. Voltage, though, you might need 2.1 volts or higher. You should be able to get cache rate latency lower, like 6 at least. Especially if your cache latency at 6, you should be able to get cache rate latency 6 easy. Like easy. It shouldn't need a whole lot more voltage. Alright, take her easy, guy. That single video on YouTube I watched using an Intel CPU. Yeah, it's because a lot of bigger YouTubers in that too, and for views, people are doing AMD. It's because views, clickbait. That's why. I wish I had motherboards that worked for a bunch of my AMD CPUs. Yeah, they're older, but at least I can do some more AMD overclocking. I just don't have any motherboards for them. Unfortunately, I shouldn't have sold all my AMD GPUs. Shouldn't have. I should have kept them. Yeah. And you can't really find information onto it unless they are. You gotta remember, anytime a YouTuber is given a GPU, they have been subsidized to basically paid. That's how some YouTubers are paid, just by getting a CPU or GPU. Also, let's say you can't find information on them actually having a contract for doing certain things, because again, YouTube, you have to specify whether or not you've been sponsored, and a lot of them are not saying that they are sponsored, but they have been paid by AMD. That does not mean they're a sponsor, but they have been paid by AMD. And if you go and look at a bunch of YouTubers, I'm saying a lot of them, you'll see over the past year, exactly about one exact year now, you'll see that they are heavily AMD based. And I've had some fights on some people saying, oh, this and that, you don't know what you're talking about, and this and that. Go do the research then. Go do your own research and find out. Sorry if you don't want to have, if you don't want to know facts and stuff like that, but that's how it works. Oh, I can't find information of them being sponsored. That is not what I'm saying. They could be sponsored, and you'll see that some videos have been sponsored by AMD, but there's other forms of payments besides sponsorship. And you can see that YouTubers, especially bigger ones, like Moore's Law is dead. I'm not saying he's the worst guy out there for, but Moore's Law, LTT, GN, Hardware Unbox, Gamers Meld, ZTT has been as well a couple of times. Not a whole lot though, unfortunately for him. I mean, he's pretty big, but not that big. But you can see over the past 1 year, they have been more AMD based due to the fact they have been paid in some form of way that is not a sponsorship. You can see videos that they have been sponsored by AMD, but not been sponsored by Intel or even Nvidia. And that's why they became more AMD based, because AMD actually pays them. More views, more people have an AMD in their mind saying it's good, is better for AMD. AMD's good at marketing. Again, very good. AMD, because of what happened with their 13, 14 gen, people hating on it, had to slow down on all of these paying YouTubers and stuff like that. Nvidia technically doesn't have to. Nvidia doesn't have to care. They make way more money off of their data centers than anything else, so they don't care. Yep, and then there'll be some cases where 14900K or even just a 14900K, not even the KS, outbeats the 9000X3D. But then there's a lot of cases for gaming, 9000X3D outbeats 14900K. Go for 1% lows though, you'll see that 14900K is better. And that's due to the fact there's actual latency involved in the CPUs with the 9000X3D versus the 14900K that's a single monolithic die. There's a big difference there. Then you can see also power draw. Power draw while idle, 14900K is better. Power draw while gaming, if you have all cores on, 14900K is terrible compared to 9800X3D. But if you have just P cores, which is easy to do in the BIOS, just a one-click button for gaming mode, puts it to P cores only, the wattage is around the 9000X3D, depending on game, depending on that, more or less depending on game, is around the 9000X3D or less. And that's what people don't talk about it. People say, oh, they always compare the 14900K, 1300K to 9000X3D or 9950X3D, but with every single core going while gaming. That does not make sense. 8-core CPU versus 24-core CPU. Most of the times people are benchmarking the 9000X3D, or if you don't know, the 9000 series CPUs are automatically putting themselves into a PBO state without anybody doing it, and that's the reason why these scores are so much better. And that's why if you go through these YouTubers that have done testing with 9000X3D and the exact same GPU, the exact same kit of RAM, the exact same motherboard, the frames do not correlate to each and every single one of them. One of them might have way better frames, one of them might have way less frames. And if you actually check to see whether or not they've done the research on the PBO being enabled by the CPU is just automatically doing it, not the motherboard manufacturer. The CPU must be somehow doing it, putting PBO state on. You'll see that, oh, with PBO state on with those other people, the frames actually correlate to some of the tests done by other YouTubers. But because they don't have enough time with these CPUs for all these testings on all these games and all these benchmarks and all that, they don't do the research saying, oh, something doesn't make sense here, because they're just running everything because they don't have time to do it. Then it gets caught later on that, oh, well, PBO was on for some reason. It was only caught by a few people that PBO state has actually been enabled automatically without anybody actually enabling PBO. And if you check the scores on those PBO tests versus scores that have been done early on with the 9000X3D, you'll notice that the PBO tests correlate to some of the benchmarks been done on certain YouTubers, content creators, are the exact same frames, which means those YouTubers did not know PBO was automatically enabled when they're doing the tests. No one talks about it though. If you grab a 1400K and just play with which off the game, you also not run JNX subs and XP, then you'll see which is better. Oh yeah. Well, you put a 1400KS, no hyperthreading, performance cores only, with a good kit of RAM. Damn, I've shown testing on my 13900K, and people are like, "Oh, but you don't have a 9000X3D." Compared to other people that done these tests, that have done it with a 9000X3D, you'll see with my P core only at 5.6 gigahertz overclock with my voltages, my RAM settings, so 7200 CL30 with some decent timings, it outbeats the 9000X3D on Battlefield 6. It outbeat it. Less wattage, more frames. Sorry, man. Now, if I had like a 5090 I can really compare it to, maybe the wattage would have been higher, but I don't. I don't have it, unfortunately. I wish I did. That way I can do some testing on it, or testing with a 9070 XT. And yeah, 4K, I mean, again, it depends on the game. It all depends on the game, whether or not the game's going to utilize more cores or can actually, utilize more cores or utilize better RAM. I've tested other games where RAM really didn't come into play as much. Now, a lot of games do like better RAM, faster RAM with better timings. But some games don't care about RAM frequency. They care about RAM timings, though. RAM timings come into play big time for games. My latest video with the Marvel Rivals there shows that. And I more or less wanted to show it. I mean, I didn't talk at all in the video. I did pretty quick, actually. I mean, it still took me a few hours to do, but I didn't make the video as good as what I should have to talk, because I generally talk on all videos, show why I did this, why I'm doing this. And I showed just like your standard XMP versus lower primary timings versus lower timings overall at the exact same frequency, exact same CPU frequency as well. Yes, in most applications. Yep. Two RAM sticks. I've also done tests on 32 gig versus 64 gig. on games, and some games prefer more RAM. Doesn't matter if it's utilizing all that RAM. More RAM's can be more beneficial for some things, and for some benchmarks too. More RAM just better for it, due to the fact it doesn't strain the RAM out as much. Yeah, yeah, and the X3Ds are good. They are really good. Can't say they aren't. You can see the numbers that the average frames are really good, but a lot of people aren't accounting to the 1% lows. Which some again, if I've gone over this too, a lot of pros, like professional gamers, still use their 13900Ks or 14900K or KSs. They don't have the 3Ds because the 1% lows matter to them more. They just matter. It matters way more, and their systems are tuned to just 8 performance cores as well, and with a decent kit of RAM. So the 1% lows really matter to them, and the 14900, the 14th gen or 14900Ks, the 1% lows are really good on them, especially if you got a decent kit of RAM and performance core only. Your average frames are going to be fairly close, if not the same on some games as a 1900X3D. But your 1% lows are going to be better, and that's what they care about, 1% lows. And that's what I care about, 1% lows. Why you want to play a game that's really fast paced and all that, and you're moving around really quickly, and all of a sudden it feels it felt skippy, or you're missing shots because you have really fast reaction time. If you have really fast reaction time, and actually not a lot of people do have fast reaction time, by the way. If you have fast reaction time, fast muscle memory in that, and you have a CPU that's going to put down your 1% lows, and you will be missing shots that you would normally make, just due to the fact the 1% lows are just not there. Again, we're talking like, not like 0.1%, we're talking like 0.5% of the gaming population. We're not talking even a 1% of them. Overclocking or my YouTube channel? Almost 2 years on my YouTube channel. A year and a half, over a year and a half now, almost 2 years. I was literally one of the first people out there that said it's not just Intel on the 13th and 14th gens causing this voltage spike. It's motherboard manufacturers. And if you've watched other people that actually found out, and when Intel did find out that it was motherboard overclocking, for a very long time, since I was a kid, taking apart computers and that since I was a kid, with old Pentium systems, old Athlon systems. I'm a top overclocker in Canada. I've been on HardwareBot for, well, I made my first account, which they put it over to my first account in 2018, I think is when they're saying I started, but it was for 4 years now. 4 years. Not close to what some people are, but I think, yeah, they put 2018, right? Yeah, they put me to 2018 when I made my one account, because I had a one account just for HardwareBot that I didn't sub anything, and they combined my subbed account with my main account that I had and I made it for the forums, because you have to be a part of HardwareBot for buying hardware off HardwareBot for so long. So I made an account for HardwareBot so I can buy hardware off of people, and yeah, so they put for 2018, but just for overclocking on HardwareBot for 4 years, but overclocking that for very long time, buddy. I've worked on, like I said, I did DDR2, DDR3, DDR4, DDR5 platforms. I have about 10,000 hours just overclocking DDR5. A lot of hours on DDR5. That's why my one NVMe drive has almost 20,000 hours on it. No, I wish. It's more like I wouldn't really care to have a godlike. I really want an Asus Apex Encore or Apex board, or a Tai Chi OCF. More or less the Apex board though, but an OCF I wouldn't mind. Godlikes just cost too much, and the performance isn't there that I could get with a Apex board. 2 DIMM board would be better. Yeah, more RAM is basically less, same bank. Yep. Time is, yep. Yep. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Ducky. Yep. Yep. You're 100% right on that. Yep. And there are some games that care more for actual... The hell? There we go. Doesn't let me see. But yeah, some games care more on the amount of RAM than other games. And then there's some games that care about RAM frequency. But all games care about RAM timings. From my testing, all games care about RAM timings. Not cast latency. We don't care about cast latency. People need to realize cast latency is not really good. You're not going to see a difference between a cast latency. That's why in my last video I did a test on primary timings. Your primary timings aren't going to give you the gains that secondary timings will. Using the B650, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just you're not going to be able to overclock the RAM as much, more or less, on it, unfortunately. Nah, I don't care about... Nah, nah. And the aux is eh. It has to be, yeah, the Unify X. It has to be the Unify X. Cannot be just the Unify. I think that's one you're talking about there, the UX. The Unify X has to be for the dual, and they're still not that good. 8600 roughly is where you can get them at. Maybe 9000. Still not that good. The Z690 Tai Chi, it has to be an OCF. So, nah. I'd rather just have an Apex board. I've been trying to find one, but I don't have the money to buy one because even used, they're about 500 Canadian used, not even with all part hardware. RAM gives you good benefits. Counter-Strike 2, I've shown overclocking RAM can give you an additional 60 frames per second. Having a good kit of RAM give you more frames, but having an overclocked kit of RAM give you an additional 60 frames per second. Which means you're leaving the frames on the table, basically. You're not seeing the frames that you could with a not tuned RAM kit. The Lightning is actually a pretty good board. It's a pretty good board. Still not what I would want. The Apex is basically the only one I really want. It can just be a Z692. It doesn't even have to be a Z790 Apex Encore. It can just be a Z690 Apex board. Be plenty. But they're stupid expensive. RAM in general, not just DDR5. RAM in general, having better timings is always going to give you more performance than RAM frequency. And I've shown my 7200 megatransfer per second, even at not even great timings, outdoes an 8000 kit. Just how it works. Yeah, and yeah, TCL means Jack. Does. Exactly. That few. And it's just like people. I've had a lot of people come on my channel. If I get CL36 versus CL30, would I see a difference? Nah. Nah. Maybe if you're at like CL46 versus CL30, you might see a little bit of a difference, but not much. It's not gonna be. It might give you a little bit more 1% lows. That's it. Not actual average frame though. Unfortunately. Yep, if you're doing more studio things, then what you want is as much stability as possible. You want as much RAM as possible. Frequency isn't really your necessity on it, especially since you like AMD there. Just get a 6000 kit. Even a 6000 CL36 is fine, but get yourself a 6000 kit, 48 or 64 gigs, or as much as you can afford, and make sure it's like CL30 because it'll give you better timings overall generally on those kits. Yeah, he's on AMD though. And then make sure you set your, it might automatically set it depending on your motherboard, but set your UCL and MCLK, set them so that way it's a 1-to-1. So that way your Infinity Fabric is at 2000, so that way everything's good to go. Make sure you're set 1-to-1. That's best for AMD. That's why 6000 is it's very easy to do 2000. Very easy. That's why 6000 is very easy for AMD, and 1-to-1 performance is better for AMD. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, bandwidth is going to help you. Bandwidth does not correlate to amount of RAM. Bandwidth correlates to the speed of RAM. And if you have lots of bandwidth at very good timings, that's when things really start showing on games and also whatever you're doing, like video editing, blenders and stuff like that. Core frequency also helps. Yeah, make sure you get lots of RAM. Make sure you get yourself lots of RAM. That's what matters. Again, I wouldn't go with the 7700X. I would go, yeah, music videos. If you're doing like 4K videos, your 7900 should be alright, but you gotta want lots of RAM, and to be honest, I would go with like a 9060 XT or 9070 XT just so you can use AV1 encoder. It's faster. Compression. Depends on voltage though. Ducky, you gotta be careful. The 6000C38, you could say it is Hynix 16 ADI, but there are a lot of microns that are at that frequency and that cast latency as well. You gotta look at the voltages though. The voltages on the micron will be always a little bit lower than the Hynix 16A. So you gotta watch that from everything I've seen. Oh, you can 1.45 is actually safe for daily. 1.45 is safe for daily. Right now I'm working on with my kit and my Intel system. I'm working on trying to get 6000 CL24 stable. It's not easy, and I'm not trying to use a lot of voltages. I'm trying to get it stable with all right voltages. But I got CL24 working. It's just I'm trying to get it stable, as stable as possible. Then I'll either come out with a video or I'll do a live stream showing the performance. CL22, I'm pretty sure I'll have to use like 1.9 to 2 volts, which is I don't like showing people that kind of stuff because the voltage is just wild. And streaming, yeah, streaming, yeah. And having a better encoder, definitely, you can stream it technically 8K if you wanted with the AV1, but 4K, it barely touched the AV1 encoder. Yeah, not for daily. And that's when I was doing the competition last year, and I had a lot of people watch my streams. I'm saying, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And I had like some people comment, so do it, so do it. It's like, no, don't do any of what you're about to see. This is yeah, I wasn't even using a high voltage. 1.65 volts is all I was using on my RAM kit. And VPP actually wasn't terrible, 1.9 for that. But I mean, I was telling people not to be doing this. It's not going to work for you. These voltages are not daily safe and that. And a lot of people comment, so do it, so do it. So this is okay? No, please don't. Not recommended. You bought the 700X for 280? It's a pretty good price then. No, you should be all right. It's got enough cores for sure. It's the 7700 that I'm talking about, the GPU. I would switch it to a 9000 series just because. I'm not sure how much you bought it for. If you bought it for a good price, then never mind. Yeah, daily 1.45 volts is fine for daily on DDR5. It's been trialed and tested, and I've ran it for years. I've seen no issue. 1.45 is fine. Yep, I have two kits of Micron. My 5200 kit for timings is very good. Also, my 5600 kit that I have is really good for voltage. I can do 6000 CL36. Yeah, 6000 CL36, 1.1 volts. 1.1 volts. I can't get my kits past 6000 stable. I don't want to put a whole lot of voltage to them. But yeah, 6000 CL36, 1.1 volts with some pretty decent timings. They actually perform pretty good at 6000. That's pretty crazy actually. They're the Amazon's cheapest kit of RAM too. Their Team Group 5600 CL46 kit at 1.1 volts. But I tuned them to 6000 1.1 volt CL36. Decent timings. Yeah. I was impressed. CL32 needs 1.3 volts. Does need quite a bit more volts just to get CL32 working though. Yeah, if you're on a strict budget, then I say you did pretty good then. You should be just fine. Especially if it's not really like you're making a whole lot of money and doing. As long as you're not doing 8K videos, 8K videos are going to be very strenuous on that system. 4K should be aight. Nah, unfortunately, no. These Micron kits, I can't seem to get them high. Yeah. It doesn't seem so. You gotta also watch some of the Micron kits have voltage limits too. These ones does not seem to have voltage limits. My BIOS support, there's technically if you can get up to 2666 working, but can't. I can only get 8000 working, not stable on my 4DIMM, my Z690 ORS Master. I get 8000 working, just not stable, not like a daily stable, unfortunately. My 12600K is the one that has the good integrated memory controller. My 12600K is really good. Yeah, if you want to send a picture in the Discord, yeah. Don't mind. But yeah, I bought. That's why I don't tell people like guaranteed to get guaranteed to get Hynix A die or M die or whatnot for any kits because um, BuildZoid recommend this kit saying it was guaranteed to be Hynix A die and it was not. I got Micron. Oh, it's guaranteed to be Hynix A die. Nope, these are Microns. Why I don't recommend. I don't say it's 100% guaranteed. I could say you're high chance of you getting A die or M die off of these kits because I know when certain manufacturers made these kits, there are times when Micron and also Samsung and also Hynix made certain RAM ICs, and what manufacturers got those RAM ICs at certain years and months. And then you can check out also voltages and also timings, so your primary timings, with RAM frequencies, and see whether or not the voltage to the RAM timings and frequencies match up to those manufactured dates, and you can pretty much guarantee. Again, can't guarantee anything. Can't guarantee anything. So that's how I can correlate to that. That's how I can say you got a high chance of getting them. I'll never guarantee though DDR5 or any RAM kit, because then they also got RAM kits that are put out there that are not. What do you want to say? Even though that's why you don't use two different kits of RAMs, even though yeah they're the exact same, blah blah this and that. The timings might not be the exact same. All the timings. Never a guarantee. Can't guarantee anything nowadays or ever from RAM kits. 14700K. 7466. 1.35 volts is a lot. 1.35 volts on system agent's high. TX is not bad actually. What what motherboard? What motherboard was that on? I know what you're talking about. Oh, VD, I didn't check the VDD2. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's how you have the voltages. Never mind. My apologies. So 1.2 SA is fine. 1.3, okay, yeah. Don't go past 1.3 for ambient. Even 1.3 is high. I can just do SA voltage 1.2 all the way up to 7600 megatransfer per second. TX 1.2, yep. And then memory controller one, yeah, still a little high. Not bad though. Yep, some chips will scale. Yep. Actually, a lot of chips scale. But a lot, you gotta remember though, some chips and a lot of chips, it's that fine tuning that voltage. You can actually push the RAM a bit farther. Fine tuning it. DDR5 is fun that way, but also sucks that way. I configure RGB for temp. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, sweet spotting. Yep. SA voltage though, I run my SA voltage very low. I've found SA voltage 1.2 volts is fine for even 8,000. But yeah, fine tuning your CPU voltage, um, and your RAM voltage is very good to fine tune, and you can push them for 8600. If I had a board, again, I'm using a 4 DIMM board. I'm using a 4 DIMM board, so I can't get that frequency unfortunately. I can get 8200. 8200 is the best I can get. I can't get past 8200 for some reason. I've been trying. Oh yeah, I have all the records on my motherboard. All of them. No one's been able to do as good as I have for my motherboard. Have you refreshed? Have you refreshed and see? But yeah, I find system agent voltage you don't need to go nuts on as long as you can fine tune the CPU voltages and the RAM voltages, which they will not correlate to each other, and you don't want to put the CPU RAM voltages up too high. I find keep them at low 1.3 to, depends on what you're trying to do, 1.45 volts is alright. It's still 1.45 volts on CPU RAM voltage is high, but keep them low and just try to fine tune them, because you can get some really good frequency out of your RAM kit and good timings, and it's just you got fine tune those voltages. Micron, I find 1.35 volts is just fine though for most times. But yeah, Hynix A die, you're gonna need some voltage. M die, not as much for frequency wise. And that's kind of how it works with M die versus A die too. I got 4400 working on my 8700K very easily with very little voltage. I should never have sold my 8700K. Oh my god, it was a monster. But I did. 4400 CL15, like 1.3 volts. SA voltage 1.2, I think it was. And that I couldn't go any farther. My motherboard wouldn't let me. I didn't have enough voltage. I could the thing needed no voltage. I also have Samsung B dies though. Not really, I would say the greatest kit, but my motherboard was terrible. Oh, it was my 87K. I should never have sold it. It was a monster. No voltage for 5.2 gigahertz. We're talking like less than 1.3 volts for 5.2 gigahertz. Yeah, that's as far as I can go voltage wise for my RAM. I could not put any more 1.3 volts. Also CPU limited for voltage. 1.35 volts, but I even need 1.35 volts for 5.2. Yes. It was a ASRock Phantom Gaming 4S, but it was an AC model, so you couldn't even do any, you couldn't update the BIOS or anything like that to unlock it like the actual 4S, which you could. The AC model of that you couldn't. Everything was locked, and that's as far as I can push it. It was so good. Oh yeah, 1 dim per channel. See, that's nice. It wasn't even 4 dim. If, like I said, the 8700K was a monster. I should never have sold it. I still have the RAM kit though, because yeah, I can't wait till I get another DDR4 board, decent CPU again for DDR4. I should never have sold it though. It was such a good CPU. No, I have not. Is that the new one that's out? Is that the new one? I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to. I think the best I did on the X58 is 2200 CL7 at 2 volt or something like that. I haven't tried. I didn't really put the QPI voltage up high, 1.3 volts. Yeah, it's an X5600 or X5650. Yeah, I didn't push voltages. I didn't push voltages. I probably could have done better. Probably could have done better. Yeah. Yeah, 4400 USOK. Yeah. Yeah. People are like, you can run it that high? Yeah, it likes it. It likes it. Yeah, that's what you were saying. Yeah, something like that. Gabby goo. Oh, sure. Big stretches. This only does 4250. I don't know what, if it's my CPU or it's just the motherboard. Yeah, nah, it's double. Double RAM frequency. It loves it. I don't know why. It loves it. It loves it, man. Stable. Loves it. The P6 X58D-E. It's like your board. It's like the Rampage, but cheaper version. Triple chan. It's like your board. I don't know why it loves it. Yeah, it's I. No voltage limits for QPI, CPU, and RAM. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. I got it. I'll show you. I got this board very, very cheap for $60 because it had messed up pin. I replaced the pin and fixed up the other pins. Hopefully it shows. I fixed that pretty good. Replaced the pin. Because you can maybe, these two pins down here are messed up, but they were fine. I fixed them up. They work fine. The one up here though I replaced right here. It's very hard to show. I replaced it, but I did pretty good. And everything works the way it should. Yeah, it's easy to see in person though. Completely replaced the one pin and just fixed up the two bent pins, and the board works amazing. Something that costs well over $200 for these boards now. Actually, there's one around my area. Guy is selling it with an i7 920. I gotta fix my i7 920. He's selling it with the motherboard box. Man, he's selling it very cheap. We're talking like $40. The guy does not know what he has. He can easily sell it on eBay with the motherboard box, the CPU, and just that. DO or CO? What? What do you mean by that? Yeah, the guy does not know what he has because he sell it on eBay if you want for like $300. I just wanted the extra board. I would love another board like this. Works good. I don't know. What CPU though you talk about? Talk about my hundreds of Xeons that I have? Oh, I don't know. It's one sec. I gotta. I don't know. I have to check. Same thing with my i7 930. I'll have to check. The i7 930 after one of my moves, it's not working, and my i7 920 is missing a big resistor on it. I gotta figure out what it's missing and replace it, and hopefully it should work again. The i7 930, I can't figure out what's wrong with it. I don't know what's wrong with it, and I'm very disappointed that it's not working after one of my moves. Not sure what i7 920 it is. I'm not even sure if I have any scores up with it. Might have a score up with it. I don't know. I'll have to check. No, I don't have any scores up with it. That's why I want to get running. I'll have to check. I'll have to check. I know I have some scores with the i7 930 though. Couple, not many. I have a really good X5650 though. Really good X 5650. Does 5 gigahertz. Does 5 gigahertz on water, which is good. The memory controller probably could be a bit better on it, but it clocks. Yeah, 5 gigahertz. Yeah. 1.435 volts. Yeah, it's pretty good. Then I got a bunch of X5570s. I got one with a really good memory controller, one that's extremely efficient, so it doesn't clock very high, unfortunately. It does not clock very high, but it's really efficient. Like at 300 less megahertz, it outbeats CPUs that are 300 megahertz higher overclock. It outbeats them. It's very efficient. It's very good. But I got so many I have to go through still to see how good they are. I've gone through 15 so far now. I have to go through some more of them. Yeah, you're talking about these 2x2 kits I have. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if, what they are. I know they're just Samsungs. Samsung, I'm pretty sure they're G dies. Yeah. Single-sided. Just some single-sideds. Focus. Thank you. These are my good kits, my 2x2. Then I have a really good kit of 4 gigs dual-sided though. And I got a bunch of other 16 gig kits that aren't and then yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they are. I just know I'm pretty sure they're Samsung G-Die from what I found. You just gotta remember, you can't just go off of, because they could be labeled wrong, right? They could be labeled wrong. Yeah, they're good for frequency. I've gotten them up to 2600 megahertz at 1.9 volts. 2600. Not even a lot of voltage. With the 3770K. I wish my motherboard didn't have limits. Yes, they do, don't they? They could be labeled wrong. They still could be labeled wrong. I guess you're right, but they could. It happens. It does happen. Yep, it does happen that they're wrong. That's why I try to tell people, don't go off of just what you see. You have to use like a Typhoon burner to actually clarify, and even Typhoon burner, it might not be able to read what they are. So you have to go through the database to see what frequencies and timings they can actually hit at what voltage. That's why there's a database for DDR3 and DDR4 and DDR5, but DDR3, DDR5, there's not many. DDR3, there's a whole lot of different variations of Samsung, Hynix, Nanyas, and Microns. There's so many different kits and so many variations, revisions as well. So that's why database is good to know. Yeah, tell me DDR3, there's so freaking many. It's insane. It's actually insane how much there is on DDR3. DDR4, there's only a few kits you really want. Samsung B-Die is the main one that you want, because you can either get some pretty good frequencies with really good timings with the exact same voltage that you can get really high frequencies on them with some alright timings. But Samsung B-Dies are a last revision from Samsung, which is why they're so good. Yeah, yep. The 8 gigs are so good. They're so good. That's why I have a kit. That's why I'll never get rid of them. Yeah, and DDR for frequency. But you can also get the Samsung B-Dies. You can also get them either A, to high frequency, some insane frequency like DJRs, or just really good frequency with good timings. They're really good for performance, though. But yeah, the DJRs are really good, too. That rain from yesterday destroyed all kinds of stuff? Oh, no. What? What did it destroy there, Vep? And then my Samsung, I'm pretty sure these are 4 gig Samsung, either D-Dies or G-Dies. These are just a kit that I put into this HyperX kit, and then they're copper modded. That's the same as these Sammys, these dual-sided 4 gigs. And yeah, these are pretty good too. These are pretty good. Show side that I have the thermal paste on to it to show the actual what they are. There you go. I'm pretty sure these are Sammy G's. Just the 4 gig dual-sided variants. No, these are not hyper. That's this. That's this. This is the exact same. This is the best stick out of that 4x4 kit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the exact same, just 4 gigs. They don't clock as high, but the timings are really good. But they're dual-sided. It's the same. Just I just put it in this. That's all. I copper modded it. Same one that I showed here. Yeah, that's this. It's just the best one. This is the best one that I put to the farthest slot, and it gives me the best performance. And I put it in this so that way when I do my single stick runs, I can just have better cooling on them. Yeah, simple heatsink mod, and then they're copper Copper shims. I copper mod my good kits. I copper mod my good stuff. My Corsair Dominator Titaniums are copper modded too. They weigh like 3 times the amount that the actual stick weighs. Should weigh. They weigh a lot, man. Like the 2 sticks almost weigh a pound. Well, probably like half a pound, but I should weigh them actually. They weigh a lot of copper onto them, and when I do chilled air onto them, oh my god. At like 1.65 volts, 7,600 megatransfers per second at good timings, they reach maybe 5 degrees Celsius. So, pretty good. I could put way more voltage into them if I wanted, because they stay so cool. That's why when I was doing overclocking on my Hynix M die, they're like, "Are you sure those are Hynix M die?" Like, yeah, yeah. I've done a lot of work on my Hynix M die kit to where timings look like they're Hynix A die. At frequencies, Hynix A die will not be able to hit at those frequencies, at those timings. I mean. Yep, simple heatsink mod. That's why I like. Oh yeah, I had some top overclockers join my stream. Like, those are some really good timings for Hynix. Hynix A M die can go that low? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. 7,200 megatransfers per second with a TRFC of 520. Cache write latency of 12. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the cache write latency just... As soon as you do 1.5 volts, my cache latency and cache write latency though, 12. 12. And one of the, a good RAM overclocker is like, my kit can do this. I'm like, let's see if my kit can do that. I just typed in 12. Yep. He goes, nice. I go, yo, I'm happy about that because I was always running it at like CL20 or cache write latency of 20. It's really good. Yeah. DDR5, it's so good. On DDR5, yeah. On my DDR3, I run cache write latency at 4 or 6. It's yeah, yeah. At cache latency of CL28 or CL26, my cache write latency of 12. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep. See what they're not even my best timings. I'll check to see what I actually had them at. They're not even the best timings though. Just give me a second here. I'll see. CW. Right. Where's the right? Not sure. Not sure what I had it at. Oh, 42. 42. Could have been better. Could have been better. That's not bad. I mean, $10 per stick. TRTP. $40. I probably could have done lower. Probably could have done lower. Yeah. Again, it's Hynix M die, right? If it's Hynix A die, you can get them lowered like 36, 38. But the read to writes I had really low too. Read to write DG and SG 1642. Yeah, and I would rather have a lower cache write latency. Nice low cache latency and cache write latency for certain benchmarks is way better. Especially when I was running Y Cruncher. I did 15 seconds on Y Cruncher, which is pretty good at 7,200 megatransfers per second. I'm gonna try to beat that this year, though. I'm gonna try to get around 14 seconds, hopefully. See what I can do. I found a couple other timings that I can lower at good voltages, and then I'll do it chilled, and then see if I can get higher frequency at higher voltages. See if I can scale it. But I find 7200 seems to be the best for overall timings. It beats out 8,000 kits easily. Like, easily beats out 8,000 kits. Now, like, when they're running like 9600 or 9200, that's a little bit different story. Yeah. But it beats the 8,000 kits. If I had a 2-dim board, I'd be happy, though. I've tried. I can't lower. I can't. CL7, yeah. Nothing else. Nope. 7, 7, 10, 9 seems to be the best. Maybe I'll try higher voltages, like you're suggesting there for VPP. I will try to raise those voltages. I don't mind putting up to 2.3 volts into my kit of RAM, but I'll definitely, yeah, I'll raise some voltages. See if that helps out. 2.2 volts is as high as I've gone, but I'll do no problem 2.3 volt into the RAM. I just haven't raised up any other voltages high, just fairly standard voltages. So maybe that might help scale it. I don't know. I'll have to see. I hope. It'll be awesome. Be awesome. And it could be my memory controller on my CPU. Could be. 2.6? Probably. I'll have to see. I'll have to see. And I'll definitely be doing chilled anyway, so it's not like it's the biggest issue. It's just like I said, my X5650 is a pretty good bin. Oh, I don't daily X58. I only use my Xeons for my X58 system for benching. But I have, like I said, I have a really good X5650, and I don't want to destroy it. It's a really good bin. Give me 1 sec. I know you do. I know you daily X58. I don't. My daily is my C690 system. No, I don't have a chiller. Just chilled loop. Winter runs. Winter runs. Still very cold, so. Nah, I know. Yeah. Probably not the greatest. From all my testing I've done on them, they're not the greatest. I mean, if my Sabertooth motherboard allowed me to go, I want to see if I can modify it, but I don't want to modify it either because it's just too much of a hassle on motherboards to modify the voltages onto them. If my motherboard had, so I was able to go higher voltage, that'd be awesome. It would literally be awesome. It's all voltage limited though. Yeah, high performing. Yeah, it's kind of what you want with X58 too, just high performance. I mean, most best runs are around 2400 megahertz, and a couple at 2600, but 2400 just really good timings. There's a way like that, then it's not that heavy. Three PCs in a PC case? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I can't seem to get my these sticks. Do you know anything about why if these and these why I can't get them stable at worst timings? Even if I did 2000, which I could do like CL7 easily at CL7 at 2000 megahertz, if I try to get worse timings, put worse timings all into it, it doesn't even want to work. I don't get why I can't get worse timings on these. It doesn't want to be it doesn't even want to work. I don't know why. Just super loose timings to try to get frequency. I just want to try to get a good frequency score, but I can't loosen the timings. Like these sticks want to be very specific, like fairly decent timings. Cannot loosen them. I can't go past 11. I cannot go past 11. Yeah. I can't get cast latency higher than 11. I can't get any timings high. It's not great, but I mean, it's DDR5 for you too. No. I'm talking not even just, not, I'm not even talking just X58. Even on my 3770K, maybe that's a limit for it too, I guess. But I can't even do 11, 15, 15, 31. I could do 11, 11, 11. That's it. I'll try again, but I can't. I can't seem, these sticks don't want to have loose timings. Or overclock is bad. Your overclocking's bad. Yeah, I've got a lot of hours done on these couple of sticks because they're really good. And then the other sticks aren't so good for what I've tested them at. But I can't seem... No, I don't think it's a driver issue. If it's a driver issue, do a DDU and reinstall it. Big deal, I guess? I don't know. It's not that hard to fix that issue. Yeah, everything it likes low timings. I don't know why. I don't know why. It could be. It could be. I don't get why. Are you tired, Nugget? You're liking a new box, eh? She's listening, but she's like, leave me be. Maybe it's just these Samsungs don't like loose timings at all. And they seem to not like loose timings. They like decent timings. Decent timings. Not the best, but I mean decent timings. No matter what voltage. Decent timings. For the 2 gig kit, 2x2 kits, and my 4x4 kits. Same thing. I'm pretty sure they're the exact same dies. Just one's single sided and one's dual sided. I raise TRFC super high or I have TRFC super low. Doesn't matter. Same thing with TRFC. Maybe I'll set TRFC to auto and see what I can do. But I've also tried just doing 11, 11, 11. 11, 11, 11, 34. I think I can get the primaries too. And left everything else on auto. Still can't. Still not good. I think on my X58, at the highest I've gotten is 2200. Now, if you have that error there, Dab, if you have that error, it's probably your TWR PDEN being too low. Your pre at 48 is fine, but your TWR PDEN, just put it to 6 or 8, and you probably won't have that error anymore. I'll try. I'll try. I don't know. Go do what you gotta do, buddy. Go do what you gotta do. I'll try to be here. I still gotta prep the GTX 1080. I gotta prep the 770. So no, go do what you gotta do. Take your time. Be safe, man. Yeah, try it at 6. 8 should be fine though. Yeah, I gotta prep the GTX 770 for chilled. I gotta lube her up. I gotta lube her up. Yeah, I should make a coffee. I'll be right back to. Yeah, but yeah, I still gotta take apart graphics cards. I still got a bunch of stuff I gotta do. I gotta lube her up before laughing, yep. Alright, man. Be safe. See you in a bit. I'll be right back. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately. Um, I go back and forth between the 12,600K and 13,900K. It's hard for me to daily stuff because I'm doing benchmarking all the time on different games and that. So yeah, the 13,900K is generally my daily. Uh, for daily, for gaming, generally 5.8 on P cores. I generally do at 1.365 volts. Yeah, yeah, and that's actually pretty good. At 5.6, I could do 1.245 volts. 8 core, 16 thread. Oh, and you get water. 16 thread. I'd probably do lower. Yeah. I don't generally game unless I'm streaming too, so having the higher voltage guarantees I'm going to be stable while streaming and recording. No. 8200 on a single. My 4-dim board, it's hard to get even 7800 stable. I could probably get 7800 stable at decent timings if I push the voltage, but I don't want to push the voltage too high. Z690 Oris Master, revision 1. Buildzoid, actually hardcore overclocking. He tried his best to get the frequencies I did. He can't. He couldn't even get the frequencies I can. It's good board. It's good. Yeah, 7600 you can get stable for daily if you wanted. 7200 seems to be the best for timing wise though. As long as you have Hynix M die 2x24. It's a decent board. No, he doesn't. That's why when he was saying that he needs these crazy voltages over 1.6 volts for 6 gigahertz, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Then you must just have a terrible CPU or you've burnt it out already. So I don't need over 1. I've never even used 1.6 volts for even 6.3 gigahertz. And then my CPU is not a good CPU by any means. It's aight. It's not good. It's aight. Yeah. And he had to use over 1.6 volts. He even showed it on the stream, and I was talking to him while I was streaming. I'm like, something's not making sense here. Same board, basically same ICs for RAM ICs, same basically CPU, and he's needing that crazy voltage. Doesn't make sense. No, probably load. Yeah. Yeah. I think he was using 1.65 volts around there. Good luck, Squeeze. Good luck. Yeah, just a game. Just a game. That's all he was doing. I forgot what game he was playing. Some weird robot game. Yeah, it's about 2 years ago, over 2 years ago when he was doing that stream. I was talking to him about it. I'm like, have you tried this? No. Have you tried this? No. Have you tried this? No. I've tried a lot, but it doesn't work. But you haven't tried what I'm telling you to be trying. You should be trying this. He tried a couple things, but still didn't work for him. Probably because he had certain settings in place that weren't right. SA voltage, high frequency is 1.2 volts still. VDD2, 1.35. And TX, 1.35, I think, still. Uh, for high frequencies, 1.4, 1.45 max. For VDD IO, 1.9. I could do 2 volts if I wanted, but it still does memory time is just fine with 1.9. 1.9 seems to help it with its memory timings, like training. It's fairly good. It's fairly good. And it seems to like low. It seems to like low. My 12600K, again, does have the best IMC I've ever seen so far out of all the LGA 1700 CPUs I've had. My 12600K is a monster. Even it still even works on my 1300K. But my 12600K, it's just a monster IMC. Can't fit my finger between the GPU and CPU. That GPU is probably hot, but it's not that hot. I can get 7000 stable on it. It's the 12600K is the one that's able to do 8200 on a single DIMM. Yeah, 8000's easy peasy for it for single DIMM, but 8200. And I'm trying to figure out timings to get higher, and I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how to get gear mode 4 working. I like try almost after every single stream. I'm trying to get gear mode 4 working. I can't seem to get gear mode 4 working. I want to get gear mode 4 working so bad. If I can get gear mode 4 working, I'll be literally the first person on a 4-nib board or like a Z690 Horse Master or any board besides the Apex board to get gear mode 4 working, or even the OCF. I want to be the first. I do. That's why I try so hard to get gear mode 4 working. I've been trying lately to do 9600. I've tried so many different variations for 8000, 8200, 8400. So I figured maybe just go to a higher frequency and then try out different timings and all that, see if I can get it working. But I can't seem to get it working. I might try different BCLK instead of it being a strict 100. Might try BCLK of like 99.8, 99.9 type thing, or try different BCLK that maybe it'll work on gear mode 4. But I can't seem to find a good way to make it work. No, there's not a pin on the MOBO that enables XMP. XMP will enable itself sometimes, or you have to manually do it. Yeah, I find F28 BIOS seems to be the best for RAM overclocking, but from everything I've checked over the different BIOSes, there's nothing for what they're stating for gear mode 4. Everything past BIOS 24 supports all RAM, so that's fine. High mem voltage isn't an issue. With the copper mod, they stay cold anyways, so I'll try. I'll try see if see BCLK. Oh yeah, I don't mind high mem voltage. I don't think I'll need more than 1.7 volts. I'll try. I haven't tried BCLK. I've been trying different timings, frequencies, and also voltages to see if I can get it working. Extreme lazy memory profile, yeah. That is weird. Yeah, I've tried single stick and dual stick for trying to get gear mode 4 working too. I've tried so many different variations, just not playing around with BCLK. So maybe I'll try changing around BCLK. You think I should do 10,000 right off the bat or try 9600? So I'm pretty sure 9600 should be an easier one to achieve and work with gear mode 4 from what I've seen on like other, Z690 UX and OCF and all that. I find from what I've seen, 9600 seems to be the easier one to achieve for gear mode 4. 7200 effective. Okay. Yeah, I'll see. I'll see. I'll play around with it, see if I can get it working. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the drills. I know the timings that work good for higher frequencies too for this kit motherboard too. So they should just technically work. There's like I don't know for some reason there's like a limit. It likes certain timings, certain loose timings. Go too loose, it doesn't work. You go to a certain loose timings on all the primaries and secondaries, and it loves it. Instant time instant train basically. As soon as you change away from that, though, nope, does not want to work. Don't know why. It's over 9,000. Yep. There's also some memory training settings you can put on that help for frequencies as well. Yeah, that can happen. Like I said, eight should work. But the TWR pre at 48 is basically a guaranteed work. Uh, uh, TWR den. He has Hynix M die, but he has Hynix M die, but they're 2x16 kit. So some timings, I'm trying to give him guarantee timings. Everything that I've been giving him works. It's just he's not gonna be able to get the frequencies that he normally would. But we've already got his kit way higher than what he was able to do before. So with way better timings. So it should work. Yeah, their M die 2x16, which isn't the greatest, but there are certain timings that are should work. No, it won't. Nah. Yeah. So Hynix 16 A die, there are timings that basically almost all timings go lower, except for TFA. TFA won't go as low as TFA, but basically all other timings goes low. It just can't get as high of a frequency. Also, I've noticed Hynix A die seems to run higher temperatures for some reason. M die seems to be better temperature wise. I need to get a kit of Hynix A dies. I know all the timings to use for it. Again, I might not own some hardware, but I do so much research on the hardware. I already know all the timings that I can use. No, A die doesn't clock higher. M die has to be M die. Doesn't matter if you loosen the timings. Uh, Probably not. Probably not. Probably get better timings though. That's why I would like to, like maybe at the same 7200. Yeah, yeah. It might work better on mine, especially if I pair it with my 12600K that has a really good IMC. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, most are Hynix M die is better for frequency, but for timing wise, you can get 6800 better timings than 7200 better timings or good timings. True. Yeah, the refresh would help. And you can get lower refresh too on Hynix A die. Yep, TFOG can work at 14, especially since you're only at 6600 megatransfers per second. It should work. 16 is a guarantee to work on M die though. 16. His, I don't know what his is at. Let me check. Oh, I got Discord right here. What am I doing? Discord's here. Let's see. He's at 4 and 6. Oh yeah, 6400. Oh, I thought you were at 66. Like I said, squeeze, download ASUS GPU tweak. ASUS GPU tweak. Instead of using Afterburner, use ASUS GPU tweak. See how far you can go with that. Yeah, ASUS GPU tweak 3. True, true. Still don't work. Timings might be getting too tight now to where you're gonna have to raise TRFC up higher then. I mean, it's way better than 80, but I mean, you could try just put it to 16. You can just put it to 16. That should work. If not, then timings are being too low, and then it's actually stressing out the RAM more. Could be. No. Maybe I'll try it out. I don't mind pain in the butt. I already got like 10,000 hours on DDR5, so I don't mind doing more hours on DDR5. Like I said, I do it every single night, trying to get certain timings and certain frequencies at certain voltages. On the exact same kit of RAM, on a different kit of RAM. So, it's not an issue for me. I like doing RAM timings. Yeah, your timings are pretty good. Yeah, what we've tested is his IMC is absolute trash. Yeah, Ducky. His CPU integrated memory controller is trash. It's actually trash. Yeah. We tested it. We tested. He was running four DIMMs, right? And we were doing testings and that. Yeah, even though he's using Hynix MDI 16 2x16, it doesn't matter for, like certain timings, like not even as low as what we've gotten it now. Like we've done a lot of tuning on to it to where it's really good, but his memory control is terrible. It really is. We've on guaranteed timings at certain frequencies, guaranteed with these Hynix MDIs, whether or not they're the 2x16 at certain frequency, it would even think about trying to do it at high voltages too, and low voltages. Tried low voltages too. It's terrible. Like when I say guaranteed to work, it would not work. Yeah. This is like the 6400. He's at actually pretty good timings too now. At 6400, it's taken a while to get these to get it working. But before he was getting, where are you at? 5600 for the longest time. CL34, CL36. Yeah, it's 14700K. It's not his motherboard. It's not his motherboard. I told him, like, it's not his motherboard. Yeah, and he bought a kit of 7200. Did not even work on XMP. A kit that I recommended, too. They were Hynix MDI, 2x24, 7200. Decent timings, you know, CL36. But, no. It didn't even want to try. Oh, I should have done 7200, no problem. I didn't even want to try. I don't even think we got 6800 stable with the better kit of RAM. I mean, it's pretty quick testing, but nah. Yeah, he wasn't even passing a simple Y Cruncher 1B. No, 14700K. Yeah. His board QVL list is better than my board. My 12600K is a monster IMC. 13900K is alright. My 13900KF was eh. My 12900K was eh. My 12600K is a monster. Oh, it's definitely a good enough board. But his QVL, like everyone has gotten on his board is technically higher than what most people have gotten on my board. Yeah, it's true, Dougie. Yep. No, 1.35 volts for Hynix M die. That's like you could have done probably 1.2 volts at 7200 at CL36. 1.2 volts should have been fine. That kit of RAM, those Hynix M dies, especially at that frequency and those timings, even with XMP, you could have lowered the voltages, every single voltages, and it would have been fine. It's not the voltages. The 1.35 is a standard, and it could have been lowered. You don't want to... M die doesn't care as much for high voltage as A die. Even at high frequencies and low timings. It's not great. Like I told you, I did. Like I said, I'm not trying to make you feel bad that your CPU is not. Your CPU for your clock frequencies are pretty good for voltages. Your clock frequencies are pretty good. Your IMC is not great. It's not great. It might not be the worst, but it's not great. It could be better. Um, Maybe. Is it? They're pretty good CPUs though. They're really efficient. They're really efficient. That's always good. Still need to go through a bunch of my X5570s. Like I said, I found one with a really good efficiency on it. And I want to see if I can find some more with a really good efficiency but can actually clock higher. I said that's good that it does that. Because you're at a lower cast latency, you're going to need to be at a higher voltage. Because your cast latency and cast write latencies have been tuned down lower. You're going to need to have that higher voltage. Oh, is your board crap? That sucks. It's locked. Really? Your BCLK wall is at 180? That's it? I want to see if I can push that one further. 225, no, 225 or 226 is the best I can get out of it. 180 is low. On X58, that's low. Yeah, the higher PCIe, generally 1.1 is will help. 1.1, but that's kind of odd. That is stupid. 180 is terrible. That is actually terrible for X58. I thought 225 was terrible for X58. It's not great, but I mean, 180 is not good. I've been trying to tweak around different ways to make it go higher too, but I've checked other people that have the same board and that, and it seems like I'm around the highest that you can get. 225 or 226 is really what I can get. But I gotta play around with some other timings, or not timings, voltages as well. I still use pretty decent low voltages, so I gotta play around with the voltages. Yeah, I find around the 800 millivolt amplitude seems to be a really good spot for X58 CPUs. I find it seems to be a pretty good spot. 1,000, it doesn't really change anything, but 800, yeah, it seems to be a good spot. Yeah. Yeah, I played around with it, and yeah, it seems like 800 seems to be really good on all my X58 CPUs. Seems to be really good where it's at. Your Northbridge at 1.4 though? I haven't tried that. Did you need to have any specific cooling for it? Like I said, I might make a water block for it. Yeah, yes, it has slow mode. Yes. Just on like stock heatsink? Or did you use a specific air cooler for it? Because they do make specific air coolers for the Northbridge. Did you just use stock heatsink on it? So it did help a little bit though. Oh, okay, that's not bad then. Yeah, it's not gonna be great there, Squeeze. 9 FPS, that's pretty good. Still don't work? Hmm. Only thing I could think of is now your TRFC is too low. Due to the fact you've lowered these timings now, it's stressing the RAM out a little bit too much more. These timings should be pretty standard actually. So that's not the issue. What is your TRFC at right now? 480? 460? Somewhere around there probably. I'm gonna try changing the PCIe to 120. See if I can. But yeah, it's got slow mode. It's just the best BCLK I've been able to get so far is 226. Raise that up. Just put it to 500. You won't lose a whole lot of performance really. Just put it to 500. Rerun it. Actually, 480 would probably work, but just do 500 and rerun it. Tell me what it should be. All right, I think. I think that's the actual issue, is that it's actually stressing the RAM out a little bit more because these timings are way better timings what they were at. and it's just stressing the RAM a little bit too much to where it's actually causing an issue with a refresh and it's erroring on you. 500 though, it's not like you're gonna lose performance on that. Not that you've gained performance technically. Okay. $113 for 250. That'd be awesome if I can raise my BCLK, because then that actually would help me out due to the fact it's the way from my testing that I have done is the way that the offset is for the RAM and the CPU is that 226 seems to be that point to where it's going to push either the RAM too high to where the memory controller on the CPU does not like that, or the CPU's too high and the RAM can't get high enough to where my performance matters. So if I can get it so that way I can actually keep raise the BCLK up and then be able to lower the RAM and then raise the actual BCLK high enough to where the RAM comes back into play, then I can actually be happier. But it would just give me more performance. It's just some motherboards, and this motherboard just has a really weird range for CPU and RAM. Yeah, I would like that. Definitely like that. It seems like my best scores are around 1900 megahertz with decent timings. It's around 1900 megahertz for decent timings. It's just the fact that how the board is laid out. 3800. Yeah, it loves it. It loves it. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I've had people come to my stream and be like, "Yo, your UCLK is like that high." It loves it. 3.2 is gonna work. Okay, I'll see what I can do there then. It's only for a 32 nanometer, so my X5650 will be fine then. And my X5667. Sweet. So yeah, can you explain that lose mod? I'm trying to figure out how to do the lose mod, and I really want to do it. Like I really do. I just can't find out how to do it. Okay, so it'll technically work on my P6X58D-E because it's basically the premium. I heard some premiums aren't even, I mean, that board is better than premium in ways. The one I have is technically better than premium. Nice. Good job, Squeeze. Yeah, definitely send me that bio, so yeah, plug in my phone. Go. I think I might lube up the 770. Or take about the 1080 Ti. Oh. Decisions. Should I do the 1080 Ti or the 770? The block's already on the 770, and I still have to take apart the card still, but I have to take apart the 1080 Ti still. Maybe I'll do both. Wow. The 770 is not for the competition. The GTX 1080 Ti is for the competition, though. Okay. Okay. So that should technically just work for this board, right? Okay. Do I lose anything off of it though? I'm pretty sure the premium's still triple chan too, so should be all right. Oh, I don't have a flasher. I don't have a BIOS flasher. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a flasher. I know they're cheap, but I've been strapped for cash for a while, so necessities. I pay for necessities. That's why I don't have new hardware anymore. Yeah, I'll try 3.2 then. Have you validated it yet there, Squeeze? I mean, you did steal Nomad. Oh, there's Fire Strike. You got 0 hardware points for the 7850. First place, 0 points. Because you're the only one. Oh, 2 people actually did it. Vel did it. 91 marks? What did he do it with? Oh. Stock 2600K. Well, not stock. He did have it slightly overclocked. I thought you said you gotten 2 first today. You didn't get 2 first today. Oh, your 10700T. Never mind. Your 10700T. Ah, he beats Procon with his... What'd he do? 3.8. He did 3.8. And he did 4.2. Wow. You gotta put 4200, not 4.2. You gotta put 4200 for your frequency. It's saying you did Your frequency was 4. i7, yeah. 146969. Duh. God. 69. Nice. Yeah, 14700. Pretty good. Can't complain about it. Especially the price point. Again, fairly good price. I mean, 9 frames per second is not bad. Yeah, 4.2 megahertz. that's what his score says. He's doing it with a 7850, HD 7850. So 9 frames per second is actually pretty good. You cannot complain about that, man. Got 3. Let's see what I'm not sure what my GTX 770 did. I know it wasn't good. Times by. It did. I'm not sure. It wasn't terrible though, I guess. No, I guess it wasn't terrible. Oh, I did that back when it was like 35 degrees Celsius too. It's really hot. I don't own e-waste. Ooh, got him. Got him. To take out the DVD reader? You mean the DVD? It doesn't even got one. Yes. Squeeze. What's up? What can I do you for? Yep. Yeah, it shouldn't be bad for your CPU. It's not 70 FPS. That's not technically how it works. Oh, it definitely absorbs heat. I mean, there's got to be a vent spot somewhere. What CPU? It's not a competition to see who has the worst e-waste. I gotta prep boards for chilled. Actually, I gotta get some water freezing. But the ports. The worst e-waste to daily would be a single core CPU. There are records on HarvardBot to see who can get the worst scores. You know that, right? Like they literally go to get the worst score. It's funny. It's actually funny. I was able to do this on this. Congratulations, man. Yep, 1 point. Yep. Was it 40 hours or was it 5 days? It's terrible, man. It's actually, it's so funny. It's so good, man. It's so good. Let me see, single core here. Uh, no, 112. 112. I'm not sure. I don't think that's the test they were doing it in. Hold on. It's not SimBench. It would be a Super Pi, I believe. I think it's a Super Pi. $13. No, it's not Super Pi then. What test? I don't think it's a Y cruncher. No, not Y cruncher. Is it W prime? No, I guess yeah, it is Super Pi. Super Pi does. I think it is Super Pi. That's the worst. 18 hours. I thought they had other benches that they're doing. That was like terrible scores. No, 18 hours though seems like it. That's one way to keep it cool. It also messes up the thermal paste though. I don't know. It was the worst score for a SimBench single core. Actually, well, I guess we can go multi-core score. Multi-core score here. 86. It's a AMD Sempron 2100. 86 is the worst score. $86 for a multi-core score. That's better than the single core. Better than the worst single core score. Single core score is on an AMD C60 112. Brutal. No, yeah, I guess it was Super Pi. Super Pi 32M. 18 hours. It's the worst one. Still single core benchmark though, so. I thought there are other ones that are terrible, but I thought they were doing a record for worst score on something. I'm not sure what it is. I can't think of it. That's not Pi fast. It's not that. Could it be Simbench R20? I don't think so. 30 points. It's the AMD Sempron 2100. Yeah. It's 1 gigahertz. It's 1 gig. I'm not sure what it is for that. That literally takes a lot, like a day. Eh. Good riddance to that crappy DVD. Yeah, laptops are terrible. You got 11th in Time Spy, so last place probably. No, not last. Nice. 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 What? I didn't get a notification. 2 days. 8 hours and 21 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's Y Cruncher. Yeah, I didn't think they would be doing Y Cruncher Pi 10B. Okay. Oh, and that's at 4 gigahertz. That's at 4 gigahertz with an i5 or Ryzen 5 2600. Brutal. It's not even the worst though. The worst it would be, give me a second here, for 10B. Single core. No, it's not even the worst. Oh my god. How can you get that bad? That's that's actually funny. That's oh man. 2 days, man. That's wild. That's wild. A single core CPU is outbeating a 6 core with 10 hours, 45 minutes. That's wild. That's wild. That's funniest. Man, that's funny. Yeah, but if you check the one that's at 4.2, it's at 12 hours. How's it going, Zardy? Yeah, that's Gabby. That's Gabby. Hi, cutie pie. Coming up, you want to say hi? Oh, big stretch. Coming up, want to say hi? Well, come on. The 1600, yeah. Come on. Well, there you go. Y'all, little suck. Yeah, they're not great. They're definitely not great CPUs, but I mean, technically not the worst. There are worse. You can probably get worse scores with other CPUs. It's just you can't get the amount of RAM to run that Y Cruncher Pi 10B, just due to the fact you need a minimum of like 48 gigs of RAM or 32. I think it's 32. Yeah, it's 32. It uses like 31 gigs. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be the greatest for it. Really? 7.5. Well, that might be just due to the fact. Yeah, it's probably the RAMs coming into play and helping 775. That's probably the reason. The the timings are coming into play. Just the timings. Because even Zen 1, you couldn't get DDR3 high enough on it, right? Pretty sure they had really low DDR3 capabilities on them. Yeah, yeah, that's what I figured. So I'm pretty sure the having the LGA 775 platform with its DDR2 just with better timings. Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Skibby? You can definitely not. That's DDR4 speeds, not DDR3. Oof, those are big shakies. Gentle with your ear. She's got opposable thumbs with extra claws, so she's gotta be gentle. As you can see, can I show the extra claws? As you can see, we got opposable thumbs. How's it going, Joe? Yo, it's Joe. Oh, adios. You sure what? Well, I mean, DDR3, you can technically get higher. You can get that high, but not everyone can. Was the record like 40 something? 4,000? Some 4,000 ish? Benchmarks. Yeah, 4,600 on DDR3 is the record. 4,620. Oh, we're doing pretty good. Right? You're doing good? Yep. Hey, man. Maybe your buddy will save up for a new PC. Yeah, I was gonna say it would probably have to be X79. Is that really what's on? Oh, Sophos. Why? The Sophos. Oh, never mind. Just glitched out on me. No, it's not even on X79. He's using a 4770K. 4770K. No, 4770. Um. Yep. Yep. Gigabyte GA's Z97X SoC Force LN2. Yep, the LN2 version. Yep. Huh. I wonder if that's what High Cookie used as well. Yep. High Cookie, you also did that. Splave. Also, yeah. All the records are using that board. Yep. Yep. All the top scores are using that board. Oh, wow. A top fourth place using the Maximus. Using the Maximus. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. For DDR4, 7200 megahertz is the highest. DDR5, Salty Croissant just got the record again. Salty Croissant with the record. He was using the Tai Chi OCF with a 265K. Very nice. Yeah, he did 12,886. No, Joe. That's not what I said. Yeah, insane. Yeah, I knew that Tai Chi OCF board's pretty good. And he found a really good 265K. Yeah, and he used the Corsair Vengeance. Corsair Vengeance. Probably would, there, Ducky, the 8000G. Yeah, probably would. You got a wild boar? That's it? Only about 6? That's terrible. No, I did not say Mac. Yeah, monolithic, yeah. Would always go on top. Yep. You don't know your joy? What do you mean you don't know your joy? Yeah, DDR4 4200 is the best I got, but I mean, could have done better. I was even trying for that. And DDR5, I only got 8200 on my board. Only 8200. Unfortunate. Alright, sounds good there, Ducky. Yeah. Yup. That's the way it goes. Then I need to work on also motherboard overclocking for reference frequency. I only got 220 up for the record for mine, but 220 is nothing. I can do higher than that. I just only did 220. Now, it looks like 260 can be achievable. Yeah, looks like it can be achievable. which I would like to get. About 260 would be nice. No, and it'll be running gear mode 4 too, and it would have a really low core clock frequency too, which means you're not stressing out the RAM. It's the only way you can get RAM frequencies that high is if you lower core frequency of your CPU as well. And I'm pretty sure it's like CL 62 or 64. It's not like it's good. It's frequency, so you gotta make sure you don't stress out the RAM the best as you can. That's the main thing. Not sure what timings he used. Give me one sec here. Yeah, 68, 127, 127, 127, command rate of 2. Yeah, 68. I knew it would be higher than 52. Yeah, 68. I don't think Monolithic still makes motherboards, to be honest. Yeah, like I said, because of these timings, because we those your timings are really good, but those timings that TDR, so your pre-charge and then your den, because literally like lowered them so low compared to what they were, you're stressing out the RAM a bit more due to the fact these are way better timings, and your TRFC might have to actually go up a bit to stabilize the refresh, especially the pre-charge, like half. You're like half what it was at. So it's just stressing the RAM out too much. That's where knowing what timings can actually stress the RAM out, and having it to actually refresh more often, is better. So yeah, TRFC at 500 should be aight. Should. I'm saying should. And if that's the case, you could probably lower TDRP den down to either 4 or 8 again, instead of it being at 16, unless you already did that. Because 4 should technically work, but again, yours is Hynix MDI 32 gigs, 2 by 32, or 2 by 16. So you might have to do 8, which 8 should technically work on your 2 by 16 MDIs. Should. I'm not saying it will. Should. Should. Swimbra Lisa Babash. Let's see. Let's see. That's all the only times that could have been lowered. Everything else will just probably cause you errors. From what I've seen before and what we've already gone over. I don't. You wouldn't be able to lower anything else. If you do, you'll just cause yourself issues, and you have to make sure that it's all stable, which I don't think will be happen. Well, technically, you could lower TRAS. You can lower TRAS probably 28 or 30. 28 should work, but just put it to 30. But TRAS can go lower. No, you're basically probably at the limits of your kit. For the Hynix M-Die 2x16 kit, you're basically at the limits. Yup. Do I watch Marvel? I don't watch TV. I don't watch TV, buddy. Yeah, yeah, you should have a bit better score for a lot of things. I don't know if I should take apart the 1080 Ti or what. Yeah, I don't watch TV. Sorry, man. No, it doesn't change much. It's true. It doesn't change much. That is true. That is true. What's up, cutie pie? I got nothing for you. You gotta wait for dinner. Dinner's in 3 hours. Sorry. Yeah, for TRAS. Yeah, it doesn't change much. You're already extremely low for it. But yeah, you're basically at the limits now. Like I said, after doing your pre-charge and TWRD then uh, lowering those from what they were, you're basically at the limits, man. And then like if you start lowering their timings, it's just gonna air out on you, guaranteed. You're basically at the limits for stability wise and performance wise. Like performance gains from here on out is very, very minimal. Very minimal. Welcome back, Ducky. Hello. I had nothing for you. I had nothing for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I got nothing for. I'm sorry. I know you just want patents. Holy moly. Oh. Yep, probably did like 2.1, 2.2 volts. At least, if not more. Yeah. Again, cast latency and cast write latency are timings that will 100% scale with voltage. So he can probably do if he's probably doing liquid nitrogen anyways, but you can't do that in ambient. It would probably destroy the kit fairly quickly. So, but yeah, those are the timings. Cast latency and cast write latency are the ones that scale with voltage. So it's easy to do. Now getting a kit that can do low voltage, low cast latency, that's the kind of kit that you want. Yep, sounds good there, Dabatron. Yeah, exactly, Ducky. Yeah. Yup. On ambient, yeah. Yeah. Yup. That's why I try to tell people, especially on LGA 1700, there's a lot of people that do crazy ring frequencies. And the thing is, like you can having too high of a ring frequency can actually destroy your CPU. Welcome back. Exactly. Well, yep. Ain't always better. It's not. Having a lower voltage is actually better, but you'll have to fine tune voltages for making sure the CPU voltages and the RAM voltages can correlate to each other, but also make sure that they work a low voltage. But it's hard to get it to be a low voltage depending on the CPU, depending on the RAM kit, depending on motherboard, but more or less depending on the CPU and the RAM kit. The motherboard more or less plays with the timings, and timings and frequencies. Um, a little bit, more or less frequency. Timings are kind of like a guarantee between RAM kit and ICs that are actually on the RAM. But to get certain timings and certain frequencies, your CPU has to be have certain voltages, SA voltages, and also your other voltage, VDDQ, and all that voltages as well. Has to be appropriately done to achieve certain frequencies at certain timings as well, which means like there's a lot that goes involved with it. It really sucks, but again, I kind of enjoy it. It's fun to play around with it, see what will actually work. And that I found with my kit of RAM, my CPU, my especially my 12600K, it can do some fairly low voltages on everything compared to most people. Where a lot of people are saying, well, that's like it runs at that. Yeah, it runs at these low voltages, especially SA voltage. Like 1.2 is all I need for anything. For any of my overclock, 1.2 SA voltage. Doesn't matter how far I'm pushing the actual RAM. Does not matter. Now, VDD-Q and VDD2 are a little bit different though. Like playing around with them is good to do, and sometimes one likes to be higher than the other. More or less, they're fairly even though. Fairly even. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Frequencies. Yeah. And I mean, Sub-Zero Sub-Zero helps. You can do chilled. You can do chilled, but Sub-Zero helps for sure. Chilled, like you can just do chilled air technically. Cold air you can technically get it working too. But Sub-Zero is definitely going to help stabilize a lot of things. Voltages, frequencies, a lot of things. More or less voltages though. And you have that nice stable voltage in. When you have, especially a chilled system, it's just easier to keep stable. It's a more of a constant stable voltage, and then generally with the higher frequencies, you don't need as much voltage either at sub-zero. Yeah, yeah, agreed. That's why I'm trying my best to get 8600 or higher on ambient. I'm trying to. Just like how I've got CL24 working. It's to me that's pretty impressive too. But if you look on the JDEC SKUs, they're apparently saying 20, CL22 is achievable. CL22 is achievable. Now, CL22 achievable at decent voltages? Nah, definitely not gonna be achievable at decent voltages. CL24, I'm finding I can get CL24 achievable on decent voltages, but not CL22. Nah, guaranteed. Kind of weird. It's on the JDEC spec sheet though. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, the for the JDEC, yeah, CL22. They're even saying for Micron, CL22 is achievable. Yep, which is wild. Which is wild. Yeah. They're saying for Samsung, Micron, and Hynix, CL22 is achievable. I've gotten CL24 working at 5200 megatransfers per second. I'm trying to do CL24 6000 though. It's just I'm trying to do it at a decent voltage. That is CL22. I've tried. I've tried. Doesn't work. CL24 though, instant. Instant. Easy. 22? Nope. Nope. Oh shoot, it's good. Um, 3? 3-ish? Oh, it is only 9.2? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's not that great then. Now, 6000 CL24. Actually, what is the math required for that there? That's right. Yeah, regular limit. Yeah. Thank you. About 4-ish. You know, it'd be pretty good. You're not in 5200 working so far. It's just, I don't know if I can raise the cache write latency and it would help out. 3 gigs, yeah. So, oh, pressing extra numbers. 8. Eh, 8. Yeah. That's that's it might be 8, but that's not real world. That's technically not real world. Like that's fantasy land still. Like it's not gonna correlate to real world. On daily, yeah. You think 5 nanoseconds would work? I don't know about that. Because then you would have to do. Let's see. Nah, I don't think it would. I mean, the amount of voltage you would need, I don't. Nah. Yeah. Welcome back, Theo. Did it work for you? Maybe on good bins, yeah. But for DDR5, I don't think so. Like 7 could be achievable. 7 could be achievable. I don't know. I don't know if 6 is actually achievable. The voltage, the amount of voltage that's required. Yeah, no, that's different though. That's DDR3. I'm saying DDR5. That sucks it didn't work. Did you give it an ISO bath though? Sometimes an ISO bath can bring stuff back. Give me 1 second. Yeah, on Ellen too. I don't know if I've gotten calculator here. Nah, 7. 7's the best I've been able to do. Well, nah, actually, I'm gonna try this. I've also done 600. Oh, 600 is 3, 8, 30. Yeah, 7 seconds the best I've been able to do on ambient. Unfortunate 7 nanoseconds. Best I was able to do. Again, could probably do better if I had a different board. Yeah, that exactly. If I had a better board, guaranteed. If I had a better board, yeah, that's the reason why. Yep, if I had a better board. Oh, I can daily 7. I can daily 7. Voltage are good enough. 7200 megatransfers per second. CL28, 1.5 volts. Not even 1.5 volts. Probably 1.45 volts. I could probably do it at 1.5 volts guarantees stability though. Again, SA voltage 1.2 volts. Yeah. XMP 7200 CL36, 1.35 volt. They're not a cheap kit. They're hand binned ICs. Of course, they're Dominator titaniums. They're just hand binned chips. They're nothing special though. Mm-hmm. CL26 1.5 1.545 or 1.55 volts I need for CL26 7200. And that's I wouldn't daily that though. 1.5 volts is the max I would say, and for everyone else I tried to say 1.45 volts is where you want to be for daily max voltage. True. I should try. I should check. Yeah, it's a good kit for I mean also CPU helps too, but for everything. Nah. 1.65 is not. I would not suggest doing 1.65 for daily, even with a fan. It's too high of a voltage. And FM2, I mean, I guess yeah, you could. I guess you could daily if you really wanted. Should be fine. You're saying should be fine. Not for like your server's DDR5. That's the thing. You would degrade. You would technically degrade. You would technically degrade at 1.65 volts. So it could be stable for a couple of years, but then all of a sudden you start crashing. Could be stable for a few years. Yeah. Again, the max that I tell people is 1.45. 1.5 volts if like your temps inside temps are good, but not everyone has good inside temps of like max of 19 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Celsius, whatever they're at, or 18. Some people like 18 degrees Celsius, and not everyone runs an AC unit to make sure everything like their place is cool. So, and then a fan on it, you technically would have to have a fan on it. Nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't daily it. Well, 1.65 is what I use for benching. That's what I use for benching. Well, actually 1.6 more or less, but 1.65 is the max I technically use for benching. Two volt, yeah, 2 volts. It can help train. 1.9 seems to be the best. I'm finding 1.9 is actually seeming to be best for training. For what I do, seems like 1.9 is just a. It's not crazy high voltage, and it just loves to train at 1.9. PRI Prime will definitely PRI Prime is a single core scorer. So Geekbench 3 though, at the end of Geekbench 3, it pushes it. I'm gonna make a quick image and I'll be right back. For bench I use the max 1.46. That's not bad. We're talking RAM voltage though. RAM voltage, not CPU. Even CPU, it's not terrible. No, I haven't. That's why I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I've tried so many different frequencies, voltages. I've tried so many, but see what I can do with doing BCLK of 80, or just go from like 80 to. Some people are saying like 96 is good to go to or use as well, but I'll try BCLK 80 and go from there and see what I can do. Yeah, 1.46 isn't bad for benching. For daily, that's fine for daily. They wouldn't train. What instances would that be? Mhm. Yeah, for gear mode 4, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I've tried that too, but I haven't tried the BCLK change yet. I've done BCLK 99.8, 99.9 that I've been working on lowering that BCLK. I'll try. I heard that's what I heard too. 8266 seems to be more stable. I mean, 8200 was easy. I can easily post 8200. I've heard 8266 is easier, but I can't even get 8266 working. I can get 8200 on gear mode 2. And it seems to be pretty easy to do 8200. That's odd. It's odd. All right, take her easy there, Theo. You're back. You're back. I'll be back. I'm just gonna quick sandwich. Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Just raise BCLK up. But that's gear mode 2. And I don't want to just get a little bit more frequency. A 101, I would just barely beat Buildzoid's best frequency. I want to get a better frequency, RAM frequency. Maybe. Oh, I can try it. Yeah. From all my testing, F28 BIOS seems to be the best for my board. I'll definitely see what I can do. I've never tried doing that low of a BCLK though. So, we'll see. Would be nice. Oh, welcome back there, Vep. That could be a thing. It'd be odd for them to do that. It's a possibility. Oh yeah, exactly. I don't care what I gotta do as long as I can get it to work. I'll definitely try out doing something like that though. I'll definitely do it. Takes a long time to get things going, but I mean, if you want to spend the money to get a whole bunch of subs and views right off the bat, you can. Do you have to scream at the wall? Nah. Just be constant. Be constant. Main thing is just to be constant on stuff. Figure live stream a lot. What's generally what I do a lot of is live stream. I'm a low sub count, but I'm fully monetized by YouTube. Fully monetized. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the money really comes from donators. You gotta remember, it's a business, so depending on where you live, you'll have basically a minimum of 30% of taxes, right? Because it is a business, and it's automatically taken out. And then YouTube takes a portion of stuff too, but not much. But yeah, basically whatever your income is, you can basically take away 45 to 50% away from it. Yeah, main thing is be constant, love what you do, don't care about the hate. I tell people to F off when they're just being dumbasses, but that's me. Just be constant. If you gotta live stream, live stream. If you gotta make videos, make videos. Me, I try to do both. Simplify things as much as possible. Remember, you're talking to people that might not know anything about anything, so simplify things as much as you can. Not easy to do. I don't think it's good. Nope. That's what you call an intentional fire. Yeah, I mean, your first year, for me, when I first started, I had 0 views for like 2 months. 0. And I was streaming like 12 hours a day. And then it started picking up. Hart, wherever he is, hopefully Hart's doing all right. He was one of my first subscribers. Yeah. First normal viewer. Yep. 1 week alone, I think I 1 week alone, how many hours did I stream in 1 week? It's like 120-ish, 130-ish hours just in 1 week. Smaller server. Maybe. Oh, that'll help. Yeah, that helps. Discord channel's been going for almost a year now. In October, it'll be a year. Was there 108 members now? Pretty good. Yeah, I started from nothing. Figure out a good name for yourself. Yep. Yep. I just get all my all the people from Discord just from my channel, going over to the Discord channel. Yep. Ah, gotcha. Yep. I mean, that can happen. Helps. It helps. Yup. And yep, things will slowly progress. You got to get that YouTube algorithm working, though, right? As in, you got to make it so your name is out there. Any views is good views. Any kind of likes or dislikes is good. Having more likes, of course, is better. Having a better average view time is better too. And then you'll notice like a lot of like big channels have a terrible view. Like they have high views, but their view duration's terrible. It's because they bought it a lot, and now I think it's Twitch. Yeah, Twitch. Is it Twitch? Yeah, Twitch is making it so that way all the bots are now gone. And then they're probably going to do that too on also, we won't call it, on YouTube. Eventually they'll probably do it on YouTube. VCCSA is generally not one you have to raise. VCCSA is only if you're doing extremely high frequencies, more or less. Most times you can keep your system agent voltage lower. VDD2 though, you can raise it, but you don't want to go too high with it as well. Depends on what kit you're using, depends on a lot of things, but you generally don't need a whole lot of voltage to be doing stuff. It's just getting the correct voltages on DDR5 to get things stable. And then if your timings aren't exactly great, as in your for certain timings you're gonna want to do trying to stabilize 9200 now. Oh, yeah, it's definitely using 265K or 285K then. Yeah. It's either 265 or 285. You're not. It's only two CPUs really that are good for those frequencies. 9200 you should be able to do though. Yeah, you should be able to get stable, but VC your system agent voltage again, you still need to go crank that like max of 1.3, but even high frequencies you can still use lower system agent voltage. To really stabilize something, you can just raise up TRFC, your refresh. So your TRFC and TRFC PB or SB, depending on the motherboard, which is per bank. Yeah, yeah, reaction content is good. Oh, and reaction content, you got to make sure that you are, because you can have your videos deleted, by the way. So reaction content, you got to be careful. There's websites, I'm pretty sure there's websites where you can put in the video URL and like whatever YouTube video and put that in. It'll check to see if you can use their video. If you can't, you will get demonetized and or have your account closed or copyrighted. And if you get too many copyrights on your account, it'll put down your YouTube algorithm as well. So be careful of that. No. It's like any music that I do, it's all music that I've made. And I don't, there are channels that a lot of them don't care about copyright or anything like that. Like you can use their videos, but make sure that you say in the video, like whatever video, like this is where I got either the information or say go sub to this guy or put it in the description somewhere to say this is the content that I got it from. Because even though they allow it, they can still say something about it. For 9200, I mean, technically you don't even need a high voltage. But yeah, I mean, Ducky, you're fine for that voltage. 1.5 is all right. You have a RAM fan on it though? Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm saying 1.3 should be fine. But you can always try it at 1.2 or 1.225, 1.25 to see if it does stay stable. Again, lower voltage is always gonna be nicer. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you should be fine for the voltage then. It's not like it's crazy voltage. It's just when you're running those higher frequencies, it's gonna run hotter. But yeah, SA voltage, yeah. I wouldn't go past 1.3 for ambient, for especially for daily. That's my opinion, though. There might be other people who say, "Oh, we've done this for so long," but I've also talked to top overclockers saying 1.33 at ambient is the max that you ever want to do. 1.33. And then I also had some other people saying 1.33 is still high for even people that are on dice. So 1.3 for a daily, in my opinion, is high. Yeah, see, I can't stand that say voltage being past 1.25 volts. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've had people say that though. So what you can do is raise your TRFC up really high. So raise your TRFC and TRFC PB or SB, depending on the board, which is per bank. Raise them up really high, and then check out the SA voltages and for it. All right. 1.4. Nah. Even still, you can check out the voltages, see if you can go lower, anyways. But yeah, you can just raise up your TRFC and TRFC PB SB again, depending on board, and then lower your SA voltage really low. See if it's all right or not. If it works at a lower voltage, just keep it at a lower voltage, and then start lowering the TRFC and TRFC PB SB whatever down lower. Yeah, just leave that untouched. Yeah. Yep, 1.25 is. Gabby. Gabby. Where are you? What you doing? What? I mean, that would depend on whether or not you want to wait, right? It depends. I'm telling people lately just to wait till next year, at least next year. 2027 is probably gonna be the better time to wait till, but if you can't wait, LG 1700 is just fine. Again, Intel's coming out with their new LJ 1700 CPUs, P-core only. So, and that'll be coming out in October some point. Yeah, it's about a year. Yeah, yeah. A year to early 2027. That's projected right now, but things can change. Things can change. Yeah, and if you've already waited for so long, are you fine? Are you fine to wait a bit longer to get something that's even better? Because if not, if you have the funds to actually buy an LJ 1700 system for a decent price, it's fine to get it. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I mean, I've done testing on it too. It's yeah. See, them funds no issue, then not a problem then. So like, you can always sell. You can always sell it later on if you really want to change up to the Nova Lake. Yep. There's still a lot of people on X58. It's actually wild. How's it going, Em? There is, because a lot of people are running X58 systems at 4.4 gigahertz or 4.6 gigahertz for daily, and it's fairly common. 4.4 and 4.6. Yeah, she's pretty great, and 4 point and that clock rate is good. I've shown it on gaming. I've shown just my dual core CPU, the server, no overclock in it. Well, slight. I guess it's slight overclocking and not much though. But I mean, it still plays some games just fine. That's a dual CPU. Now on my other platform there, the actual overclocking board, 5 gig. I mean, I did games at 4.6, and it shows how well it actually runs. I need to do some at 5 gigahertz to see if there's any additional gains, but I don't know. Content, overclocking PC hardware, benchmarking, stuff like that. Talk about leaks. I do leaks as well. Not clickbait leaks. I do leaks that are actually like true. I've been right 99% of the time for prices, performance, stuff like that. You run 4.4? Yep. And that's an achievable on air too. That's the thing. You don't even need to go crazy. Like 4.4 is achievable on air. That's a lot of people though. A lot of people don't know much about computer hardware. Yep, and it's achievable. I've done it on my single tower as well. 4.4. Actually, no, I did 4. I got it up to 4.6. Oh no, sorry, that was my 3770K. Never mind, that was my 3770K. I just should do some testing on the 5650. Probably will need a bit more voltage than what I do on water, but that's about it. That's about it. Oh, really? You don't know much about your laptop? I don't like laptops. E-waste. It's like a Mac. E-waste. iPhones. E-waste. Anything Apple. E-waste. Sorry. That's me. I think it's e-waste. But other people have other opinions on that. Me? E-waste. True. Yep. That is very true. Just expensive for what it is. E-waste. What, Gabby? Would you like something? No, I don't. I got nothing for you. You still gotta wait 2 hours. 2 hours. I know. I don't comment on e-waste. Sorry, buddy. I don't care for tablets. I don't care for anything that's going to be using a mobile processor. There's nothing wrong with mobile processors. I deal with PC hardware, as in um, hardware you can change out easily, like RAM, GPU, CPU, that kind of thing. You can easily upgrade it. Yeah, yeah. I see. I need to get some LJ. Yeah, I do. I do. I do. I need to play around with them too. I heard they're actually pretty fun. But the main thing I want to get into is X99, X299. Those are the main ones I want to get into, especially X299. Just stupid amount of power. Are they really expensive? See, that sucks. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, yeah. X299 is fun because of 1200 watt. The most I've ever gotten out of one of my my like 13900K or 13900KF is just over 600 watts. That's the best I've been able to do on uh, water. 600 watts. Yeah, that's exactly the CPU that I want. Yeah. i9 10980XE, man. Yep. Yep, that's the one. It's the main one that I want to overclock. The main one that I would love to get into. They're not cheap to get either. They're still expensive. i7. Oh, 05 6700K is one CPU. Yeah, basically. Yep. One has a bit more cache. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it's just more cache. Yeah, they're expensive. Yeah, they're really expensive. I think it was 4 years ago I was looking at them, and actually they were decent price, but nowadays they're insane price. Same arc. Oh, okay. Same architecture. Okay, I didn't realize that. Oh. Yeah, I do. I really would love to overclock a 10980 XE. Same thing with modifying like a GTX 980. I would love a 980 Ti to be honest. Certain ones, 980 Ti's though, because you can push like a 980 Ti to almost 1,000 watts. Just one 980 Ti on LN2. Yep. Call them wall socket busters for a reason. So they draw a lot of power. I mean, they were really good for their time. They were really good. Yeah, the Core X were good, but they were really expensive. Really expensive. I mean, I guess not as bad as like older CPUs, but I mean, they're still expensive. How's it going? Yes. Yeah, I heard the 6950X or the any of those series are not that good in terms of like memory overclocking, and the CPU overclocking was not the greatest. Like even on LN2, 812 900K slapped in one CPU. Yeah. Well, depends. Well, you talk more like no, it's definitely not for the average person. Aren't they more or less? No. Are you sure they're the X versions? Are you sure they're the X version? I thought we don't have an X version. For new X versions, new extremes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. I was actually yeah. I was gonna say nah. I knew yeah. Yep. I would love to overclock the new 6000 series Xeons, the P core only ones. They look like that'd be fun to overclock. Yeah, value wise, value wise. I think Intel ever make a HD. Well, maybe the not the new Xeons though. I don't believe. Not really. I mean, not really. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. They're high end 52 core that they could have, but it's not still not technically. It technically still not technically classified. What's going on with the Discord? It's doing it. It's doing it. And 91 degrees Celsius though. They're damn holy. Not really. You lower them and it can't reach the actual wattage, it will lower your clock rate. It doesn't have quad channel. It won't have quad channel. Yeah, just having them maxed out's fine. If you lower them, even though it's still using the appropriate amount of voltages, it will still lower your actual frequency. There, Dab. There's no issue with having your PL1, PL2 maxed. What do you think they're gonna name the? Well, I guess they already did the Bartlett Lake S, technically. But what do you think they're gonna put the Bartlett Lake S P-core CPU only? Like what the actual name is? Do you think they're gonna name it like a 14, 14, or are they gonna put to a 15th gen LGA? No, there'll definitely be nothing like the X299 again. But I mean, in a way, that's a good thing. In a way, that's a good thing. The new lake, the Bartlett Lake S. That's the LJ 1700 P core only CPUs coming out in October. Then you also got the Panther Lake for mobile or mini PCs. And then you also got Nova Lake coming out next year. Hopefully by the end of next year, early 2027. That's what I got so far. But Nova Lake's going to be LGA 1954. That's the thing. And Panther Lake's RA 1851. So yeah, I mean, Threadripper, of course, it's expensive, and Threadripper isn't as good what people say it is. It's not. It's not as good as what people say it is. I don't care about who you talk to about it. It's not. It's not good. And people that are buying it, they're getting ripped off because people that are buying these Threadrippers are gonna be pairing it with a whole bunch of GPUs in that. And guess what? Your better CPU for that are actually Intel Xeons will actually be more beneficial than a Threadripper because you'll actually have more PCIe lanes with the Intel Xeon than you would with a high-end Threadripper. And guess what? It'll still give you more performance, having more GPUs that it can use full lanes than a Threadripper where you won't be able to put as many GPUs. Or you could put many GPUs, but you'd have to put the lanes down. Bartlett Lake should be coming out in October. All right. Now October 5th to 17th is what I have projected it to come out. 5th to 17th. I could be wrong, and it could be out at the end of October though. But that's what, from what I've gathered so far, that's when it should be coming out. Yep, 2 more months. Yep. That's what I've got for leaks for it. It's not a guaranteed, but everything that I've read up on and what has Intel said in the past, that is when it should actually come out. Yep. But that's also 10 years ago. We've came a long way in efficiency and performance wise in 10 years. We've come a long way, right? And the amount of cores now and the efficiency levels, IPC, you can't compare those CPUs to CPUs nowadays. Not even to the same amount of core frequency to core clock. I'm sorry, core clock and core count. You can't even compare them. You can literally put the same amount of cores on whatever newer CPU. It doesn't even have to be HEDT CPU. You just put a same cores, same amount of cores, same clock frequency, and you'll see a way better score on the newer CPUs. That's how much more efficiency we've gotten. Oh, and well, efficiency that way, but also performance that way, but also efficiency, less wattage. Good afternoon there, Born. You got it. Yep. Instructions per clock. Bartlett going to be monolithic? Yes. And it's Bartlett Lake S. And yes, it's going to be monolithic. Yep. Don't know. Intel's redone a lot of things. Let's just say that. Why? Why would you be scared for the temps? Yep. Give me a sec. I've gone over this before. I just want to make sure I got the right. There's a certain page I like for this one. Oh, it looks like they might be actually coming out with a 8 Performance Core 16 as well. But I'm more wanting to know about the 12 Performance Core, 8 Performance Core, and 6 Performance Core ones. The main 3. There it is from Intel. This should be the right one. Straight from Intel, too. Nope, that is not the right one. How come it's not letting me find the right one? Why would they discontinue 13th gen before 12th gen? More people have been buying the 13th and 14th gen CPUs than the 12th gen CPUs this year. Why would your room be a sauna? It has like 125 watt max TDP. All the way down to, I think it's 45 watts on their 6 performance cores, or 65 watts. So Intel Bartlett Lake S core specs include increased single core turbo frequency up to 5.6 gigahertz, support for DDR5 and DDR4 memory, and PCIe 5.0 support. They are saying they are going to have 8 performance core and 16 E-core hybrids, and then also the 12 core, 8 core, and 6 core performance core only. The 6 performance core, 12 performance core CPUs could be 125 watts. 8 performance cores could be, they're saying 125 watts max TDP, and then 6 performance cores could have a 60-watt TDP. But I can't find the right sheet that I had before. Which is actually kind of annoying me that I can't find the right page. Yeah, if I can find the right page, I'll give you all the information. Why would they still be making? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. And that's in that was Fab 28. They were making those. And that was in Greece. And guess what? Fab 28, I do believe, is going to be closed. They've already done a bunch of layoffs there. They were, yeah. They were, I'm pretty sure it's Fab 28 that was still making them. Not sure why. They technically weren't making money off of them. No, I don't know how would you start off to do a short story using AI? But they wouldn't discontinue 13th gen before 12th gen. If anything, they'll stop doing 12th and 13th gen. You only make that they're probably only making it due to contracts. Why you wouldn't make a CPU that's old for any reason besides fulfilling a contract? That's the only reason why they would still be making it. I mean, I guess you could do a short story using AI if you wanted. You would have to be specific on how you want it done. Let me just check this one, make sure everything's looking good for this. See, video cards is actually saying. Yeah, it looks like the information on this is correct. This doesn't have all the information though. I mean, this technically does work for some information. This is not all of it though, Ducky, so I'll give you the other page. Just give me a second. I can't find the main page to where there's more correct information. That's not full correct information. I've been following this for a while, so I'm pretty strict on what I like to know is correct. That has not all full correct information, but a lot of it is correct.
And I guess this has a bit more information as well. That is correct as well. I'll go off of the tech power up first. I would go after the tech power up first. Again, it's not all the correct information, as in there is more information than that, but I'll have to find out the main 2 pages that I was going off of, because it actually worked onto what Intel has actually said. I don't like fake news and clickbait, so I like stuff that companies have actually said in the past and have said in ways during conferences or other means of what I'll call it, media, not just some random Joe Blow on the fucking street saying something about it. Yes, any company will continue to make something as long as people are buying them. Yes. And then, so again, they also have the P core only. And again, it's not just strictly LGA 1700. It also correlates to 1851. All right. So it's also going to be on 1851 and also LGA 1700. It's not strictly just for LGA 1700. But these P core only variants, the three main P core variants, will be on LGA 1700 and will be using Raptor Cove. An updated Raptor Cove, but same architecture. And again, not all Bartlett Lake S CPUs will be monolithic, but the ones on LJ 1700, the P core only, will be, if that makes sense. I'm hoping you guys are understanding that. It happens. Let's add. More better. They should overclock better due to the fact they will not have additional architecture on the actual die. It'll be spread out heat, as in things should be cooler. The actual wattage of these CPUs should be a lot lower than what we have now, as in the 12 P cores, the 12 performance core 24 thread is actually going to be a lower wattage than what we have on our 8 cores right now. Yeah, there's a lot of hardware I've binned. I have one of the world's fastest 3070 Ti's. I've been 3070 Ti's. I used to buy 3070 Ti's and bin them to see how good they are, and then modify them for miners, and then that's how I made some money. Older hardware, I have hundreds of CPUs. I binned the X5650. I have a bunch of X5570s I still have to go over. I got a bin 3770K. I need good RAM. I don't have any good RAM. All my RAM's from Dell systems. Literally, all of them are from Dell systems. That's just a couple of them. Still, I do pretty good with what I got. Yeah, man. And that's the thing. Like, you'd have to go through a lot of them. And binning, you need like 100 of them at least, around 100 of them to start binning. I mean, you can start off with 20 and see what ones of the 20 are good, but comparing them to someone that's already binned 1,000 plus of them on what's the highest frequency? From what I'm seeing is 5.6. Yeah, not great. Who cares if it's used? Even if it's used, it should still be able. You should still be able to bin it. Oh, 100%, yeah. But these again, these are a leak actual frequency, right? This is not not a guaranteed, right? This is, again, that's why I have to find the 2 other pages, because from other pages I've read, they're saying 5.6, 5.7, but again, that's not has been confirmed in any shape or way from anyone that actually knows information about this. They're just saying 5.6. But you gotta remember, it's still LGA 1700, and it's technically going to be just P-core only, which means you gotta remember, like the 14900 KS is like 5.7 gigahertz all core, right? Is it 5.7? Yeah, it's 5.7. It should be about 5.7 gigahertz minimum, then, and then have a single core boost all the way up to 6 gigahertz or something. That's how it should technically work, because it's just going to be P cores. And then because it's going to be lower wattage, temperatures actually going to be good. Yeah, these are going to be single monolithic dies, but you got to remember, these are going to be a lot better wattage wise, a lot better, and a lot more spread out. More spread out, as in you don't have all the extra E cores around it. You don't have those extra E cores, even in having to put those P cores all in one certain area. You can spread them out. Technically, like a little bit bigger. Again, it's I think it's a Raptor Lake refresh, but they've done changes to them. It should be, and they should OC the mem just as the same. Apparently, Nova Lake is gonna be a monster for overclocking mem. Do you think Amazon would be mad if I returned 99 of them? Yeah. Yeah. And then AMD with its Zen 6 is actually shaping up to be pretty good too for memory overclocking. I mean, they did pretty good with the, again, you have to have a 9950X 3D and a really good motherboard, but their 9000 series, they did good too on that. Still, 1-to-1 is still technically better in some cases, but in other cases, the faster RAM is actually good. AMD, yeah, and they did good. I'll keep saying it. I've been saying a lot. End of last year, early this year, AMD did good. They did really good on their CPUs and GPUs this time around. They really did. Like, as soon as I saw the actual like some leaks, I went on Hardware Bot, saw someone that actually did some benchmarking, and saw the actual performance of it. Just monsters, man. Monsters. And that's the thing. What if that's all they could do, right? This is why Intel has made it so they change around their platforms, because they're changing stuff around so that way they can keep certain performance increases, not have limitations. Intel's always been good for overclocking. AMD has not. For most people, people on L2, AMD still overclocks pretty good, but still not as much as Intel. Memory and or cores. I mean, AI is getting pretty big, man, so be not a bad time to get into it, because once it starts getting big, you're already ready, good to go. Yeah, it's why I don't care for Moore's Law is dead. I don't. I've never liked him. I've never actually liked him, unfortunately. I'm not someone that'll say, "Oh, I know everything and this and that." It just seems like he knows everything. But hey, looking around, gotta look at the screen over there to make sure what I'm saying is gonna be off of that. And then where he gets the information from, saying he knows people, he doesn't. He gets a lot of it off of Cliplop. Off of he's on a bunch of different platforms, but he's a known leaker. Cliplop has also been wrong like 50-50 of time. So, and when you're getting leaks off of someone that's wrong 50% of the time, your leaks are going to be 50% of the time wrong. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, you can't say it's bad, especially with their new CPUs. They're even though they don't overclock that well, they still are monsters. They're still monsters. Like they really are. I heard only 5% of AI projects succeed. Maybe they are monsters. Yeah, at least on Intel you see actual big gains, but on no. Yeah, but they're monsters to begin with, right? That's the thing. But if you go, I'm talking hardcore overclocking, like XOC overclocking. You put them on Dice or LN2, and they're still monsters. Yeah, on both you don't see too much of the gain. Nope. Well, I mean, in a way, Intel, you do get more of an increase. But again, a lot of people are saying about the 13th, 14th gen for like the 1300K, 1400K, or KS, whatever, KF, is that they're so hot. They're so hot. Quit running on a piece of shit AIO. Quit running on a piece of shit fucking air cooler. You gotta be using the proper cooler for it. It's 24 fucking cores, man. 24! What do you expect? You're running it on a piece of absolute garbage AIO in a small PC case with no airflow. What do you expect? And then I had people comment on some of my videos about the 9950X3D, and I should not be talking about the 9950X3D, that they put it on a small air cooler in a small form factor PC case, and they get full performance out of it. I'm like, are you fucking high? Are you like actually cracked out or something like that? That's what I really wanted to say. But like stupid comments like that. The actual manufacturer, AMD, says on their webpage the 9800X3D, 9950X3D, when they came out, to be putting them on minimum of water, AIO, or custom water loop, not an air cooler, and not in a goddamn small form factor case. Or run no E-cores, and I've shown running no E-cores just lowers the temperature so much. It does. It's like overclocking Threadripper and being surprised when it draws 1,000 watts. That's easy to draw 1,000 watts on a Threadripper. Easy. Did you not see the 95WX? Easy. Easy 1,000 watts. It was yeah. You can do 2,000 plus watts on it. It's easy to do 1,000 watts on it. And then it's also why I did not care for any of the leaks that were said about the 9995WX. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. That's why they got dual. So the motherboards have dual 24 pins and 8 total CPU pins? I could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure it has 8 total CPU pins, power pins, and dual 24 pin. And it's for a reason. You hit PBO and have a water cooler, it will start drawing instantly 600 plus watts. If it stays cool, it will continue to raise its power and clocks, but it's why I didn't care for the leaks about the 9995WX, because they were literally they were comparing the 9995WX, comparing it versus the air-cooled 7995WX. They're comparing it from an air-cooled to a water-cooled 9995WX. Yeah, it's $10,000. I know someone that has 4 of them. No. No, it's not. Yeah, I know a lot of people that literally have all these and more. Had a bunch of 9995WX, bunch of 9960s. They're for people that want to have a cheap AI system. Again, they're not technically the greatest, because when you want an AI system, you don't want to technically have CPU like it run off the CPU. You want to have enough CPU power. So yeah, it's great to have all the cores and all that, but you want to make sure you have the RAM speed, the amount, a lot of RAM, and I think they're good for something like 2 terabytes or something like that of RAM, which is a lot, and something like that, 1.6 or 2 terabytes of RAM. And then you want a lot of PCIe lanes. That's what you really want. So you can put a whole whack of GPUs in the system without bottleneck or putting them down to 8 lanes. You want full 16. And then having a lot of lanes on the CPU. I mean, would you really want to delit a 7980XE? I don't think there's any point for deliting the 7980XE. Just lap it. Just lap it. There's no point in deleting one of them. Yeah, it's gonna run hot. If you don't have any means of proper cooling for it, it's gonna run hot. Lap it. Yep. Is that his I accidentally made a supercomputer video? He's such a dumbass. He's such a good clickbait person too. Yeah, figured. Should have got another person to make a computer for him. You probably had someone finish it, make sure, set it up, kind of thing. I would love a 9950X 3D and a good motherboard, either an Apex or a Crosshair. Just because I've overclocked a bunch of RAM on different kits of RAM on a 9950X 3D for someone. Just it was fun. It was different. That's easy. I'm working on CL24. It's not hard. Oh, are you talking about on AMD? I mean, still, it's technically not that difficult to do. No, not delidded. The top spots are non-delidded CPUs unless it's older CPUs that use thermal paste as between the die and the IHS. All CPUs are not delidded that are stemmed or soldered IHSs, and they're ran on LN2. And the reason why is there's no point of delidding it if you're running on LN2. Yeah. So like a 3770K, 4770K, any Sandy Bridge CPUs, you're gonna delid them, and then you're gonna either delid them, and all the ones that have the good records, they're delidded, and then they're direct died cooled. They don't even use an IHS; they use direct die. Because if you do a thermal paste to the IHS from the die, that's a chance of the actual paste cracking, and then the IHS, you gotta worry about the IHS to the actual LN2 pot cracking, and then you got two different chances of the paste cracking, and as soon as that happens, you just have to stop benching, warm up the pot, get it to remount basically the paste, and then start benching again. But then you got two chances of it cracking. And if you're not careful and you're doing these high frequencies, high voltages, and the paste cracks extreme amount from the actual CPU die to the IHS, it can kill the CPU. That's why people do not delid CPUs and that are on top, because there's just two chances of the CPU paste actually cracking. One Apex at the same time, 2 deals on AMD seems silly for Gear 1. Yeah, but frequency. For certain applications, the frequencies could be better. Who cares about 1-to-1? Who cares about that at that point? Um, Again, if you're gonna be using like dry ice or LN2, there's no point of delidding it. If you're just strictly going to be using water, and not even chilled water, just like a daily system type thing, delidding it and doing a liquid metal actually is actually beneficial for it. On a custom loop, if you're not worried about chilling it, just use it for like a daily. Delidding it is actually a good. It's not bad to do. It's good. Because you're not just going to delid it and put liquid metal onto it. You're going to lap the IHS as well, give you that surface area, a bit thinner of a IHS as well. The closer you are to the actual CPU die from your cooler is more beneficial gains for temperature as well. And then you have that better thermal wicking with the liquid metal is more gains, as in you can wick away the heat faster and technically overclock more or have a cooler running system or CPU. Yeah, freezing points are a real pain there, Born. Yeah, 100% mem. Yep. 8400 it's actually not that difficult. Yeah, cold bugs. And then the cold bugs, you can get rid of the cold bugs too by running setting it in the actual BIOS. You can just set it in the BIOS to start off at this frequency at a higher voltage to get the temperature higher. And then once you're in the operating system, you can just use like an FSB overclocker and, well, not even SSB, but overclock it in the operating system to raise it higher. And then that can help eliminate some cold bugs. But then there's actually CPUs that actually have a cold bug at like negative. Most of them that I've been noticing is around negative 90. And that's it. Like you can only go down to about negative 90 on that CPU. Its actual limit. Yeah, tool.exe. Yep. Yeah. Has water spilled on my system before? Yep. On normal systems, it's very difficult to actually cause issues. It'll just turn off and won't turn on again. There's actually safety features on a lot of newer motherboards. GPUs, no. I have never got water on my GPUs. I prep my stuff, so I don't know. Should I do that now? Soon? I gotta prep a couple of GPUs, GTX 1080 Ti, my GTX 770 for chilled loop. I have to put Vaseline all over them. Because, yeah, you spill water on your GPU, and, yeah, you will fry it. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to use copper. I would love to make a copper system. Yes. So what I would do with the copper system, too, is everywhere that's going to be shown, I would clear coat. I would spray with a clear coat after I've shined up the copper. I would clear coat it so that way it doesn't oxidize. So it always look good. Yeah, I have. No, it's not up to you. You spill water on your GPU and it will fry the GPU. If no and ifs or buts, I have to Vaseline up my GPUs because I'm gonna be doing chilled loops on them. On my 5090, what I got, it won't touch it. I don't feel like losing 22. I mean, don't. It's a 5090. If you're not inclined enough or brave enough or, have the know-how, don't do it. No, there's no need. No need for you to break something that costs a lot of money. Oh, plastic tubing with clamps? No, I got D5 pumps and all that. Why would I want to do that? I got D5 pumps with proper tubing, flex tubing or hard tubing. Why would I want to go to Home Depot and buy crappy plastic tubing? I got proper stuff. Actually, technically, you could use it in home systems too if you got bigger size diameters, but No. No, thank you. Yep. Yeah, napkins will help. I'm not talking. I'm not talking my system leaking. I'm not talking my system leaking. When you're doing chilled loops, the condensation will actually start dripping water. It freezes and then thaws because it's hitting ambient temperature. I have no choice but to put down Vaseline up my boards and put down napkins or some sort of towels. I showed it actually. No choice. These lines freeze up and then thaw out and drips down through. Any metal contacts, so any metal contacts here. So all the metal on the actual CPU here, like the CPU block, any metal, so the copper around it gets cold enough and then starts condensating and water starts dripping, so you got to be careful of that. I should have prepped this board with Vaseline too, but I didn't. I knew my session wasn't going to be that long. If I had a longer session, there's more chances of water actually dripping down into the motherboard there, and if the water hits one of the capacitors and gets underneath the capacitor, that would not be good. Yeah, I was risking it for the biscuit on that one. That's why I put the towel there too, though. So that way, I guarantee I didn't get extra dripping onto it. That's why I don't want to risk it. The Apex are expensive. Yeah, I mean, if you're just doing daily, you don't need an Apex board if you're a daily user. Then get a crosshair. Get a crosshair or a tough. There's no need for you to get an Apex board. You're not gonna be overclocking for anything. Crosshair is more than enough for most people, and you get them cheaper. I mean, that will do up to like 86, 8800. So, oh yeah, I've heard the live mixer. Yep, it's pretty good. Does it do 8000 plus? I've heard it's pretty good. Yep. There's no need for you to get an Apex board, bud. There isn't. Nah, I agree. Is it a good 8-layer? Okay. And if it's cheap 8-layer board, you can't go wrong, buddy. You can't go wrong. Not all 8-layer boards are good, but and hard to find a good 8-layer board for cheap. Yeah, I was easily able to do 8400 with a 9950X 3D easily on multiple kits of RAM at very low voltage. Very low voltage at CL38. I mean, some people want to do Core OC, MemOC at the same time. That's why I would want an Apex board, just because I do overclocking though. Yeah, I heard that board is actually pretty good. How much are the OCFs going for? The Taichi OCFs? How much are they going for? You could probably do something really cool with fuel lines for auto parts though. Oh yeah, but you don't really want to do. I mean, I think that would be too small. In a way, don't you think that'd be too small? No, I guess it wouldn't be too small of a line. Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to make. Depends. I mean, it wouldn't be easy to work with there, Born. It wouldn't be easy to work with. Yeah, it's still expensive. I kind of figured it was still expensive. No, there's no need for Gear 4. Yeah, it's just for the numbers. Strictly just for the numbers. True, it would give you a lot. It would be expensive. It wouldn't be terrible. I don't think it would be terrible for price-wise. Complicated, yeah. You are kind of getting into complications on a lot of different things doing it that way. Yeah, it definitely depends on the parts. And I definitely want to be using only brass, minimum brass, no aluminum. Yes, it comes with the fan for the memory. The fan that blows up through it. I think it's up through, yeah, up through it. It's not directly down on it. It blows up through. Yep, basically. Does it also come with the NVMe? PCIe to NVMe? Or NVMe to PCIe? Pretty sure it comes with that too. It's on a lot of boards. The Apex board costs a lot more. No. No one even uses dim dot. No, oh well, I mean yeah, no one really even uses that. Seriously, no one uses it. It's kind of a waste. I'm thinking about it. Could you probably do it cheaper if you use the right parts? With you sell a lot more on all ports. I mean, yeah, they do. Like I said, I don't think the parts will cost as much as you think. It's more or less getting the parts that would work onto like a D5 pump to make it actually work in a PC. That would be the difference. I can run straight alcohol on my main on my PC now. I can run straight alcohol if I wanted. I could run pure ISO, pure. I mean, I technically wouldn't want to though, just due to the fact my one reservoir. Yeah, how many lanes do you need? How many lanes do you need? You could be doing dual like quad 5090s with 4 NVMe's. Best cooling method, my opinion, is custom water loops. Yeah, that's the thing. I use PVC style soft tubing, which is it's good for a lot of chemicals. And then I use EPDM seals, which is again very good for temperature, high temperature, low temperature, and chemicals. The only thing that would be bad for my system is actually my reservoir, and the worst thing that will actually happen to my reservoir is it'll turn the clear reservoir cloudy. That's about it. Yep, you can overclock 100-watt CPU with an air cooler. Yep, my 12600K. I should make a video of showing against the Purus Assassin versus Assassin 120 SE to see what one can actually handle more wattage. Because I could just start with the 12600K and overclock it to up to 250 watts and see how far I can push it. Push the 12600K and the coolers. Because technically it would start off around 100 watts. I mean, it's a little less, but yeah. Yeah, foam around the tubes can help. I don't have that, or else I would. And then when I do my, generally when I'm doing my overclocking in like winter, Canadian winter here, I don't have to worry about the condensation thawing out and dripping. It just freezes. And because there's like very low humidity, like very low, very low humidity, it's the freeze up isn't terrible. It only happens like around this time of year due to the fact humidity is like 50% and up, and that's why there's so much condensation and dripping, and because it's not cold. Overclock with an AIO cooler? I should. 256 bit clocks are garbage though. But if you're gonna be doing AMD, 6000 is technically where you want to be. 6400. Second motherboard. For what? AM6 won't be coming out for till 2027. One 100 degrees Celsius, 5.7. Dang. 100 degrees Celsius. That's brutal. Till AM7? I'm not sure to project it on AM7. They're probably gonna do AM6 and then fairly quickly AM7. As in, it could be AM7 2030 is what there's has been projected times for AM7. As in, that's fairly quick from AM6 to AM7. That's 3 years. That's a pretty quick for AMD, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying for projected for AM7 is 2030. You can say it has been ass, but it's also been very good, efficient. It's been very efficient. It games just fine. Its multi-core and single-core performance is really good. So you can't say it's ass just because it just only holds the mem record, right? You can't just say it. Oh, just because it holds a mem record. Have you seen any AMD systems trying to hold a mem record? Fuck no. Upgrading GPU later on is the easiest way to resell it. Only lose a little bit. Yep, exactly, Born. Yep. I mean, if you have the money and willing to spend it, yeah. I mean, I guess you have the money. Like, is there really a point though? Beneficial upgrades, efficiency, performance. That's why. Innovation, like actual differences. Instead of it being the type of refresh that AMD has been doing for so freaking long, it's just like a refresh. No actual huge gains, just slight, very slight increase in gains on most things for the past, I don't know how many years now. At least Intel has done huge changes, right? Like actual changes. How many people have gotten 7,000 at 256 gig though? 8000G was really good. That's different though. It was full stable? Wow. 4 sticks on AMD 6400? I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe it might have been done. There's always a possibility of it being done. Yeah, what you need is a lot different from what you want most of the time. Yeah, Born. Yeah. You got that right, Born. Full stable with G-Skill girls. Yeah. Is that gonna work for you though? Is it a safe daily voltages? Is it AMD safe daily voltages? I would assume 6400 is alright to do. It's doable. It's definitely doable. And 1-to-1, definitely doable. For a lot of different AMD CPUs and motherboard combos. It's definitely doable, yeah. And it'll be a lot better beneficial, yeah. Not much, because that's kind of what they did. That's what. It's also a good thing that AMD has done that too. Is that they made it so that way a lot of their CPUs had a good IMC. So it's not like you need to have a crazy bend for 6400. It's just it's a fairly average. All CPUs will do technically 6200. I would say 6200. And there's a very good, probably a 60-40 chance you could do 6400. Exactly, a good amount will do 6400, yes. And it also would say on what motherboard can actually help beneficial. Very little do 6600, very correctly, yes, very correct. And that is more or less their Infinity Fabric at that point being the hard point on that. The motherboard can come into play at certain points due to the fact you have a weak IMC, but if you have a weak IMC on a cheaper board, 6400 is actually very attainable. 66, good luck. Exactly, Ducky. Yep, yep, yep. 22 FCLK, a high VOC is not happening. Nope. Exactly. Negative scaling. Well, 6400 at stock voltage or tuned? Define stock voltages. For what? For what XMP? For right? stock voltages? XMP, sorry, Expo. Yes. But you can technically lower it to 1.1 and a lot of them will still work at 1.1. A lot of them will work at 1.1, which means it does not even need to be stock. And then you got some with XMP for some reason, that stock voltage, stock is all of a sudden 1.4, which is way above what it needs to be. Way above. And that will actually happen. That's what a lot of people don't realize. It will change it. But you can lower it to 1.1, and a lot of them will run at 1.1 via SoC. Stock voltage, I'd say, usually runs at Expo. If it depends, so what? Stock is not a stock dependent on board, on motherboard can change voltages, and actual Expo can change voltages. That's the thing. It's not there's a range, right? The range there's actually a big range of voltages due to the fact it could be easier on some boards and harder on other boards, and certain CPUs want more voltages, so they make a range of voltages and generally put for different boards and also different RAM kits a higher voltage to help stabilize things on crappy IMCs or crappy boards. But most of the times you can just lower those voltages manually. I heard 1.4 is safe, and that's the thing. It can happen. 1.4, it can happen. Long term, that's the thing. It's so new. Long term, it's going to be hard to actually define long term right now because it's still so new. So you can't say 1.4 is good for long term because it has not been a long term yet to even say that it's safe. But 1.4 could very well be safe. It could very well be. Lower voltages is always going to be better, though. Okay? That's just me, though. Some people might even say, no, it's safe. It's safe, though. It's safe. Lower voltages are always better. I don't like auto voltages. I'll never use auto voltages. My XMP kit wants me to use 1.35 volts on my VCCS-A. It wants me to put crazy voltages through VDD. VDD-Q, VDD-2. Why? I can run extremely low voltages due to the fact my CPU likes actually low voltages. My RAM kit can handle the lower voltages. So why would I want to run these high voltages where it's 100% stable at the exact same timings and frequencies that I'm already at a extremely low voltage? I would want the extremely low voltage. You can say undervolt. It's technically not undervolting, though. It's technically not undervolting. Undervolting is not the same thing as what most people think. It's just setting a voltage. It's not technically undervolting. Undervolting what? There has not been a actual strict voltage for this kind of stuff. So it's technically not an undervolt. It's just setting a voltage, a lower voltage. That's not technically undervolting. 1.3 volts for EG64, then lower VSOC until not stable. Yes, until not stable. Yes, and then you gotta test it. You gotta also test it on different games and benchmarks and stress tests to make sure that is actually gonna be stable at that low voltage. If it does crash or error in that, rerun it again to make sure, especially like OCCT and stuff like that, or mem test or test mem, whatever it is that people like to use as well. There's no point in using more voltage than you need. Exactly. There's no point in using more voltage than you need. Just like how my motherboard, not my CPU, my motherboard will give my 13900K 1.55 volts, but I can run it at the exact same frequency at 1.245 volts. Why would I run it at 1.55 volts? There's no point of it running at 1.55 volts. That's not the CPU saying I want 1.55 volts. That's the motherboard giving the CPU 1.55 volts. How's it going, Scope? It runs just fine at 1.245 volts. Right? Right. You mean undervolt CPU cores? Again, the undervolting is not undervolting. It's just whatever the motherboard is going to give it. It's not just a CPU saying, I want this voltage. The motherboard comes into play. So your undervolt is not technically undervolting. That's my opinion. You can take that however you want, though. Some other people might say that's undervolting. That's not under fucking volting. That's a motherboard saying, I'm giving you this voltage. Use it. You like it. And CPU is going, yes, daddy. And that's when your CPU starts dying faster because the motherboard's giving it too much voltage. And a lot of people don't realize motherboards come into play for voltages. Same with XMPs for voltages for CPU side for RAM and RAM side. And it does not need certain voltages. Most of the time. Yeah, long runs of, I mean, if you like VT3, long runs actually are more beneficial, but DDR5, you can literally do a 24-hour benchmark, pass with flying fucking colors, run it the next day, crashes within 5 seconds. That's DDR5 for you. If it already passed that 24-hour stress test and you run it again and it crashes within 5 seconds or errors out within 5 seconds, just say it's fucking stable. Don't keep messing around with it. It's technically stable. It's just, that's DDR5. I don't have a UPS. I have a UPS, but it needs a new battery. I want to jump it with another battery and see if I can get it charging again. If I can, I'll be happy. I'm going to give you a voltage you can't refuse. You have to cold boot, warm boot test. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Hey, Ducky. There you go. Someone that knows something about stuff. Yeah. Yeah. For complete 100% stability. Yep. Yes. That's one way to test it. Yeah, buddy. It's true though. It's true. On dual XVD, it could help out for some things. It's not gonna help out a lot. And even though they're gonna do this dual X3D, Intel's gonna be coming out with their BLC that's gonna have even more cache than that. So is it gonna help benefit them right off the bat? Maybe in a couple of things. I don't think it's gonna be as much beneficial as what some people think. I think it's just gonna run hotter and run hotter and more wattage at idle and run hotter during like gaming and that when it comes out though. I think it's gonna be a hot CPU for I don't know, minimal gains. Minimal gains. That's my opinion though. My opinion. And I don't know if it's actually... It's hard to know whether or not this extra Vcache is going to be a more beneficial with the dual X3D. Give be more beneficial with this more dual CCD having X3 Vcache. Whether or not it's going to be beneficial for most people that are going to be using it. Which is gaming. Yeah, there's no market for that. That's niche. One or two might sell. Performance gains not going to be there. Why? Why would somebody want an X3D Threadripper? It's so many cores. It's going to run hot. It's going to use a lot of power for gaming. For what game? What game can utilize so many cores? You already got CPUs that have lots of cores anyways. That's more than enough for all the games. Yeah, that's a lot of memory bandwidth, but then I mean, it's not going to be beneficial for people that are going to actually use the Threadripper. You're going to only have a Threadripper to make a system where you're going to use GPUs. You're going to want the RAM. You're not going to utilize the CPU. You're just going to have the cores there, fast, efficient cores there for the GPUs to be used. You're not going to use the actual CPU. I mean, if you are, you're a freaking dumbass. There's way better options than just use a Threadripper if you're going to use CPUs. I mean, some people maybe, but maybe they just don't know anything about how stuff works, and they got the money. Why do you got your PSC still in the system? Why do you gotta run that new kit of RAM? I think it would still clock pretty high. Probably 4.6, 4.7 gigahertz all core. Yeah, I remember the X3Ds don't clock a whole lot lower than the non-X3Ds. Like, what? Max of 300 megahertz. So, yeah, I think it's going to clock pretty high on all cores. Every single freaking core. Oh, you forgot to take it out. Well, take it out. Did you start using your new kit? Is it working? Is it good? If it ain't broke, don't touch it. You got yeah, it's true. It works, okay, good. Yeah, I want to see what the scores are for bench. Well, that's good. You got like another hour, PewDiePie. Yeah, PewDiePie. Unless it's going to make you money, I don't see a point in spending. No. And that's the thing. If you have the money for a Threadripper, you're going to be spending the money on a Threadripper for the cores. You're going to have the money for all the RAM, like a lot of RAM, like 2 terabytes of RAM, and you're going to have minimum of 4 GPUs. You're only going to have a Threadripper for all the cores and the PCIe lanes that are actually going to support that. That's the only reason. Only reason why you would have a Threadripper. Not to use the Threadripper CPU for performance. They're for the GPUs to not bottleneck all the GPUs being utilized all at once. Because 180 BCLK was, well, it's 1800. I don't call that 1800 megatransfers per second. You're not, nah, megahertz. Megatransfers per second on DDR5. That's when you can start saying megatransfers per second. Again, that's me and me being strict on that kind of stuff. DDR5 is megatransfers per second. Anything below DDR5 is megahertz. Because then you start confusing people. You're saying 1800 megatransfers per second? That's only 1900 megahertz or 900 megahertz. No. Yeah, dual data rate. That's right. It's not how it works. Maybe throw it for like 4 GPUs for AI. Yes. Yes, and that would be a minimum of 4 GPUs with a lot of VRAM. So that way you can utilize every single GPU. No, you can't say 900 megahertz then. I mean, technically you could, but no. Just say 1800. Oh, and yeah, apparently someone with the when you were gone for a little bit there, I did find out someone with the same board there, the P6 X58 D-E board, did do 261 BCLK. True, a lot of people would understand that, but a lot of people that come to my channel would not understand. They'd be like, what? Only 900 megahertz? Times by 2. Yeah, 261. 261. 261 on my board. Yep, probably. What about prior Threadrippers? How much do they cost now? They still cost a lot. You can get older Threadrippers, 8-core and 16-core Threadrippers. The 8 cores are actually, you can pick them up for like $120. 16 cores, I think they still sell for like 200 plus. They're around there. And they're not better. They're not better, buddy. They're not better. Maybe 266, maybe. Could happen. Yeah, probably Northbridge. I would assume the Northbridge would need actually the LN2. The CPU, I don't think it would need as much, but just having the extra cooling on the whole board itself would actually be more beneficial. So, yeah, either DICE or LN2. It would give a bit extra. 12 cores, everybody feels bad because you're buying less cores than not. Yep. No, if you're buying a thread to game, A, you have too much money, or B, you had a drill, or you were dropped on your head or something like that, like 100 times you're dropped on your head in a row, kind of deal. No one buys. Will, I mean, maybe some people do, but they're definitely dropped multiple times. But Xeon, there's lots of Xeons. The new Xeons, though, the Xeon 6000 series, P-Core only. Ooh, I would love a P-Core only Xeon. Because you got P-Core only Xeons, and then you got E-Core only Xeons. The 4124P? No. The 6000. 6000's where it's at. How much are those? Anywhere from $4,000 to $8,000. They're around there. No, I don't. I don't have one of those Xeons. I have LJ1366 Xeons. They're max of 6 cores. 6-core 12 thread. we're talking on the low end though. The low end new Xeon P-core only Xeons, like $4,000. Low end. The 10 grand Threadripper is 96 core, and if you went with like a 96 core P-core only new Xeon, yeah, you're talking like 8 to 10 grand still, and they're still the same. They're both the same wattage. The Xeons though have more PCIe lanes, and I think the amount of RAM is about the same. Maybe the Xeons you could put more RAM on them, but that's about it. But they do have more PCIe lanes, which is more beneficial for when you're wanting those kind of CPUs. They're not cheap. New Ryzen 9. Old Threadripper's basically e-waste nowadays. They'd be fun to overclock, but they're just e-waste for most things nowadays. Their efficiency level's nowhere near anything that there is now. Yeah, it only cost you $20,000. Yep. And that's the thing. It's just $10,000 for the CPU for the 96 core 9995WX. It's $10,000, 10,400 from where a bunch of places I've seen. $10,400 is US, and that's just for the CPU, which means you have to buy the RAM. If you want 2 TB of RAM, that's going to cost you another $3,000 for the RAM. You have to buy the $2,000 to $4,000 motherboard. You have to buy multiple power supplies, multiple 1600 watt power supplies. Like, you're talking money, and then you're gonna need a water cooling system for it, minimum water cooling. You can do the with an air cooler, but you won't be able to get the performance that you would with it. You wouldn't be able to do anything really for it. I guess there are some the air cooler that comes with it is good for close to 600 watts. Yeah, yeah, minimum 20K system just for CPU, motherboard, RAM is about 20K, and then you gotta add the GPUs, and depends on the GPUs you put in it. Did you do 4400 UCLK 1.35 QPI? I think it was, yeah. Yeah. That's the max voltage I put on QPI was 1.35. I think it was 1.325 volts. The max I've ever gone for QPI was 1.35 for testing. It's a pretty good binned X5650. I don't think I was able to do that on any other CPU, to be honest. My X5667 is but it's not the 6 core 5667, it's the 4 core. You think? And I mean, it technically does 5 gigahertz, so. Yeah. There is people that make money with their systems, yes. On good bins? Maybe. I haven't used LN2 yet. I'm not going to get into LN2. I've got a lot of knowledge for LN2 and how to get LN2 working and for testing and trial and error type thing. Done a lot of research and talked to a lot of people that do LN2, but Dice is what I'll be using. Dice is what I'll be doing first. That way I can stay in my league. My scores match phase change machines, so or outbeat phase change machines and are up around Dice anyways. So Dice will only give me beneficial on some things. I just found out something cool. This old Russian Vision scope has already been converted to use AA bats. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Wow, how easy that was to do. You think it is gonna be the hardest part there, Ducky? I don't know. We'll have to see. Was the Threadripper better for? Uh, Overall IPC. I think the IPC, like the actual IPC, the actual performance of the Threadripper might be better. Might actually be better. Oh yeah, people like the E-cores. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like the E-cores. I like my 1300K with the E-cores, especially when I'm doing video editing and stuff like that. Holy crap, is it ever different between a 12600K and a 13900K? RAM exact same frequency timings. The speed difference is in whew. Yeah, better. If you can have all the P cores, but then you gotta have to have a system that can cool it. Sure. Yeah. I mean, P cores are coming to town here soon. 12 P cores system. So the 250 scope I just paid for a PC build. What? Really? Is it really worth that much? Another fun. The board. Yeah. Get some non-crappy RAM. That's all I got for DDR3, buddy. That's all I got. All my RAM I've gotten from old HP and Dell systems, and I've done pretty good with them. Okay, I'm happy with the performance I've gotten out of them. It's not cheap. It's not cheap though, buddy. My means is just buying food for me and Gabby Goo here. That's my main concern. Not buying anything else right now. A 30 CAD to me is $1 million. I don't think. Well, yes, because again, old Xeons that cost $1,500, $1,600. I have hundreds of them. Something that would cost $1,600 per CPU. I have hundreds of them. So, yeah, man, I haven't been able to find a job in like a year. I can't seem to find a job. So, my only means of actual money is YouTube. So, yeah, $30 is like $1 million to me. What do I live on? $100 a month, roughly. So, kitty litter costs me about $20 a month. Cat food costs me another $10 a month. And then the rest I can make it stretch with whatever food I need. You mean how? That's how it goes. Too kind, Vap, but not needed, buddy. Not needed. Yes. How? Yes, I live off $100 a month. Actually, what actually saved me this month and is actually gonna hopefully help me out for the rest of the months is I've sold off a turbo. Not much. I didn't make much off of it. And that helped me pay for a bunch of cat food and the litter. But I mean, food wise, still got nothing. I just ate my last sandwich. I have some rice. That's all I got. Thank you, Vap. Too kind, man. You definitely can make money off of it for sure. Yeah, I like that. Chat on my one screens go wild. Thanks, Vep. Thank you. And I know it sucks having to get rid of stuff. Is it really $500? That's wild. 500. Yeah, see, having zero sales in that in a long time, that sucks. That $500 is it's like a lot of money, man. I can't buy anything right now. I can't. I literally can't. Everything that I make off of YouTube right now, it literally just goes into food and for Gabby. Like it's not, and yeah, people do donate, and I make a little bit off of the ads, but it's barely livable. Let's just say that. I've slowed way down on coffee, so yeah, that's why I like the hardware bot server, because you can find things off hardware bot server. Hopefully, you're one of the first people to message the person too. Yeah, having the more VRAM can help with AI, bigger LLMs, right? Bigger workloads, and that's what you want. Yeah, I've been part of the hardware bot Discord since 2018. I think you only need to be part of the server. Is it 6 months or a year? I think it's 6 months, something like that. Yeah, I'm part of the marketplace. Yeah, I didn't start posting stuff on hardware since 2021. I made an account in 2018 so that way I could be a part of the buying hardware off of hardware bot. Gun show season is coming soon, so I have to save cash anyway. Yeah. Hopefully they're at good prices there. Generally they have good prices at the shows. I mean, also 10 ballads. Oh yeah, I also have to have 10 ballads. Oh, okay. Well, I got. Is it 1,000 ballads now? All right, now I need you down. My foot's going to sleep. Come on. Thank you. No more buying. Yeah, no more buying, Vep. I haven't bought anything in a long time. And the only thing I bought recently is, yeah, the cat litter and cat food. I need to go to the store later on to grab some pasta. No, I got the 4 gigs, the 2x2s. I got some Samsung Hynix 4 gigs. I got some crappy Kingstons. I'm not sure what the ICs are on the Kingstons. I got some single-sided Hynix 4 gigs. They're not that great. And then I got some Nanyas. They're not great. They're not great. How long? Probably for another 2 years, maybe. If not more, but probably 2 years. Do you think are they the BFRs? I guess they would be, wouldn't they? Yeah, they're not that great. And for my testing, they're not that great. My Samsungs are better than these. Oh, is that why they're not that great? Because I did not loosen TRP. Might be it. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, from all my testing I've done on them, they're not better than my Samsungs. 2.1. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, 2.1. I generally do testing 1.9 then to see if I can get more out of them 2.1. Because some of them will scale farther. Good kits will scale to like 2.3. The Nanyas? How about my Nanyas? Oh, the other Hynix? Pretty sure I don't have my other kits of Hynix anymore. Yeah, that stuff sucks. Yeah. AC isn't even about Tuesday anymore. It's all about AI and stuff. Yeah. Money. That's where the money is. If there's money somewhere, wouldn't you want to go where the money is? Those are those Hynix. Here they are. Dual rank. I think these are the same though. I do believe they would be about the same. Focus you. Oh. Focus. Well, these are terrible. There you go. Nanya. Yeah, Nanyas. They're pretty good though. These Nanyas aren't bad. Dual rank. Yeah. Yeah, those are the dual ranks. And I got some of these these Kingstons that I'm not sure what are. I'm not sure what they are. Maybe you can tell me. I don't know if I can get enough information off that. These are not. Yeah, typical Kingston rebrand. I've had people come on my stream. They're Kingston ICs. No, that's not how it works. Stop it. The sticker. ACR 256X64 D3U 13C9G. Yeah, that's Skeet. He comes to my channel a lot. Skeet he loves to piss me off. Try to explain things to him. He likes to say I'm wrong. It's like, sorry, buddy, I'm not wrong. Shut up. You're just pissing me off. So I'm not trying to shake. They're not. They're terrible, though. They're not good. They're not good. The white part on the left side? You mean by the hologram? Yeah, there's nothing. Are they a scratch and sniff? No, they're not a scratch and sniff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. How about that little white spot? It wouldn't be the worst combo, Andre. It wouldn't be the worst combo. No. Nope. Yeah, but it's cheap. It's cheap. It still works. Just because they're stopped making CPUs doesn't mean it's dead. It still works. But why not like LGA 1700? Because people, I don't know why people hate LGA 1700. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, oh, LGA 1700 is dead. Intel's coming out with LGA 1700 CPUs, so it's not dead. They're still manufacturing LGA 1700 CPUs, so it's not dead. Still good. A lot more people have been buying them this year, though. I don't know if people have been watching my stream and actually starting to buy them or what. Apparently, data centers and actual like consumers, us consumers, are buying them. You can find it for a really good deal, but you can also find 13600K and 14600K for about the same price, which is better. It's better. Do you donate plasma, by the way? No. I don't know what you mean by that. You talk about what we make in our bodies or something? I don't know what you mean by that, Ducky. Is it the busted 1314 gen? No, it's not busted. It's not busted. People don't know anything about 13th and 14th gen. They're saying it's busted. It has less failure rate than the 5000 series and 7000 series from AMD. It has less failure rate. Less failure rate. It's nothing busted. It has less failure rate. Bottleneck? Do we mean bottleneck? No, your CPU will not bottleneck the GPU. Your CPU will not bottleneck it. Yes, Serge. I don't care what you think or anything like that. It's true. The 13th and 14th gen had less failure rate than AMD's 5000 and 7000 series. Less failure rate. 4% for the 13th, 14th gen, 7% for the 5000 and 7000 series from AMD. That's 3% more failure rate. More issues arose by the 13th and 14th gen due to the fact AMD only sold about 100,000 5000 and 7000 CPUs, while Intel sold about 100 million 13th and 14th gen CPUs. That's why it rose more. It's 4% is terrible, yeah. Especially when you're selling 100 million, that's 400,000 CPUs failed. Versus AMD's 7,000 CPUs roughly failed, but 7% failure rate on AMD versus Intel's 4%. But scale-wise, it's worse on Intel's side. Intel will come back. They will. It's not like they're going anywhere. They're too big of a company to go anywhere. They're too smart of owners and that to go anywhere. So it's not like they've been hurting, yes, but they've always been selling. Are they losing money? In some ways, yeah, because they have so many fabs and so many employees compared to other companies. Yep, and Pat Gilsenser had good plans, just not at the scale that Lipoton was doing or wanted to do, and that's why Lipoton, being the new CEO, is the best. Just great. He's the man for the job. It's not nice what he has to do, but it has to be done. No, they don't. Apparently, a lot of people don't know what degradation is. Oxidation. They don't. I like to use words because I sound smart. Okay, tell me what that means. Quit gagging on the balls and let me know what that means. They sound pretty hairy. At 1.55 volts. No. The degradation of my soul. Don't go breaking my heart. No. Big scary word. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, a lot of people are using that word. A lot of YouTubers were making saying that Gamers Nexus was. I don't think Linus Tech Tips was saying oxidation a lot. Gamers Nexus brought it up in one video a lot. Actually, a fairly recent video too. He was saying it a lot. I'm like, man, I don't think he knows the understanding of oxidation either. For failure rate VEP, yeah. For the 5,000, 7,000, and then we don't have the full scale of the 9,000 yet. It's not good though. It's not good either. It's already around 4% failure rate already. They're having a lot of issues with the 9,000 series CPUs. Just no one talks about it. .6 volts? Yeah, it's a lot. Yes, that is real time. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Gabby's going nuts right now. She knows it's almost that time for FOOD. Isn't that right? There are psychological conditions, yeah. Gabby does not go on desks. She does not jump up on anything. She's a very well-trained cat, like a dog. I'll show you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a treat first. No? That one gotta wait. I know. Come on. Come here. Oh, no. Up here. Can you see? Sit. 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 Oh, she thinks I'm giving her food. No. Come over here. Come on. Come here. No, we're not getting food. You're getting treat. You're getting treat, not food. I know it's so close to that time. Can you sit? Can't really see. We can't see. We need the chair. We need the chair. No, treat. 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 Quit. Stop. Sit. Sit. Paw. Other paw. Other paw. Good girl. Paw. 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 Other paw. No, other paw. Other paw. I know it's good. I didn't ask. Paw. I didn't ask. 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 Paw down. She's a good kitty. Yeah. Can you get down? Can you get down? Thank you. You gotta wait. I'm sorry. We're like so close. Half hour. 30 minutes. Yeah, that's the reason why she was so she kept going back to her dish like it's gotta be that time. It's like no treat. And it's just nothing but crazy purring. It's gotta be that time. No, it's treat, Gabby. It's treat, not FOOD. If I say it, she'll go nuts. So I'm not gonna say it. She's got 1 million purrs per second. She doesn't need any overclocking, especially when she's in psycho mood. Holy crap! Yeah, she's well trained, and then she does not jump on any desks. She will not jump on any of that. She'll not jump on that. She'll not jump on any of this, any of that. She won't jump on anything. No desks. She'll only jump on a chair sometimes. Chairs are fine though. No tables. She'll jump up onto. I can leave food on the like I can leave food on the floor. I can leave the food bag unopened. She will not eat out of it. She'll only eat when I give her food. Whoa, I shouldn't have said that. But yeah, very well trained. She's like a dog. And yeah, she gets the zoomies, like wild zoomies. Like we're talking crazy zoomies. They would say Gabby's kind of underweight, but she's not. She's healthy weight. Yeah, 3 server boosts in your server. Oh, no one's done a server boost in a while in the channel. I did do a server boost the first couple of months the channel was open, and then someone else is doing server boost too, but I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, I would definitely set it to OCPC. OC kitties. Yeah, she's a pretty good inspector. Any box, she's got to be in the box. It'd be a small box, she'll go in the box. That's why That's why like any of my GPU boxes and that are up, or else she'll sit on it and crush them. I don't like asking people to pay for things, buddy. I know, I know. I'm not that person though. I'm not. That's me though. That's me. If someone wants to do it, they could do it. If not, well, it's fine the way it is. Yeah, I'm happy with the way things are. You always checking your hands and pockets. Drugs? Got any drugs? One boost away. I mean, it's good. No, I'm not destroying any of my GPU boxes. I'm too hardcore of a collector for that kind of stuff. You know how hard it is to find an original GPU and box together with all the original accessories? Not easy, man. Not easy. Build her a PC. She don't need a PC. I mean, she got a PC. She can go in that if she really wants to. In the bottom one. I mean, she run. You see that hole on the side of this one right here? She runs through that like phew, 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 when she's in zoomies. Pew, 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 pew. I ain't talking slowly. I mean, she like bolts through it. Like, luckily she can fit. I have an AMD box. I guess I could do that right there. The B550 Tomahawk box. I don't have the motherboard for it anymore, so wouldn't be the worst. I use EVGA. I like EVGA. The one that was on the system for the 3770K and with the 1080 Ti, that's a Corsair. But I like EVGA. I have a bunch of EVGAs. Supernovas. Supernovas. 850 watts. Only 850 watt Supernovas. The 12600 is really good. It is a good CPU. Yeah, rest in peace, EVGA. Oh, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 PSUs. I had more. I have 5 PSUs now, though. Sam B die? Yeah. I mean, if especially you have a good AMC. Can't. I've tried. I got all these PSUs used, and they don't come with all the cables, and everyone wants all the cables. Yeah. Same thing, like I would technically sell my daily system, like my Z690 ORS Mastered custom monoblock and that, but I got it used. I had to fix it up. It doesn't have all the hardware onto it. If you change out the custom monoblock, you don't have any of the heat sinks on for any of the VRMs anymore. There's so many things that I could sell, but no one will buy it because it's fixed up, and I had to fix up all my hardware. It's why I got hardware very cheap, is I fixed it up. The Z690 ORS Master never worked. I had to make the power button work onto it again. I had to make sure that I replaced a bunch of resistors and capacitors onto it to make it work again. So that's why I got such cheap price. The Z690 ORS Master, the custom monoblock that's on it, is all cracked up. No one's gonna buy a cracked up acrylic monoblock. It's 100% leak proof. It doesn't leak at all. It just has cracks, spider webs, and it happens on acrylic blocks. Again, it got shipped from the States that went through hot to cold environment in wintertime, and then I brought it inside and it cracked. Not my fault. That's acrylic. Yeah, Z690 ORS Master, and it's got the custom monoblock for it that cools the VRMs and the CPU. It's got that $600 monoblock. I think you can pick them up for like $400 now, but at the time it was a $600 monoblock. Yeah, and I got that motherboard, CPU, cooler, and a 12900K. Yeah, no. Again, I hold all the records for the ORS Master. I hold all of the records for the ORS Master. All of them. I mean, records, right? Records. There's only technically one record, which is reference frequency, but I have that too. Would you even tattoo an Intel CPU on yourself? Like, nah, because I'm non-biased. I don't. It's not like I'm an Intel fanboy. I'm not an Intel fanboy. I care about all hardware, Intel, AMD, or NVIDIA. It does not matter. Same thing with motherboards and that. Whatever works for overclocking, whatever is really good for overclocking, I like more. But it does not matter about CPU, motherboard, RAM kits, GPUs. None of that matters to me. None of it. I'm non-biased. I'm not an Intel fanboy. I don't care what people think. I don't care about AMD femboys and that. I don't care. I'm not one of them people. I just want to overclock everything. The best I can do is 14,716. It's the best I've gotten so far. Not great. But it's also, I'm not on liquid nitrogen or anything like that. No. I did that at 7,400. And 8,200 is on a single DIMM. I think it matters. I'm not sure if you can just do a single DIMM and mem will still scale for it. That's 8,200 on a single DIMM. Yeah. So there's no point. I can bench 7,800 or might get 8,000 at Geekbench 3. But timings I don't think would be the greatest. Yeah, it ain't doing that exactly. Yeah. I can do 7,800 if you want to see 7,800. I might be able to get 8,000 working on it, but not 8,200. Yeah, I'll watch other tech tubers and that. More because I want to see clickbait, because I might start doing nothing but clickbait stuff to get my channel up there. DeBauer Jr.? DeBauer? I watched DeBauer and all these overclockers before most people, before they even got even close to being famous. I watched them when they had like no viewers basically. We're talking like back in the early 2000s. Before they even had a YouTube channel, I was watching them. I was watching from another YouTube channel that overdone all the overclocking. Yeah, step one shield. Yeah, yeah. I do want to get gear mode 4 working. I want to. I just want to get 8400 mega transits per second. Technically, I just want to get 8400 so that way I can say I've done better than Buildzoid. Cuz he did 8226, I think it was. It's not even much more than what I have. I just want to say I have a higher memory frequency than Buildzoid. That's it. That's it. But I can't even get 8400 working right now. I'm so close to his. And he did 82 whatever, not on a Z690 Horse Master either. He wasn't even able to get 8200 working. Nah, not 8000 stable. 7600 I can get stable. 7800, if I tune it more, I could probably get stable. 7600 I get stable. I think it was a Unify, was it not? I'm pretty sure it was a Unify. Not the Unify X. I could check. Oh, liquid nitrogen loop. No. Liquid nitrogen, yeah. Yeah, probably around there. But 7600 is I can get 100% stable 7600. 7600 CL30 I could probably do. CL32 doesn't take a whole lot of voltage. But definitely CL30 will take a lot more voltage, probably 1.6 volts. But 7600 is easy. Test OCCT or test mem. You just use GPU Z. Test mem. But OCCT generally, and then not just OCCT, Y crunchers. Y cruncher, it has to be Y cruncher 1B, 2.5B, and then a run of 5B generally. What's the point? If you're already running OCCT, what's the point of doing testmem 5? Yeah, it's fine, I've used it, but I mean, what's the point? No, they're not better than OCCT. How are they better than OCCT? They do basically the exact same thing. Only available in Chernobyl. The uranium cooled? What? OCCT is 1 hour max? So? Let me check Buildzoid. We'll see what he did at. Here, second. Yeah, he did it on liquid nitrogen? Huh? Liquid nitrogen as well. He also did it on liquid nitrogen. On a Oris Tachyon. He did it on an Oris Tachyon with liquid nitrogen and just barely beat mine. We're talking by 4 megahertz. He beat mine by 4 megahertz. He did 42 or 8208. I did mine on ambient air temperature. Ambient. If LN2 is so good, why don't they make LN3? They technically do. It's called liquid helium. It's not LN3 though, it's liquid helium. Price of Zotac 10 Ti. What it could be? It can be a lot of things. Yeah, liquid helium is goated. It's so cold, but you need a team. You need a team to do it. You can't do it by yourself. But LM1, I don't know even what you would call classify LM1 as. You know, you technically don't have to do a 24-hour stress test. You don't. DDR5, it's you can't even you can do a 24-hour. You can do a 1 week long stress test. Test it like a couple other days later on an exact same stress test, and it could error out in 5 seconds. That's DDR5. There's no guaranteed 100% stable for DDR5. I mean, most ways, if you just keep TRC up high, frequency not too terrible, decent timings, you can make sure it's stable. It's going to be stable. But if you're doing stress tests, you're stress testing the crap of it. Why is DDR5 broken? Because it's new. It's new. Because the way that probably more or less the controller talking to the CPU off the RAM is the issue. That's probably the main issue. My guess, though. LNO is ambient. What am I reading here, guys? Yeah, you should go to bed. 11 p.m.? Holy crap, it's only 5 p.m. here. Yeah, you should go to bed. Talk about LNO. LNO. Yeah, definitely time zones. Well, have yourself a good night, man. Nah, even with XMP. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter with XMP. Time zones. I mean, depending on the ICs, but I don't think anyone's done a test versus because Hynix MDI is very heat sensitive. Hynix MDI is heat sensitive. Hynix ADI, and it's more or less the controller, not even the ICs, the different controllers that are on them. Hynix ADI doesn't care as much for temperature, and that's more or less the controllers, not the actual ICs. ADI, 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 ADI. That's, you got that right, buddy. Gotta get my coffee. I know, and guess who has that? Yeah, but Hynix ADI. Yeah, and they're not that great. I have multiple Micron kits, okay? Multiple. Early on Micron and later on Micron that are A's. They're not good. Frankly, they're quite ass. Can be good. I didn't even know they had a D. Actually, I should check to see what my early on are. They're not good though. They're not good. They're not good. Actually, they've been barely used, and they're actually there's something wrong with them. There's actually something wrong with them. Yeah, you think they're G's? Yeah, they're early on. Like we're talking like original Micron DDR5 5200 kit. They're like as soon as like DDR5 basically became a thing, I had them. They're like early on DDR5 microns, 5200s. Yeah. You think they're A's? To 18A from Intel? I mean, a lot of there's nothing happened to them. Panther Lake is still a thing. Yeah, they're definitely like early on. We're talking like I was one of the first people to get DDR5 or get into DDR5. Actually, I got them before I even had a DDR5 motherboard. Water. I got a coffee drink. Later on, yeah, I'm pretty sure the other Micron that have the 5600 CL46 are Gs. I think they are Gs. They could be Ds though. They're fairly new though, fairly new Microns. Gen 5 by 2 SSDs. Gen 5 by 2. Yeah, take it easy, man. Peace. Vep will probably message me in the morning and ask me if I'm live again, and that's probably when I'll go live. Be like, yeah, I'll try to be live. I'll try to be live tomorrow. I gotta get stuff ready. I gotta get water chilled and all that, and I gotta prep up. I still gotta prep up GPUs for doing chilled, so I could technically do that live too. 3 p.m. for you? All right. No, I'll be hopefully early again. But yeah, have yourself a good night, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for some of the information as well. Peace. I just gotta grab some water. I'm gonna try to be on early. SATA RAID 0? I mean, why not? Why not? Why not? I mean, SATA RAID, like, your SSDs would technically be faster, but you can still get fast hard drive speeds. Yeah, I know what you meant. There's nothing wrong with RAID 0, it's just you got no redundancy. You got all the speed, though. I mean, technically, you could do RAID 0 if you wanted. No redundancy, but I mean, you can do it. I believe in you. Hard drives are slow without RAID 0. Hard drives are slow even with RAID 0. Like, it's just, if you're gonna have RAID running, why would you have no redundancy? It makes it less slow. Very, true, but I mean, if you're gonna be doing a RAID system or using RAID of some sort, you gotta have like RAID 2 going because there's gonna be some redundancy, and still technically has more speed, right? I mean, you could do RAID 1, but just for a little bit less speed wise, RAID 2 is better. What if that drive goes? What if that one drive goes, right? Oh, they got a spare. Ta-da, RAID 2. Would it be better? For load up times, right? For load up times. For actual gaming performance, there's no gaming performance for speed. For games that need to have load-in spots, then yeah, that'd be faster. That's the only benefits. I mean, that would work, right? I don't see why it wouldn't work. Nah, there's no need to have RAID 0. There's no There's no redundancy into it. No one uses RAID 0 anymore. I mean, maybe a couple people do for some odd reason, but there's actually no reason, good legitimate reason to do RAID 0. If you're gonna be running a RAID system, you're gonna be using RAID for A, increase in performance over multiple drives, and B, to have a backup of storage or redundancy. And with a RAID 2, it's kind of one of the best performance to guaranteeing you're not losing information if one drive goes wrong. So you have one storage drive and one backup drive. And then the other drives are going to be your speed drives. So the more you have into that, the better. Yeah, people love messing with things. But RAID 2, in my opinion, is always going to be one of the best to use. I mean, if you want. But then you're going to be losing performance of all the other drives, right? Yeah, that's when you start not 2 and 2. I mean, how many drives you're gonna only have? You're only gonna have four working drives. That it? What? So you're only gonna have 4 working drives in total? Two for backup, two for speed? Because then the increase in performance isn't really there. You're gonna have redundancy at least. You're not gonna have speed. That would be RAID 2, which means you're gonna have 2 arrays, and the other 2 are gonna be doing whatever it wants. In my opinion, 4 hard drives is not a RAID system. That's just a really weak system that you can just plug into your SATA. Oof. No point even having a system like that for RAID. RAID systems, you should probably have like a minimum of 12 drives, in my opinion. I'll be right back. Oh, wait. Are you hungry? All right. All right. All right. Go sit. Thank you. And you're welcome. You're welcome. You want some water? Got it. Go. Give me 1 minute.
My bad. Oh. No, no, you cannot. No, you cannot.
Whoa, my bad. I was going about. Sorry, I'm reading the Discord, Teamwork Discord right now. They might be changing the way Hardware Bot does polling. They're doing a polling on Hardware Bot for career points, the way the points are being distributed between hardwares for career wise. They're making valid points on stuff, making valid points on how things are weighted out for the globals and for hardware points. The way that these top overclockers are actually top overclockers doesn't really make sense, but does make sense in some ways. And then, so if we go to so like career ranking, Safe Disc is in first, Dr. Antoine, and now Splave is in third. Then OGS is in fourth. Team AU is in fifth. It's an overclocker. AKM is in sixth. Sens is in seventh. Sebi is in eighth. Lumi is in ninth. And Salty Croissant is in 10th place. And then for Overclocker League 2025, that's for just season. It's a season rank. And other ranks, you got Team, Country, and then Hardware Masters. Those are another way of doing ranking. And then per career, you got Elites, Extremes, and Apprentice Leagues. Those are different. And then you also got Enthusiasts as well. The way it's all done. But the way that the points are being done per career in that. So for career ranking, points is the way it's done. So right now it's being done as, so career, it's top 30 global points and top 60 hardware points. And season points are top 10 competition points, top 15 global points, and top 30 hardware points. So they might be changing career points. So instead of it being 30 global points, they might do 40 global points and 70 hardware points. Just search up WEG Discord and ask to be part of the member. Hold on. That's all you gotta do. It's WEG Hardware Bot Team. I don't know how they'll do it though.
My bad. Probably more clickbait. Oh, the roadmaps. There's the roadmap's been around for years. It's not the roadmaps are nothing new. Look at the roadmaps. They're probably true. They should be. You can look at the roadmaps on AMD and Intel's website. It's been up there for a long time.
Sorry, guys. I should do the 1080 Ti teardown here soon. Sorry, guys. I'm just chatting away. Batman. What are your expectations for i9 10980XE overclocking? What do you mean my expectations? My expectations to get it over 1,000 watts, buddy. That's it. That's the only reason. Uh,
You told me to tell you.
Hell, they removed Jerk Make ranked. That's brutal. Opinions on i9 and 10 980XE. It's a CPU. That's good, Squeeze. Doesn't have all the P cores or something. Technically, it's all P core. Doesn't have any E cores. That's good, man. It's 18 eco. Basically, it's not even the power of the e-cores. It's not even the power of an e-core. It's not. It's not. Uh Actually, it's not the new LPEs, the low powered e-cores we got now. The really efficient e-cores. They're probably not even as powerful as the new e-cores that's coming out. How does it compare? It's probably right around that. Bring back Core X. You really like your Core X, eh? I'm out, bro. That's good. That's freaking good. Yep. Threadripper technically is a workstation CPU. The epics were pretty good. I mean, for daily, I mean, why would you spend that kind of money? You can call it Threadripper, but I call it Wallet Ripper. Yeah, yeah, man. It doesn't even matter if you're going into older or newer stuff, man. It costs you money to bench stuff. 5 GHz all core? Nah, I don't know if a lot of them could do 5 GHz all core. I don't know about that one. Oh no, maybe I'm thinking the other. Never mind. No, maybe it might be right on that. Maybe not all of them though. Yeah, a lot of them maybe. I don't know how many can actually do 4133. I'm not sure what the bidding process on the 10980XEs is, to be honest. I would have to ask some people about that. Well, the actual bidding process that they would use for it. Sorry, guys. I had to stream so I can chat more on without just sitting here with a blank space on my face. I'm sorry, guys. You can technically delit it. You can technically delit it still. Yeah, sorry, guys. Just chatting. Trying to let people know how and why there's not as many newer benchers. I've got a lot of benchers on Hardware Bob, but not a lot of people are doing it anymore. And then they're trying to make valid points. It's like your valid points aren't making sense though. Money. It's not you can buy older hardware and it doesn't cost as much, or you can be like me and look for really good deals on newer stuff. But I mean, it's a money to be anywhere good, and if someone's going to make it a hobby, some people want to get hard into it, and if you want to get hard into it, you're going to need LN2 pots. Like again, I'm going to be doing all this stuff, LN2 pots for CPU, GPU, motherboard. Then you need multiple different LN2 pots to go into a whole bunch of different platforms. You got to be well diverse on stuff, but money is one thing, and they're trying to say money isn't, and then they're kind of going back on some stuff they're saying about money. Money is a factor. You can literally just spend money on a like a 4900K and a 5090 and just rack up insane amount of points on a whole bunch of benches and/or benches very easily. Very easily. And that's the thing, and that's the thing, and that's why a lot of people don't have to delid something, and that's buddy, you're talking to someone has done it. 13900 KF, 12900K, both done. The 12900K wants to work, but it also doesn't want to work. Oh shit. I am always live. Oh, Joe, what is up, Joe? I'm sorry, I'm staring at a blank. I'm talking to people on Discord right now. Sorry, Joe. What up, Joe? My bad, man. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. It's terrible. Where I am, PC market is horrid. Yeah, but you guys, you don't realize you need to have good kits of RAM. Good kits of RAM. You need. Again, my point is money helps. Knowledge isn't everything. DDR3 isn't bad. DDR2, I don't know. I'd... True. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. RAM helps a lot, man. Knowledge isn't everything. I'm talking to the guys on Team WEG, trying to let them know why there's not as many newer people out there on hardware bot. It's not due to the fact that there's a lot more people on hardware bot that are just subbing their dailies. They're not investing their time and money into older systems, and they're trying to say you can price wise, you can buy older hardware depending on where you live, though. Depending on where you live, you can buy older hardware that can give you more points per dollar. Now, if you want to get anywhere in hardware bot, a good CPU platform, high-end CPU, decent motherboard, a good kit of RAM, CPU, and then buying a whole bunch of GPUs, older GPUs, will technically give you more points. It's just you got to spend an upfront cost onto it. But yeah, if you want to get overall points on like CPU stuff, you technically you can get more points per dollar. But then if you buy a whole bunch of older DDS stuff, you're not going to get the scores that you would with newer stuff, with a newer high-end platform with GPUs. You technically are, if you don't have a good CPU, motherboard, and RAM kit, new stuff with a GPU, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere. And if you want to spend all this money on older stuff, you're going to have to spend the money on the motherboard and good kits of RAM, which can still cost you a lot of money, which no one wants to invest a lot of money into older hardware. And then they have to learn it. But again, knowledge is not everything. Money comes into play on how to be top dog. The top dog, SafeDisk, is a fairly new venture that got sponsored very easily just due to the fact he had new hardware and benched it with the 1080 Ti. That's the only reason why SafeDisk became a known person, because he had new hardware that he overclocked very well. He took GTX 1080 Ti's off the shelf, modded them up a little bit, lapped up the cores. That's it. Benched them, beat, and got top dog scores with it. That's it. That's all he had to do. And he was literally like, boom, basically instantly got sponsors. He had the upfront money cost for it. He had some knowledge, and he learned that. And if you check a bunch of the top dog, the way that their top dogs can range, they got nothing but new hardware, and they got good scores on all the new hardware. And the money, yes. To get anywhere good or to have top scores in hardware bot, or to be a top person on anything, you have to have chilled for old platforms, and then older platforms are getting rarer, and depending on where you live, cost a lot more than buying a new hardware. This is where a lot of people aren't understanding, depending on where you live. Oh, and then they're saying like that they're getting free stuff. Not everyone can get free stuff. No one gives away stuff for free all the time. You have to be a lucky person to get free stuff. That's the thing. That's the thing, to get free stuff. It's nice to get free stuff. I can't say it's not nice. I mean, it's awesome that that person got free stuff, but not everyone can get free stuff. So I'm trying to give insight onto why there's not a lot of people benching daily benchers or weekly benchers. There's one time a year benchers. That's it. That's all they're doing, is one time a year on their daily system, more or less. Because no one wants to. They want to sell that old PC and get new. You would have to ask. You have to just ask. I forgot who it would be. I'm not saying. Been on Horrorbot. Check his subs. sponsored. No, I can't let you see the screen. Not unless you're part of Team WIG. Sorry. It's for Team WIG for a reason. Yeah, you bench X58. I mean, it's good that you bench X58. It's a good platform to. I try to tell people X58 is a good platform to get into. You can learn a lot. You can get some decent motherboards for a decent price, but they're getting more expensive. And if you get more people into these older platforms, these motherboards prices are just gonna keep going up. These CPUs are just gonna keep going up. These DDR3, you could be like me with nothing but bare sticks out of Dell and HP systems and do your best with them, or you can spend $30 per stick or $40 per stick depending on where you live, but more or less it's around $30 to $40 per stick and do good. And actually a lot better. And that's the thing. You just need to be able to spend money to get better. That's anything really, but that's what a lot of people don't realize is why there's not a whole lot of new benchers. It's expensive getting older hardware to get anywhere near to what some people would classify as good, good placements and stuff like that. I don't know where you're getting $5 per PSC, to be honest, buddy. That's a really good buy. But to get anywhere good for a lot of people, they're not gonna feel the uplift of being, oh, I did good. I want to keep doing this. That's the thing. Oh, I spent all this money to get top, or to get the 680th place on this CPU. Oh, okay, I should, keep doing this. No, that's not what people want. That's the thing. I like going after these subs that have tons of scores and stuff like that because it's awesome. It's a good way to get points for one, and then it also, not everyone has the drive that everyone has for this stuff. Not everyone does. That's why there's not a lot of new benchers. No one has drive anymore. No one has this kind of stuff. Not really. Not really remote anymore. It's definitely not because the X299 used to be for top dogs at the time. Top dogs benching that. So there's so many LN2, so many single stage or dual stage phase chains, cascade machines ran on X299. Plus, you need a good PSU. How's it going, Z? Thanks again, Z. How goes your day? But yeah, the X299, you need a good PSU. You need to make sure you're on a separate plug in the house. Not everyone has the hydro in their places for this stuff. And they don't realize that they could blow their breakers, and maybe they blow their breakers and they just don't want to do it anymore. That's the thing. Not everyone lives in Europe where they have 220 volts. On AIO? That's good. I mean, a few points is nice, I guess. A lot of people don't realize is when people want to start doing certain things and spending money on things, they want to have that feeling of doing something good. Basically, they don't want to spend the time to do something. So even if they spent the money, and then let's say they spent the money and they still couldn't place good, well, they didn't spend enough money technically. That's kind of how it is for top dogs. And top dogs are staying top dogs because they're sponsored and they got all the time to run all these benches. Not everyone has all the time and money for this. And a lot of top dogs became top dogs for specific reasons. Splave did not become top dog for, no specific reason, right? Safe Dips didn't become a top dog. Salty Croissant didn't come. Billzoid's not a top dog. He's never been a top dog. He's top dog for his country. He's not a top dog. Last year I placed higher than Billzoid for season wise. He's not a top dog. Billzoid is an insane overclocker. I'm not saying he's not a bad overclocker. He's done a YouTube channel to where he wants certain sponsors so that way he can make money by doing what he loves, but he can't use certain hardware due to the fact he was given hardware. If you're given hardware from companies, you can't technically put that on your profile. You can't. You can't take points for it. From what I know. That's why I don't want to be given hardware. I don't want to be sponsored. I want to be a good YouTuber, but it's not exactly easy to be a good YouTuber. True. Yeah. Those are the boards you kind of want for Linfield. Yeah. Even just a decent gigabyte board. You don't have to have a high-end gigabyte board to give you good points on Linfield. Thank you, Z. Again, thank you very much. Thank you. Again, how was your day? You didn't even say how your day was. And I got prep. Like I said, I got prep up a bunch of GPUs for doing chilled. So I got to take them apart to 1080 Ti still. For the P55, has it been better? I mean, Asus has been really good for a lot of motherboards. And Asus has been good because they've been sus for a lot of years. So, yeah. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize Asus boards cost a lot. Older Asus boards cost a lot. Used to bin CPUs on dice? See, that's the thing. No one like me, I don't have the money to be buying these LN2 and GPU pods and all that kind of stuff. Only because I can't seem to find a job for the past year. I literally cannot find a job. That's one of the reasons why and everything's been so hard for me is because I can't find a freaking job. That's why I've been doing YouTube for a lot more hours on YouTube, because I can't find a freaking job. That's why I have not have new hardware. The only time I got new hardware is because I was lucky enough to get a 13900K for a very, very good price. No, you don't need to bin on dice. No, yeah, that's crazy that you binned on dice. But yeah, even though you have good ambient CPUs, they might not be good for low temperatures, below -60, below -90. A lot of CPUs are not good below -90. But I mean, older Sandy Bridge doesn't matter. You can just do -80 or -75, and that's about it. So, I mean, knowledge helps. Knowledge helps. Money helps. Again, these top dogs are all sponsored. If you look at them, they're all sponsored. They're always top dog for a reason. They're always top dog for a reason. They have knowledge. They have a lot of newer hardware that's given them a lot of points overall. They know the CPUs that they need for the benches. They know the GPUs for the benches. Again, knowledge, money, and all that helps a lot. And this is when you start learning that as an overclocker or beginner overclocker, and you're always placing a low placement. Why would people continue to do it when no matter what they're doing, they're placing low? That's why a lot of older benchers have gotten out of it, because they know they can't compete with these newer benchers to be anywhere near as good as they, even though they spend the time learning as much as they can about it and has been done really good in the past. They can't compete with other people that have the money that just buys a bin CPU. Okay, that's easy to do. Buying bin CPUs, that's easy to do. Buying bin GPUs, buying bin RAM, that's easy to do, I guess. Yeah, that takes so much time. No, you just took the time out of it, instantly been able to get better scores due to the fact you had the money. There's a difference. Money comes into play. I don't know. I kind of complain about it, but I don't complain about it at the same time. I love competition. Again, I've done very well with the crappy stuff that I have. with literally the crappy stuff that I have and the knowledge that I've gained. Again, Xberries has helped me a lot for a lot of things too. So again, you guys should definitely check out his channel too. But yeah, I've learned a lot of knowledge on stuff. I've talked to certain people about certain stuff. At least I had to know how to talk to people, at least people that know stuff, in Team WEG too, which helps a lot. There's a lot of people that don't want to take the time, do not want to, and spend the money on all the older stuff for the points that isn't gonna. Older stuff has so many points onto it, yes, and that you could gain 2 points per sub, even though you're placing 600th place or 500th place on these benches. But no one gets that feeling of I did something good, placing 500th place. Why would you spend the money on system, the system, RAM, and CPUs if you're going to place such low? No, you need to spend the money on the LN2 kit. You need to spend money on at least LN2 pots, or spend the money on the dice. And then you need to learn it too, but you need to spend the money on that stuff. And that's the thing. Oh yeah, okay, well, you bought the old stuff. You can get 2 points per sub. Well, yeah, because that feels great. That's why people don't care to bench anymore. Yeah, but on probably specific CPUs. Now, if you go against other LGA 775 CPUs that have been benched to oblivion on LN, well, not even LN2, I guess SS would be more or less a max, but probably people have benched on LN2 as well, that have been benched to oblivion, you're not getting points, buddy. You're going to be placing super, super low. It's true. Or even run the E80 8600s or 88s. I mean, yeah, sure. I need another LJ 775 motherboard so I can run my LJ 775s. My LJ 77 motherboard was good, but to get the same motherboard, it would cost me like $300 nowadays. So it costs a little much. See? You're the realest dude breathing. I'm breathing pretty heavy right now. Yeah, if you got a board that can do 500 SSB. Yeah, if you got a motherboard, so you have to buy a specific motherboard for this kind of stuff. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't know this. Oh, okay, well, I can just buy. When you can buy new hardware, buy cheap ass motherboard, basically a cheap ass motherboard, a good CPU, and do GPUs. This is what I'm trying to tell you on how people are looking at stuff and how I know how points are done on stuff. Because you can literally buy a cheap ass motherboard with a decent CPU, AIO, and do really good on GPUs, on all 3D Mark benchmarks. If you hold your breath, don't hold it for too long, bud. Maybe even about for SimBench R23. All Gigabyte can do at 500 SS. I mean, I guess knowledge can help. $50 CAD or less, then that wouldn't be too bad. That would be a platform that people would actually can get into. But that's the thing. People don't have this knowledge. People don't know people like you that actually know this stuff. People are not in teams. When you start off, you're in a enthusiast team. You're not, or you're in a team, basically. I think you get a lot of people are sent off into enthusiast team now. I try to put people onto Hardbot, as much people on a Hardbot as I can, but not all of them do it. I mean, what do you mean about X299? You really like your X299, don't you? I just really want to run the 10980XE. That's a CPU I would love to run. Just because that's more of a time, and that's me because I used to watch that stuff when back 10 years ago, something like that. I used to watch that stuff. I used to watch the XOCers benching X99 and X299 on LN2 and just thought it was the coolest thing at the time. And that gives me a nostalgia. And me always I could have bought that kind of stuff back in the day too, when I could have afforded it, but I never did. I loved watching. I loved that these people knew this kind of stuff, and I learned from them and started getting more into it later on. Because I worked so hard. I was always done hard working jobs. At the time I was cutting limestone. So I mean I was working very hard. So when I got home I would literally be drinking beers and watching this stuff on the shitty laptop that I had. Are they worth delidding though? Are they worth delidding? Are they really worth it? That's the thing. Is it really worth delidding? Even if you're gonna do LN2 on them. Have two different ways to crack the die, or not crack the die, crack the paste. Oh no shit. See, I agree with being able to sand down certain dies. I agree with it because it can help. And direct die LN2, that's what I've been saying too, is a good way to do it, especially if you are going to delid the CPU. But for most people, you're not going to be delidding these CPUs. And direct die is like literally the only way you'd want to do it if you are going to delid those CPUs. That's what I kind of figured. I literally said that earlier on the stream, actually. I was talking about earlier on the stream. Wait, is it thermal paste on those? I thought. Oh no, yeah. I guess they would be thermal. No. Are you sure the thermal paste on those? What? Make me speak high pitch here. I thought they were stim. Ah. Oh, so it's the refresh. Okay. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes more sense now. I was thinking Skylake refresh. I don't know why. But yeah, that makes sense. Pairing it with Ryzen 9 9900X. Oh, you did get your board. GPU? What GPU you pairing it with? Z? What GPU? You got the Z Royals? 4 kills, 0 deaths, 12 assists. That was fun. On what? What are you playing, Born? Yeah. I know what you're saying there. Even no. I gotta call you IDT. Or IDH, I mean. I don't. Honestly. IDH. Oh yeah, the Steel Legend 9060 XT. That's right. Oh, you did pretty good on that painted GPU there. I think that looked pretty good. Battlefield 24-2 is what you're playing? Oh, nice. Yeah, man. Doing good. I'm not sure how you play it. I'm not sure if you're like one of them assault guys or like me that just runs around with a sniper. Not sitting around, but runs around with a sniper. I was exaggerating, Yi. I was exaggerating.
Yeah, it definitely increased the power draw a bit. Yup. See the case I'm putting in? Geometric Future M5 White. Hey, let me copy that. Let me copy it. Let me copy it. No, let me stop it. Stop it. Let me copy this. Copy. Let's see what this looks like here. What does it look like? What? Does it come with its own power supply, or is that just the way? What? What? That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. That's different. That's definitely different. That's actually pretty cool. That is that yeah, it is pretty crazy, man. First ICC die usually does higher mesh than oh specifics. Again, this is where knowledge comes into play. Knowing certain people come into play too. And a lot of people wonder why I don't buy certain things off of other XOC people. They've already binned it. It's garbage. It's why they're selling it. They only keep the good stuff. Why? And if they're going to sell the good stuff, it's going to be sold for a very high price. If they're selling stuff at a decent price, it's going to be garbage. And there's going to be no point for a lot of people like myself that want to have decent stuff for later on. It's not. That's the thing. That's why I don't buy from a lot of stuff from actual overclockers. Exactly, less publicly. That's why I get told, like, a lot of people telling me buy stuff off of a salty. Why? He's only selling it because it's garbage. In hindsight, it is. Buy the Hynix A die. It's he's already binned it. It's not good. He would have kept it. He would have kept it with the other 20, 30 sticks that he has. No, he's selling these couple of sticks because they're no good. You can probably only get certain amount of frequency at a certain voltage, or he's already put through a ton of voltage through it. There's no point in buying it. People that have binned stuff are actually keeping it and actually, or if they're gonna be selling it or keeping it, whatever. If people are buying these bin stuff or selling bin stuff, it's because they're selling it for a decent price. They've already used it for what they can technically do with it, and then they could sell it off. But they've already put voltages through it and all that, so it might not even work as good when you get it. That's why I like to bin my own stuff. I like to buy my own stuff. Doesn't matter if it's used or not. But when I'm buying like old hardware, I'm buying it by bulk from not overclockers. I'm buying it from actual like server suppliers. And that's the thing. That's again, but you got for doing that kind of stuff, money comes into play. Money comes to play where you can buy a whole bunch at a time, bulk wise. And for DDR5, it's kind of different. DDR5, it's expensive still. So buying a whole bunch of DDR5 and binning it is fairly expensive. When you can just buy a decent kit of DDR5, make it Hynix M die, like I did, buy a decent kit of Hynix M die, and get good enough scores with it. And then later on, buy Hynix A die to give me a little bit more of an edge. But you can technically get good scores with a lot of things. Now you can, yeah, I can definitely visualize the white and silver build there, Z. That's actually pretty cool. I like that case.
If an overclocker sells you something, it's either no. It's not that there's actually overclockers that sell good stuff. That there's actually been over that from what I've seen over just the past 5 years. There are so many good overclockers, older overclockers, and just overclockers that had so much stuff that sold a lot of their hardware and pretty good stuff too. We're talking like everything they own for like $3,000. They sold it all for like $3,000. I wish I had the money. I would have bought the from one. Who was it who sold all of their stuff about 4 years ago? I wish I had the money. $3,000 for all of it. All the LN2 pots he has, all the RAM kits, all the CPUs, all the motherboards, all the GPUs he had. Everything for $3,000. That's a steal. A steal, dude. 9950X. To be honest, probably on Team WEG people do know or have 9950X spins. If you get a hold of Dom on Hardware Bot, you can probably find him on Discord too. He's an AMD enthusiast. He probably has a ton of 9950Xs. Probably a ton of binned ones too. I know, Z, you've been saying that. And now I can actually say I can actually get people, if they wanted to send me stuff, I'm going to be at... I'm not leaving this area now. Like, I don't have to move. I have this actual apartment for a minimum till April next year now. So it's not like I have to worry about that. I've been worrying about finding a new place to live over the past few weeks. So that's why I haven't been streaming as much too. And that's why I haven't exactly been as cheerful. I've moved 4 times in the past year, buddy. 4 times. I've lost so much money in hardware, like not in PC hardware. It's not even funny. We're talking like 5 motherboards, 5 different CPUs, 4 different GPUs, garbage, or thrown or lost. And all the PC cases that I had, server cases that I had. We're talking so much money. I've had so much tools stolen over off of me over the past year. It's not even funny, man. You have no idea. The past year for me has been absolute fucking hell. Hell. I've been pretty cheerful on my streams, though. When a 9600 actually is going to come out, I don't know. 900X is where it's at. You heard it from Z. Yeah. Yeah. How's it going, hard man? I haven't seen you in so long, man. I've been talking about you every single stream. Hopefully you've been doing good, man. No one said e-waste. I moved once and I lost the box of the motherboard I was going to return. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. There's hardware I would actually technically want to sell now that got broken. Got literally like my Z690 ORS Master. I could have sold it and the CPU block because I would love an Apex motherboard. And I could have sold it to help actually pay for an Apex motherboard because the combo was good. I could have sold it, but it got broken during one of the moves. I literally had to fix it up, and if I sold it, guess what? I would have to sell it very cheap now. So, like, fuck. There's so much shit that's happened over the past year. It's not even funny. It's literally not funny. I'm laughing about it, but it's not funny. Windows 12, can you believe it? They're holding it off, though. They're holding it off. It's not like it's pushed. It's not gonna be a push thing. Yeah, Windows 12, but you don't have to. You don't have to get Windows 12. Oh, please, you don't even have $5 at heart. Save it for yourself. It's all good. You still need to buy that GDDR6X GPU, buddy. Have you found one yet? Probably not. Probably not. One for a decent price? Probably not. Oh my god. $324 for. Did you? No, you didn't. Oh, pops are easy. That's just a capacitor. I have lots of capacitors. I have lots of capacitors. That's actually an easy fixie. For me, that's an easy fix. That's nothing. I don't know. Z, stop. Stop. Again, thank you very much, but stop. My god. Wait. You've been to this channel before, have you not, another? I'm pretty sure I remember you. Again, thank you very much, Z. Didn't get it. Just not to bother. $324 you didn't get it? Oh. When. Yeah, Windows 10. Windows 10, of course, it's been a thing. Oh, I'm glad he got a good bonus, man. You got your own life to live, buddy. Though it's not like, man, you've helped you've been you're sponsoring this channel hardcore, man. So please, it makes me feel bad when I have a single donator that donates a lot. Trust me, I've had a person that used to. I don't know where he went, to be honest. I don't know where Professor went, but he used to do the same thing. And I used to have to like tell him like to stop. It makes me actually feel bad. It does. It literally makes me feel bad. Don't care that you had the money or that you got. I mean, great that you got a bonus and all, but yeah, you are new here. Okay. I used to play RuneScape a little bit, and then someone about last year around November came to my channel, and then he's asked me the same question. He's like, "Okay, do you know RuneScape Classic about the mods and all that?" And I did that, and yeah, that was pretty fun to do. That was fun. But no, I don't play RuneScape anymore. I haven't played RuneScape for a long time. I did re-download it and do all the HD mods because he wanted to see me do it. That's about it. That's about it. Yeah, side job? How bloody are your knees? I didn't even read that. Yeah, side job? How bloody are your knees? But they're pretty scraped up. They're scabbed up, aren't they? They got those thick calluses on them. Oh shoot! I'm too funny. I'm too funny. Uh, I gotta prep up this GTX 1080 though. I don't know if I don't even want to do it today. I don't. I don't. What? A Simbench OC? Yeah, I can. If people want to, like, if people are gonna be normal viewers, I can do things if you want me to. Yeah, I could do a Simbench only stream. And you talk about Simbench, R23, R20, R15, R11. Like all the Simbench are just strictly like Simbench R23 and just run a bunch of CPUs onto it. I've done it before, buddy. I've done only like literally for like 12, 14 hours straight benching stuff. A whole bunch of I've done GPU marathons, GPU taking apart GPUs, rethermal pasting marathons, benchmark marathons. Like, yeah, I spent a lot of time here, enjoy myself. I started watching you. That's true, you did. I'm glad you got a job. I wish I could find a job. I'm glad things are looking up for you, man. I'm glad things are looking up for you, man. I like OCing, but the problem is spending thousands on its hardware. Oh, I love OCing too. You don't have to spend thousands on hardware, though. That's the thing. You don't have to. You don't. You can buy into an older platform and CPUs. Like the LJ1366. You can buy a motherboard. I mean, some of the motherboards that are more of the XOC boards are getting more expensive, but you can buy motherboards that work, like that one, like what I have, the P6 X58D-E. You can find them, I mean, maybe not around where you are, for decent prices. And then the CPUs, you can buy bulk, a whole bunch of them for a good price. The 4790Ks are not cheap. Motherboards for them, a good motherboard, generally aren't cheap. I got one, but I had to fix it up to get it working. It's missing a whole bunch of parts onto it, and I got it fairly cheap that way. I don't even have a CPU for the motherboard, Z97 motherboard though. I buy an old Dell, a practice OC. That's the thing. Even if you buy an old Dell, you can't overclock onto it. You have to buy certain motherboards to be able to overclock. That's why I always recommend people buying Z boards, to buy Z motherboards, because they're generally just better for overclocking in general. Even 2.1 volts is fine. Even 2.1 volts. Yeah, I mean, and you can be like me with DDR3 X58 and just get a, like, literally just find like walk around or check out Facebook Marketplace and not see for free PCs and just take out the RAM out of it and see what kind of ICs they have. Are they gonna be the best? No, but you can get pretty good points with it. You can, and you can get them all free, buddy. All free. All these RAM sticks are free, except for, I guess these Samsungs that I have weren't free. They were $6 per stick. $6 per. But yeah, X58 is a good platform to get into, because again, you can buy bulk CPUs, and there's so many X58 CPUs. It's actually wild. It's awesome. You got the X 5500s, the X5600s, and we're talking a whole bunch of them, ranging from a whole bunch of different cores. Then you got the i7 900 series CPUs, so like 920, 930, 950, 980, 980X. Then you got also the W series CPUs, so W3 somethings, like W3000s, I think it is, for all of them. And there's so many. Yeah, 9000X. The Extreme. Yeah, that's right, the X CPU. Yeah, 980X. Yep, you can get the 980s cheaper, but you can get 980Xs as well. They're not cheap though. You can't find 980Xs cheap, unfortunately. X79 somewhat, but for good motherboards for X79s get more expensive. A lot of people with X79, X299, for what I know, a lot of people that did do a lot of benching on them broke the motherboards and became garbage. That's the thing. And not even like hard overclocking. A lot of people just, the motherboards, they're just, you start putting power through a motherboard and you start breaking it if you're not cooling it proper. And I guess a lot of them have issues with them as well. Try to break shit to see what it's capable of. Well, I mean, it's not the greatest. And yeah, Z is most important in everything, man. That's for Intel. The Z boards are good. B platforms are okay. A's terrible. H terrible. That's what you keep saying, yeah. That's why I would love to get an X299. I've been saying that for a long time too. I would love to. I would love to get into it, but it costs a lot of money to get into those platforms to the level that I would want to actually be doing it at. As I would want to be doing LN2 on them, or at least minimum dice. My chill loops, even my really cold, like the coldest of years, couldn't keep one of them cool. Yeah, they're not cheap, and that's the CPU that I want to bench. High and CPU, return with RAM, motherboard, PC, the mass GPU member. And that's the thing. It's fine if you're wanting to just have your system. You don't care about overclocking. And I have had a lot of people come to my channel and don't know anything about overclocking. Overclocking can just give you automatic gains though, with no real down side effects. As long as you know what you're doing. If you just start plunking in stuff, especially voltages, you're going to destroy something though. Unfortunately, you will just destroy something. And that's just the way it is. If you don't know something, that's where knowledge comes into play. Again, but you don't have to have all the knowledge. What you can do is just spend the money on like an LN2 pots and then LN2 and then just start off from there. And you can literally just have money and get into that kind of stuff and do really good. Knowledge can get you better though, because you got to have knowledge on operating systems, knowledge on certain mods, knowledge on what RAM kits to buy, knowledge on binning, knowledge on motherboards, stuff like that. But just buying into stuff can get you pretty far too. If you match PCIe 5.0 with all parts that are 5.0, well, I mean, it should. Yeah, you are going to run into a lot of cold buds. But if you have the money to just get into that, you can literally learn more about it just getting into it. And then have more knowledge. And then, boom, you instantly start getting better at LN2 and start being top dog instantly. Instead of starting off. This is where, I mean, it is better to have money than it is to not have money. And for a lot of people that want to be good or have really good scores, and if you don't have money, you're not going to go anywhere. That's why a lot of actual benchers that have been benching for years, have gone out of it because they didn't have the money to qualify against people that actually had money, even though they had all the knowledge. They had all the knowledge, but they didn't have the money. Stuff in life happens and whatnot, and then the money has to go somewhere else. Oh, I have to sell all my stuff now. Why? Well, I'm not gonna be anywhere near where I should be because people that actually have money are gonna outdo me, and that's life. It's life. I get the LN2 without knowledge is not good, but starting straight off from LN2 is a good place to be. Girls only like guys with a lot of knowledge. Or isn't average. You don't need special equipment. For a lot of things, you don't need to get top stuff. Like, having better equipment can help do things easier, but not, you don't need it. Yeah, Rockstrix is definitely good board. I don't know if you want to say on a budget though. You get cheaper boards more on a budget then, for sure. So they are buying the way to the top. in ways, anything that you do, so a hobby, let's say you have a hobby, but you're like extreme hobbyist onto whatever you're doing. I don't, who cares what you're doing? You could be racing RC cars, you could be racing real cars, you could be doing what I love to do as well, overclocking. Pay to play. You always pay to win. Or for the top dogs, they pay or have had the money for a whole bunch of wide range of hardware, for new hardware, for being able to do LN2. Again, knowledge just coming into play too. But then they're sponsored, so they're automatically going to have the money to keep doing it, to keep overclocking new hardware, or upgrading their scores on older hardware, because they're sponsored, they're given hardware. Do you get put into a different league as if you were, like, again, you're going from different kind of race cars and that, like, F1, Indy, funny cars and all that. There's different leagues and stuff like that, right? Different age groups, right? It's kind of the same thing here with hardcore overclocking. You're in different group segments and that, and it kind of makes sense on how things are done right now. But the way that the point systems is working can be changed because of the way things are. I mean, how does sponsor pay or give? If you have a world record, people are talking about that world record. If that motherboard is part of that world record, that motherboard is automatically being recognized. As in, oh, okay, well, guess what? That ASRock Tai Chi board got the record. The Tai Chi OCF board got a record. Salty Croissant with the Tai Chi OCF board got the fastest RAM speed. He did it on a Corsair Vengeance, not even top of the line or G Skill. It's Corsair Vengeance, which means more people will want to buy Corsair Vengeance because it got a record. It's good, right? It automatically becomes there's where sponsored pay, because sponsorships get views, records get views. Corsair, I know it's not, but it's Corsair Vengeance. It's still Corsair Vengeance on it. It says Corsair Vengeance. If you're like me, if you're not like me and you, it's still Corsair Vengeance, which means people will say Corsair Vengeance has a record. It's got to be good. Oh, you can get it very cheap. Very cheap, but it's very good. Right? That's what I'm saying, Exa. That's what I'm saying. For typical people, they're seeing it's Corsair Vengeance. No. I'm not saying vendors just give you money. I'm not saying vendors will give you hardware, though. They'll give you hardware, new hardware, a bunch of hardware to where you can bin something, or you could guarantee that if you can bench something so hard, so much voltage, if you break it, you got another one. That's where there's a difference. That's where when people are in the Extreme League, it's because they deserve to be in Extreme League, because they're working on ES samples. They're given hardware, brand new hardware, before anybody else to get these records. No, not everyone gets unlimited stuff. Stuff costs a lot of money. But it gives more incentive to put more voltage through something. Again, a lot of people think, these records on LN2 are only using, because it shows that they're only using 1.6 volts. But yeah, I know that they're putting literally 1.9 to 2 volts into that CPU to get that frequency. But it shows on like CPU Z or something, it's only showing 1.6 volts. Not everyone knows there's bugs in the things don't read the same when it's on LN2. Right? No, I know that CPU is running at 1.9 to 2 volts to get that frequency. Of course, not everyone knows that though, Exa. This is what I'm saying. Only if you're like me, like you, like actual people that have done this, have literally had tens of thousands of hours of benchmarking, have more hours benchmarking than gaming, or more hours than a lot of people have been alive, then guess what? Oh yeah. Wait, have you not? Do you know about like 14900Ks to get 9 gigahertz? You need to use 2 volts, 1.9 volts minimum to get it up above like 8.6 gigahertz minimum. Then yeah, you're gonna need voltage. There are hard points on the CPU no matter what temperature to break a barrier for voltages for certain frequencies. Yeah, you always. Yeah, I agree there, Z. I used to play a game called King of Avalon. I think I've heard of that. I'm not. Maybe some people are probably putting 2 volts in because their CPU was not up to par, right? But not everyone can afford to bin these high-end CPUs. Sponsored people can. People that have money can. Not everyone can. Not everyone like that like me. I got my 1300K for $200. Yep, I would assume 1.8 volts for. Oh yeah, I would assume it's pretty good. Yep, 1.9 or a little bit more, 1.9 for a valid. But you're only gonna be running 2 cores generally. 2 cores, 2 of your best cores. No, yeah, and that's where binning comes into play. And that's how top dogs stay top dogs. They have bin CPUs. They've gone through a whole bunch of CPUs, or they've just bought in. A lot of top dogs now because they don't want to spend the time on it, buy bin stuff. But again, there's a lot of people that don't buy it. They do that. They also bin them themselves. Yeah, I guess you could do that too. Yeah. But just to make sure that you can use that good CPU besides frequency scaling, actual frequency valids, then you wouldn't want to even put it in a C state. You can literally disable cores to guarantee those cores aren't getting the voltages. What happened to my chat? It's just like gone. What happened to my chat? YouTube just like hard glitched on me. YouTube, come back to me. Did it work? YouTube, what happened? Z? What did I say? What did I say, Z? What happened? Like literally, what happened? It won't even allow me to open up my chat again. I have to use it through the URL. That's annoying. Just chatting gives you number 1. You don't have to donate to get number 1. You just need to chat. No, it's not. All P cores are enabled? No. The 9.1 something gigahertz is literally all P cores. You're freaking joking. Yeah, that's not because you've been an average chatter over a certain amount of time. Benchmarks. Where's CPU frequency? Yeah, 9.13. Yeah, it is 8 performance core, 8 threads. You're joking. Yeah, but I mean, do you know how many CPUs they had to bin for this? Do you know how many CPUs they had to bin for this? And they had to do it on liquid nitrogen. They had to bin all these CPUs on liquid nitrogen to even do this. Do you know how much money went involved for this record? Do you know how much money was involved for this record? An insane amount of money. Insane. Yeah, and that's probably one way of how they're getting away from a cold bug. That's probably the only reason, because you don't need that on LN2. You don't need to do that on LN2. On maybe liquid helium, they found out that doing it that way. That's what I said. That's what I said. They probably found out a way that on liquid helium, having all performance cores hyperthreading off, and then doing that single core all the way up and having the other cores lower was a better way to get around a cold bug, right? There's a legitimate reason how they did, but they also had to bin probably 1,000 CPUs to be able to do that. Probably 1,000 CPUs minimum. 1400K or 1400KF or 1400KSs, and that KF was one of the ones that was able to do that. So they used it. True, to try other cores as well. Yeah, I mean, you technically on those CPUs, you know, is it 2 or is it 4? There's generally 4 decent cores, 2 really good cores and 4 decent cores. True. Yeah, I got a point there, Exa. I guess you got a point there. When you think we'll get the 10 gigahertz world record? Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. 9.1, I think it was the last record is like 9.12 gigahertz. Took a lot. This 9.13 gigahertz took a lot. A lot. And it takes teams. And like a full team to be able to do this. A team, a group of people. Exactly. It's not the best core at ambient. It's the best cores. That's why I'm saying for how they binned it, they had to bin probably 1,000. Do you know how much money that went into this world record for 9.13 gigahertz? Do you know how much freaking money was involved in this? Sponsors became a big thing on this one. Okay, sponsors was a real big one. But you know how much money was involved for that record? A lot. A lot of money. A lot of time and a lot of money. Liquid helium is not cheap, by the way. It's not cheap. But they probably would have to bin them to full pot. No, probably not that much. I don't know if you want to factor in people's like time and how much their time is worth. I don't know. I don't know if you want to factor in people's time and how much their time is worth. 600K might be cheap, on the cheap end. You know, some of those people for that record are some big name people. Power cost? I don't know if power cost. No, I don't think power cost would have been the main thing there. That's the cheap part there. LN2 is the cheap part there. Liquid helium though. Because they would have had to bin these CPUs for full pot LN2 to be able to use it on liquid helium. And then they would have had to make sure they could get a CPU that works on liquid helium at a low temperature. Yeah, probably around there. And they probably had to do a bunch of trial and runs. So probably a bunch of trial and runs on a whole bunch of different CPUs. That'd be cool to have custom fab stuff. Yeah, for sure. Oh, they probably killed more than one or two Mobos. Yeah, LN2, there's big chances of killing motherboards on LN2 full pot, but they're pretty good at it. But Liquid Helium, they probably killed a few motherboards. I don't know about CPUs. It'd probably be not too easy to kill a CPU on LN2. Motherboards are more prone to dying on LN2 and Liquid Helium, though. Maybe worn out a bit, maybe. Maybe. I've been hearing LN2 and liquid helium runs are good ways to kill off dim slots, though. Oh, I guess that's true there, Exa. Since yeah, heaters have gotten a lot better too. I guess that's yeah. Binning. That's binning process there. Yeah, don't that's binning process. Doesn't matter if it's a KS, KF, or a K. You're binning all of those for these kind of frequencies because you got to bin them on LN2 for full pot, probably LN2 to be able to do it on liquid helium. So that way you can push the frequency higher and probably not use as much voltage either on liquid helium. So that way you can use these CPUs later on. Running memcold is way harder on the board than the CPU. I guess. I don't know. Maybe in some ways. I've been hearing that running mem cold is not that difficult on DDR5. I mean, you gotta have some decent prep work done, but you can. It's easier to do full pot on memory. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, iGPU might not have been up to par or you have to bin for full pot most things. It's easier to get more RAM kits to do full pot though. Isn't the ways to mitigate warping though, Exa? Is there not ways to mitigate warping? Not, eliminate it, but mitigate it. And it's only warping because the copper between the layers are getting so cold that it's shrinking, and that's why there's so much warping because of the copper. I know that. You don't need to explain that. You don't need to explain that shit to me. I know how thermodynamics and metals work for temperatures. Again, I built data centers. I've used all these different materials. I know how all that works. I know all about that. I don't need that explained. The Intel node clock so much higher than TSMC node. Probably because TSMC had to be on a certain amount of what it should do contract type deal, where Intel kind of wanted to make sure theirs was really good. Who knows? But also, mem frames don't run a heater. You don't run a heater on mem frequency? What? Is that way so that way the traces for the RAM to the CPU can be as cold as possible? I mean, that's the only reason I could think about. So that way, like, everything gets cold. I get that everything needs. I thought for sure you'd still need a heater though. It couldn't be Terminator. beat Terminator the game on NES when I was 6 years old. NES apart and put it back together. I just tell my dad I couldn't figure out why I couldn't beat it. See stories. Well, so that's how I couldn't beat it. That little thing there. I'll run the right termination settings. Oh. Thoughts on buying a 1400 KS? If you're not like if you need it, yeah. If you need all the cores of the performance, then yeah. If you have the money to actually buy it, yeah. Are you going to utilize the 14900K though? Chances are no. Chances are no. You're not gonna bottleneck any GPU you pair with it. I don't know what you're gonna be doing with it though. Thoughts on buying? I would love a 14900 KS. Works good for my editing and works good for my overclocking. It's the only reason why though. Actually, man, I guess I'd only actually use it for benchmarking. I wouldn't even use it for my daily at all. I'd probably just use my 1300K still. I wouldn't even change out with 1300K. I'd just use the 1400KS for benching. Yeah, exactly. I'll take one if you're handing it out. If it's free, of course. If not, well, I'm okay with my 13900K. Passionately. Yeah. No, yeah. In a way, it's a good CPU. If you're gaming though, I'd go with an AMD. If you're strictly gaming, AMD is better. If you can utilize the cores on the 14900K or KS or whatever, 13900K or KS either too, if you can utilize the cores and actually need that amount of cores, it's gonna be better. But if not, just go with AMD. If you're gaming, AMD. You don't need QuickSync. Oh, I mean, if you're video editing, the more cores is going to be more beneficial. Higher RAM frequencies can be more beneficial as well. He's going to use it passionately. Yeah. Come here, baby. We're getting cold tonight. But I'm playing old games that need strong single core than Intel. And you can actually get cheaper Intel systems for single core performance than AMD. $208.05K? What are you talking about? Minecraft? Depends on what you're doing. Minecraft, what? Minecraft with all those HD mods? You're going to want Intel with all them cores. Or I guess, I don't know. Have they done a testing with the 9950X 3D? Have they actually done testing with the 9950X 3D on Minecraft for all the HD mods? Because it actually might be pretty good. Might be pretty good. No, your Skyrim VR with the hella mods still doesn't compare to Minecraft with all the HDR. The amount of HD mods on Minecraft is mind-boggling. It's actually mind-boggling how much is actually done on it. Oh, it's insane. It's actually a 5090 cries playing that game on with all the HD mods. A 5090. It makes CPUs work. It's true. They're just going to certain areas on Minecraft too, but I would love to see a comparison test with the 13900K or 13900K, 14900K don't really matter. There's not a whole lot of differences when you're at that stage of and all that, but 14900K versus a 9950X 3D with all these mods on Minecraft. It'd be wild to actually see. Those mods on Minecraft are actually, it's mind-boggling. It's Skyrim modded takes a lot of power. Like I don't think your setup would do it. Your 5700X and whatnot, and whatever. I'm sorry, it's not gonna be that good. Not with all the Skyrim mods. If you've checked out all the Skyrim mods, it's insane. Depends on the 13900K. Not even so. My 13900K at the exact same frequencies, was matching a 14900KS at the exact same frequencies. It depending on, I mean, if you're just like daily in it, yeah, maybe a slight OC. Not even on P cores, more or less a little bit on the E cores. But if you just want to do P core versus P core, they're pretty much identical. Voltage or power? What do you mean? Efficiency, as in an efficiency per clock rate. i9 9900X versus the i9. Oh, the i9 9900X versus what? What comparison are you trying to say on that? Then the R9 9900X is gonna crush the i9 9900X. I mean, right? For that G skill competition, was it the exact same G skill kit at the exact same frequencies at the exact same timings, 13th gen versus 14th gen there? There's no way. There's no way. Okay, well, that's good. And the exact same timings, exact same temperatures, then that KS is terrible. Your KS is terrible then. Your the KS should have A, kept right up with it, or been about like the exact same. The KS, it should have been. Oh, I read that wrong then. Oh, my apologies then. I read that wrong. No, I don't play games. My 7-year-old niece plays Minecraft. I can ask her questions if you want to know more about it. She's good at it. Oh, yeah. I remember the comp. We had a 5 gigahertz core and ring, I think it was, wasn't it? For the comp? It was 4 core only? Yeah. And then they also did the 5 gigahertz for the Canada Cup as well. Not just the G Skill Cup. They also did that for Canada Cup. Only allow 5 gigahertz. That's why I did my 12600K and my 13900K. And guess what? My 12600K at the same frequency did better timings because I had a better IMC and was actually doing better, about the same amount of score. So how does that make sense? Yeah, MMOC is very important to learn. I get that. I get that. If MC no mods toaster can run it, then see with mods NASA OC blows up. Yeah. Yeah, I like how they do the core limited to make MMOC more important. But then motherboard becomes specific, as in you need a fucking Apex board or an OCF board, and no one has a fucking $1,000 for a motherboard. That's my opinion on that shit as well. It becomes motherboard dependent. It doesn't matter about your fucking knowledge. That's what I don't get with a lot of things that they do for competitions. I don't get that they do a lot of things. Well, how do you think Sens wins G Skill all the time? Or a lot of times. Sens wins all the time. That doesn't matter. LN2 doesn't matter, but yeah, I get that. Knowledge becomes out of the question too if you have the money. This is what I've been talking about in the WEG Discord there. Money comes into play for the competitions more than actual fucking knowledge. You have a specific hardware, you're guaranteed to do better than someone that does not have the specific hardware, no matter to knowledge. Money does work. Z690UX is a 2-DIM fucking board that is very specific that you're lucky to get at a certain time for a decent price. Anybody that bought the board after the fact had to spend 3 times the amount of money for that board. 3 times cheaper, but you could have bought it at a certain point that was 3 times as cheap as what it was at a certain point in time. That's what I'm saying. Apex Encore, I mean, if you were one of the first people on the Apex Encore, you were doing pretty good. I mean, good for you. Not again, but you're going on specific hardware. The Unify X, all 2-DIM boards. All 2-DIM boards for DDR5 are expensive. If you knew someone or got lucky, then you were one of those people that were able to get it A, very good price, or B, if you just had money, you can get it. And if you have money, it's easier for you to win competitions. It's easier for you to place better. This is my opinion, because my opinions are straight facts. I know who gets top places in all the competitions and has been for a lot of years. And I know the people that have money have been specifically able to get top scores. Those people have got top scores, had money to begin with, to buy a bunch of hardware, that specific hardware as well, and then they were sponsored so that way they continue to be top, basically. Again, yeah, she's in the room, she's over there. It's not expensive, you just broke. And I'm broke, and there's a lot of people that don't have a lot of money that to do benching like a lot of people. I have a lot of hardware from when I had money, and I bought a lot of hardware because I had money. Now that I'm broke, it makes me sad. But I have all this hardware because I had money at the time. But if I had more money, I could have bought more hardware or better hardware than what I could have afforded at the time. Does that make sense too? As in, I could have afforded the Apex Encore that cost $1,400 where I lived. $1,400 though, for a motherboard. I got a motherboard, top-of-the-line CPU at the time, and a RAM kit with a $600 monoblock, all for less than $800 shipped to me. I had to fix up the motherboard. But yeah, for almost half the price, I got a full working system, high-end system, for less than half the price. Yeah, my Z690 ORS Master at the time was like a $600+ board. But I got the board. It does not come with all the hardware, for one. It did not come with all the hardware. It came with a monoblock, though. A really expensive monoblock at the time. Still expensive. Came with that and a 12900K at the time that was still selling for like $650. I got everything for less than $800. And I didn't even spend the amount of money for the motherboard that some people do. The RAM kits is somebody too. The thing, money talks. Money helps get you better placements. I'm trying to tell people that Again, I talk to people that literally have 300 plus motherboards, and they're not even top dog. We're talking 300 plus motherboards. You know how much money that is? Doesn't matter if you got them for $50 a piece. That's still a lot of money. Silly. You still got a good i9. It's not silly. It's still good. I'm just been trying to explain to people of why people are not getting into overclocking as much. I've gotten quite a few people into overclocking over the past year. I've gotten quite a few, and quite a few people that do it quite often. But there's not as many people doing it, or enthusiasts, more or less, that love doing it, because it's expensive. And to get a good placement on any generation, you got to A, have knowledge, B, have the certain hardware, or C, buy a whole bunch of CPUs and bin them all. No one wants to spend all that time in that for older hardware to maybe get top 100 in some scores. First sounds better than top 100. First sounds better than 5th. First sounds better than 20th. First sounds better, right? Why spend $1,000 trying to get first on an old hardware when you can buy newer hardware, bench it on newer hardware, and get better scores, better global scores, which can give you some pretty good points too. So if you have the money for a 14900K and a 5090, and you just benched it right off the bat, you instantly got top 10. Since nobody had that kind of money for a 5090, you basically stayed there for a long time. Yeah, but that's you're also talking about Sandy Bridge, where you can't go cold on them. You can't. We're literally negative. I think negative. Most of them stopped at negative 60ish or something like that, or 40. Negative more or less 60 though. Some do negative 100. I mean, it's probably not a whole lot that does. So you'd have to bin a whole bunch of them. But I mean, that's the thing. You still need money that way. And then you need money for the LN2 pots. Because you can't go that, you can only go negative like 77 or whatever like that. Not even negative 77 on dice. But you still need the LN2 pots. And you gotta make sure you're getting a specific LN2 pot, or else you have to buy another LN2 pot, because guess what? It doesn't work for another platform that you bought into. It's like, fuck, man. It's like, fuck. 5.2 on ambient? That's pretty good. That's like, how many did you have to bin for that? That's pretty good. I had to bin a few 3770Ks to get that. Anyways, you gotta be sponsored, yeah. Exaberry is rich, though. That's the thing. Exaberry has money. You got lucky first chip? See, is that the only chip you've been lucky on, though? 9000 X85 was bin? Easy. That's easy. That's probably the only one you've gotten good at. Yeah. What do you mean bin? You gotta bin it for the memory overclock ability, voltage ability, and then you gotta, if you want to do LN2 now, you gotta bin them for whether or not they can do LN2. How cold they can go. There's multiple binning processes. My 10900K SP105. Oof. Yeah, see that's what really sucks about certain things, is because there are limits. That's it. Yeah. Oh, 200 megahertz above your dice. That sucks. That sucks.
You said should, at least. That sucks. That does suck. But that, in my opinion, that's the fun part of it. That, in my opinion, though. Do I get lucky? Damn, I didn't get lucky. Well, at least I could try a different CPU. 6.2 on LM2. I mean, that's still pretty good frequency out of that CPU. Was it good voltage, at least? I know SP105 means it probably had some pretty good voltage. No, it wasn't. So SP literally means fucking jack shit. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, not good. Not good. So SP literally means jack shit and it has always literally basically meant jack. Probably is. That's why a lot of people are saying my 3770K is pretty good, but I think it could be better. I think it could be better. .8 on dice. So it really just sucks that you can't do LN2. You can't go past a certain temperature. That sucks. I think who was talking about it? I'm not sure if it was One Wolf or it was I don't think it was Paul. One of them were talking about a chip there. It was a 14700K. Hopefully it could do cold. And they're like, imagine it doesn't. It's true. It can happen. I'm gonna buy an X870-E with why? Damn, it's pretty good. What score did you get? Like, did you place pretty good with the 10900K still? I mean, you probably would have placed at least top 20 in some, right? Right? I mean, it was a pretty popular chip, so I don't know. For why? Exactly, why? You ran a backup chip for single core? What chip? Another 10900K? Oh, okay. Is more GPUs better for production? Depends on what you're doing. Depends on what you're doing. It could go colder, yeah, just not a good bin. And that's where efficiency comes into play too. Again, I've shown efficiencies on like some old X5570s that I had one X5570 that did 4.2 gigahertz, hard limited at 4.4, but it 4.2 gigahertz outbeat scores that were at 4.6 gigahertz. At 4.2 gigahertz. Efficiency comes into play, but it would only clock so far. It literally had a hard limit clock. Unfortunately, it had a limit. Doesn't matter about the voltage. I threw voltages at it. It had a limit. It would not go farther. Maybe on Island 2 it might have tried, but efficiency comes into play going from CPU to CPU. It's where binning comes into play too, but binning, once you're on LN2, can all automatically, going colder can automatically help the efficiency of the CPU. What BCLK? 205, I think I was able to do on my board. Not it had to do it a certain way on it. Not even high BCLK, like 205.
That's yeah. I'm gonna be trying that out. See if I can get my board up to farther than 226. And yes, I had QPI slow mode, but I'm gonna try to increase the PCIe BCLK and also put some voltages up. I was talking to Ducky, and he was saying to do some certain things onto it to help out the BCLK overclocking. But my board can technically do 226, but the CPU was limited. I couldn't get farther. And it wasn't the motherboard though. Motherboard's easy to go farther. Motherboard's easy 226 without doing anything. Yeah, I guess. But I mean, for all the CPUs I've done on X58, most of them did 225. Easy. That one X5570 and a couple other X5570s didn't go very far. Not one X5570 was really efficient, but it only go to 4.2 gigahertz. I did it live on stream. It was really efficient though. Again, 4.2 gigahertz was outbeating CPUs, same exact CPU at 4.6 gigahertz. I just wish I could have clocked it further. I just couldn't. But yeah, there's a couple of things I can try. Maybe get working better. Maybe. I think my 13500T stopped working too. What? Why would it? What did you do to it, Joe? What did you do to it? How's it going, Dell? How you doing, Dell? How's it going, man? Some weirdo keeps coming in here and screaming AMD for life. Yeah, I wonder who that is. I don't know why I'm so intrigued when I almost don't know what you guys are talking about. I can explain more when I overclock on the X58 what they're talking about. Well, look who it is. It's Dell. Just doing my best. Yeah, man, that's good. It's good you're chilling. Hopefully things are going good, man. There's certain ways on certain platforms to bug out the way things are to make it work better than what you've already done or have accomplished. There's actually different ways to do something. I hate saying this thing, but it's an old saying. There's a million ways to skin a cat, and it's true. There's so many different ways to do something, and sometimes on certain CPUs, certain platforms, certain GPUs, certain years, there's different ways to do something to make it actually work better. Certain OS operating systems to run certain hardware works better on than other ones, and not just like XP or Windows or 8.1 or Windows 10 or 11. Certain variations of those operating systems also work better. That's the thing. That's why overclocking is really fun in my opinion, because there's so many variations of stuff. And then since the world is so vast and there's so many people, and there's actually a lot of people that do overclocking or have done overclocking, there's so much knowledge involved into it and has been done over the years that you can learn a lot. Rate my PC section. Do I wanna? Yeah, Yi has he has so many motherboards. He has so many motherboards. It's actually funny. He literally has like a warehouse on motherboards. Yeah, you have way too many. Should give some away. He has so many. Over 330 motherboard the guys have. The 330 motherboards. I don't know why. That felt gay. It was it really 8:03? What? It's 8 o'clock already. It's 8 o'clock already. Wow, I've already been streaming for like 12 hours. Wow. Dude. What? Dude. What? The 265K and yeah. Some fast RAM. Watch out. Like lightning McQueen. Oh, Frame Chasers just came out with the thing too. Why poor people finish last. Ain't that true? Ain't that true? Again, doesn't matter about your knowledge on some things. Money wins. Money wins. Yeah, and yeah, the 285K is way more expensive than 265K. Yeah, he's doing VR. VR, which the single core performance is gonna be more beneficial for him, and the price that he got his 265K for, it's just. What do you mean why? Why is it 285K? The hell is that? What do you mean what the hell is that? You know what 285K is? Core Ultra 9, 285K. No, money isn't for the simple-minded. There are people that have money and aren't exactly simple-minded. Calm down. He knows. Hart's just effing around there, Dell. He's just effing around. He's just stepping on some toes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the simple minded ones are definitely ones that, yeah, bother me the most. And random laptops? E-waste. E-waste? He just said laptops. Oh, so he said e-waste. It's as good as a Mac. 28500K. 28,500K. What do you want, cutie pie? Hi. I'm a dude that owns all my dream cars. Can't Drice in a straight line. Can't Drice. Can't Drice. He's got that ricer and he can't Drice. He's got the ultra poop. What is it called? Ultra AI? No, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. The Core Ultras are not that bad. They're actually pretty good. They're actually pretty freaking good. There's so much hate on it. There's so much hate on the Core Ultras. It's not even funny. They're actually pretty good. Now everyone's talking about the PewDiePie build. He's a fucking millionaire. Of course it's gonna be a fucking expensive PC, man, with a Threadripper and a bunch of fucking A4000s. He's a fucking millionaire, man. He's doing it for views. He was probably given a bunch of hardware. He's probably given the Threadripper. He was probably given it. He was probably given the fucking hardware. He's a millionaire that's getting this shit for free. Like, fuck. This is what I don't get about rich people. They just get stuff for free. No, he's not a PC fucking guy. He fully fabricated the. It's a pre-built case that he put together. It's pre. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to poke you. $100,000. You think he's just gonna make $100,000 off that video? He's probably gonna make more than that, buddy. He probably made $100,000 in 2 days off that video, and then over time it's gonna wean off a bit. But he had like 5 million views on it in a couple of days. 5 million views. Like, he made good money off of that video very quickly. And just open up Tuesday. F7, bam, frequency. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. Boy, it's hard. Yeah, man. He probably made a lot of money. Like, you don't realize how much money you make. The subs isn't the thing that's making him money. It's the views, and because it's a PC hardware, he can put it in science and technology, and science and technology makes a lot of money per view. That's one thing a lot of people don't realize. And whoever was, it probably wasn't him streaming, it's probably whoever did the stream for him, set it up that way, so that way, boom, instant making more money. Put in science and technology. Because you can. He didn't have a pre-built case, he used custom cut aluminum fabricated somehow someone. No! Custom cut aluminum, no. It's not, no. It's a pre-built case that he put together. It's pre-made. He did not custom make it himself. He is a millionaire that makes more money instead of wasting his time designing this stuff. He has a family. Trust me, he did not build this case. He built it out of aluminum, X profile aluminum that is pre-made, that a ton of companies do for these custom PCs, or he had somebody do it for him. He's a millionaire. He's not wasting his time doing that himself. He built the PC with this aluminum frame and whatever, this really expensive PC for views. He was probably given this PC case. He was probably given all this hardware. He might have bought it. Who knows? He might have. More or less, he was probably given it. Why? AMD Threadripper just came out. AMD's good at marketing. Give it to a YouTuber that has 110 million subscribers and can get 5 million views in a couple days. Fuck yeah, that's smart. Again, a lot of people don't know this stuff, but that's how it works. Yeah, man. He has 110 million subscribers. That's so much my RTX Pro 6000 with shunt mod and full color. Oh, I mean, I don't even think that compares to the A4000s. He told the guy that guy bought it and built it. Bought it all and built it? What? Well, yeah, that's probably why he paired it. But he only paired it with so many 8000s. I don't, yeah. No, I don't think so. The Pro 6000, you could probably overclock more. Get someone to do a custom BIOS, get it signed off by NVIDIA, it would crush a 5090. It's just the card costs too much money. It doesn't matter that our RTX 4000 is older, has more VRAM, does it not? Depending on what you're doing with it, it might have better overall performance. Older sometimes is better. Especially high-end older. Damn, yeah. 5090 is not high-end. That's only 800 watts, though. That's only 800 watts. That's easy to do on a 5090. It really is. Easy. No one has done a custom BIOS for the RTX Pro 6000 yet. How's it going, Dane? No one's done an actual XOC BIOS for the Pro 6000 yet. And then just wait till the RTX Pro X 6000 comes out. Or 6000X, depending on how they word it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Pro X 6000. It's going to be better. Yeah, it's been a while, man. I might not look it, but I'm someone that has a pretty good memory on that. So, yes. I remember you. How's it going? How's life treating you? You doing good? Lost the plot. I feel like y'all lost the plot a bit, whether it's Miller or not. It's sick. No. I'm not saying it's not sick. But I mean, it's nothing new. It's nothing new. He had to drill and measure the standoffs. That's like one of the easiest things to do. How did he build it though? Did he have to drill out all the holes? Did he have to tap and die every single hole for the PC to be built? Z, off, man. Thank you very much, man. But stop it. Look at you, you're number 2 now. That's good. Alright, well, I want your opinion. What do you think about the RTX 3050? Garbage. But I mean, for budget, you're buying it used, you probably find it a pretty good price. It's not great though. One point away from 5,000? Are you doing that back on the i7 870? Because you had a bad mount, or are you doing a different CPU now? Oh, 3200. Oh. Serious? The 3200 is doing 5,000? That's pretty freaking good. Have you thought about selling gaming PCs? Buddy, my name's everywhere that I can for tuning people's systems, building people's systems, and I've put pictures of my, buddy, I have like a multiple not just Facebook, not just Kijiji, other places for this kind of stuff. I've been trying to find freaking jobs for the past year, and what I do is a lot of various jobs, as in roofing, framing, metal or wood framing, windows, tile work, flooring, trim work, door installation. Z, off, man. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome, but stop. You make me feel bad. Too kind, though. Stop. Your girlfriend's gonna beat your ass. Can't hear. You spelled hear wrong. No, I'm a terrible tech tuber. Don't listen to me. Oh, sorry there, Dane. I didn't even read your... And Cosmic chat went too fast there. I actually have the WRX80. It has 7x16 PCIe. That's... Does it really? Pretty good. That's a lot. Holy shit. You upgrade from the 1650 to 3050? Oh, that's a big upgrade then. Why are you asking me about a 3050 if you had upgrade from the 1650? That's big. That's a big upgrade. If you're gonna spend the money on a GPU though, and you're asking me if a 3050 is good, if you don't have a GPU or if you're having even an older GPU, I would say the 3050 is not a good idea. Wait for your money, but you're going from a 1650 to a 3050, not bad. It's newer. It's newer. It's gonna be better. Thief. Hard sometimes. Stop means donate 200. No, it does not. It means stop. Z, please. No, Dell. Stop does not mean yes. Someone that donates a lot to me, a single person, makes me feel like absolute trash. All right, it does. I'm not that person that wants a single person to donate to me. I don't care if you have money or not. It's nice that you have a good job and that you got bonus and all that, but no. Is the one fan a Zeus OEM, but I snagged it for $80. That's a pretty good deal. For 3050? Shit, pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's a good deal. I know I don't get a choice. Shit, I don't even think I could turn... Can I turn off donations? Can I turn off donations? No, it's not why I deserve... I deserve donations to help out more people. I have not helped out Z. I have not. I haven't helped out. I technically helped him out, dude. I technically have not helped out Z yet. He's helped me out more than I've actually helped him out. So, in my opinion, no, it's not good. He feels like a Mac donate more? No. True Steve Novel's experience. I'm not going to be working on a new genre of music recording again. I'll let you guys know what's right. Alright, sounds good, man. Man, are you on the Discord there, Z? You should definitely check out the Discord. I mean, I've got some laughs. I don't know how you guys are getting some laughs here. Yeah, but I try to help out where I can. Try to. You need something to listen to on repeat? Well, I got a music. That's not a music video by any means, but yeah. A new genre of music, he's saying, though. He's got a new genre. It's gonna be AMD femboy music. Guaranteed. Guaranteed it's AMD femboy music. Get on your knees and follow my balls. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the PBCX. I think Frame Changer is a piece of shit for doing that. I'm, like, seriously. Yeah, AMD in the... yeah, it's kind of how I was picturing it. Frame Changer, he's doofus. Doofus is pretty... I don't know. He's got in tune, but again, he's a select few. Has to be specific hardware tuner for that kind of stuff for games only. That's the thing. And it has specific hardware. Yes, $380. That's right. And that's the master class. Now, let's say you're someone that paid that $380 and didn't learn jack fucking shit from it. He also charges to actually help you out, as in, like what I do for free on my channel through Discord, where you can just show me, you know, through your phone and that, I'll tell you what to do. For free. I'm not one of those people that will actually charge that amount of money. And since my channel is so small and my channel is so niche, as in I don't have all these gaming nerds that or COD femboys out there that want to come to my channel and spend that kind of money, I do it for free. Spend better? How can you can't spend $380 better on a 14900K? You can't. You cannot spend $380 more on a CPU than a 14900K. And all these people have a 13900K or 14900K or KS. No, you can't. It's not going to be better. It's not going to be better. It's not going to be more like actually better. It won't be better. Bro, what? Where's your autocorrect? What would you say? You're actually worth 200 an hour broke? Broke? I didn't even read that correctly. Broke? Is that so? But no, 14900 KS, going from 14900K to 14900 KS is not going to give you the gains from tuning. Proper tuning will do. So, why spend the extra money on a 14900 KS if it literally gives you an extra 2 frames? Ooh, gives me 2 frames. Ooh. Uh, 14900K is more respected due to the fact it gives you better gaming performance, and for overclockers, it gives you technically better performance for GPUs. There's a lot of shit talk, but no one lined up. Yeah, the 285K is known for doing memory overclocking. It's still pretty good. Multi-core is actually pretty good too on too as well. Single core performance is pretty good. But for benchmarkers and for gamers, due to the fact it's again Intel's first like tile-based CPU, the latency on it's terrible. So that's why it's not so good for gamers or benchers for using it for GPUs. The 14900K is better. Frequency comes into play too. You can get better frequency on 14900K than 285K. 8800 is easy. Most people be running around 9200 or 9600. 9200 stable, easy. 9600, a lot of people can probably get stable. The 8800's, yeah, nothing for 285K. All of them do it. All of them fucking do it. Oh, we're gonna compare AMD's 9800X and AMD where 1-to-1 timing. Oh, so you're gonna compare a perfectly set up AMD versus a crappy setup Intel running at all cores versus an 8-core CPU, comparing temperatures and wattage compared to AMD, but not comparing it or just clicking one button, or comparing a PBO perfectly set up AMD versus a shit setup Intel on the same game, complaining about how the temperatures are so high and the voltages and this and that. It's like, wow, you just want to fucking put Intel into the ground, don't you? But yeah, that's how it works. Is it 285K better out of the box? No. No. 285K isn't better out of the box. Maybe single core performance, I think is. That's about it. Yep. Intel gives you DDR5 8000 worn down 2 DIMMs. Yep. But for the longest time, it was only 5600. Right? It was only 5600 for the longest time. Actually, 8000 only on Core Ultras. Yeah, that's on Core Ultra though. That's just Core Ultra. on their 13th and 14th gen or 12th gen still, it's 5600 2 dim. But all motherboards have a gaming mode or E-core disabled mode that you can one click. You'd instantly see less wattage and less temperature, and better performance in games due to the fact there's not so many fucking cores where the game might be actually using the E-cores, and it's all performance cores. But no, they're not going to click that one button in the BIOS. Yes, they tested with AS RAM, where it's the easiest RAM for Intel to run. 6000 CL30? I do 6000 CL7200 easy. 6000 CL30 or 7200 CL30. But they'll test it with 6000 CL30. Yeah, because that's beneficial for Intel. No, it's beneficial for AMD though. Fuck. Apparently, a lot of people were blaming Gamers Nexus. Actually, GN, his earlier videos and earlier testing with like the 13900K and that, they were comparing that they were saying that he was using high RAM frequency and comparing it to Intel AMD CPUs. Like, what is wrong? Like, yes, if you're gonna buy a 13900K, you ain't buying a cheap ass 6000 kit of RAM. If you are, there's something fucking wrong with you. Yes, guy. Yes, very true. Yeah, it's not fair until that they have to use ASRAM to create level playing field. Exactly. Oh, AMD's memory controller is trash. I mean, on the 9000, like I said, the 9950X 3D was pretty good. Pretty damn good. Well, I mean, it was paired with a pretty damn good motherboard, but pretty good. I mean, again, it's a pretty monster CPU. I can't say it's not bad. I can't say it's bad. It's good. Why didn't you tell there was an AS RAM? Lots opportunities, I feel. I told you what RAM to get. You got the RAM that I suggested. You didn't get the 6000 kit. You got the 8000 kit. Guess what you're running at? 8000. Fuck off, Pep. You